I request our guests who are out visiting our stalls, taking pictures, to please join us as we are about to begin. Firstly, good morning to one and all, and a very warm welcome to all of you who are present here to be a part of this amazing summit, the IIT Alumni India. Yeah. Good morning, Ashok sir. Ashok ji, good morning. It's Women's Day and I don't see my lady friends, more of my lady friends here. Deepti Garu, we also need women attendance today because it's Women's Day, and happy Women's Day to you. Thank you. I request our guests to please come and join us and take your seats as we're going to begin the event in a short while from now. We have with us our convener, PanIIT Hyderabad Summit, Sri Sudhakar Gande ji, Chairman, Sri Prabhat Kumar ji, and General Secretary, Sri Ashok Kumar ji. May I request all our guests to please join us? I see many of you all standing outside. Hi, Praveen ji, good morning. Not really, but for protocol to कुछ issues था. But who has to come, पहले and बाद में. But अब तो है ही नहीं issue. एक बंच एक को दे दीजिए या फिर these are phone names. दो लोग maybe initially we can call 2 people together and ask them to give. Photo भी हो जाएगा और सब आ जाएगा. I mean after that it's your call. Okay. 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 So we all will be there to let them do this also. So milke. नहीं?
डॉक्टर अंजना मट्टा. डॉक्टर अंजना मट्टा.
अंजना.
अंजना मट्टा.
मट्टा.
हाँ, और इसमें प्रवीण कुमार.
Yes.
अशोक कुमार जनरल सेक्रेटरी.
प्रवीण जी आपका मुचड़े रहे.
बोर्ड मेंबर PanIIT.
Yeah.
जनरल सेक्रेटरी.
Yeah, I know this.
चेयरमैन.
Convener.
कन्वीनर IIT हैदराबाद.
जी. తీసుకురా కింద నుంచి నాకు వేయలేదు చూసా వద్దన్నాను కదా చారి కాడి కావాలి అన్నా
Ya, pagkata
Meron yun.
क्या मारो प्लीज
Simon, अरे एक्सप्रेस ना खोलो ये डॉट एपी
क्या मटर होना क्या मटर
काउंटडाउन होना नहीं अपने को स्मार्ट वॉच होना
कॉफी ना कैसे ले आओ
Good morning, one and all. I request our distinguished guests to please take your seats. As we are about to begin an amazing session, an amazing day, filled with insights, filled with a lot of impactful conversations. So I can see guests coming out from all over India here. Welcome to Hyderabad, sir. I'm sure there are Telugu people here too from Hyderabad. Namaskaram, sir. So అందరిని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను, please join us. Please take your seats as we are about to begin the IIT Hyderabad Summit, PanIIT Hyderabad Summit 2026. We'll be shortly joined by ministers and people from the government who are going to come here to grace the occasion. Firstly, I think I should say in the journey of our country, where technology definitely comes in the front, IITians have always been shining and they have always been our nation's pride. To all the IITians present here, I think we need to give yourself a big round of applause. Once again, requesting our guests to join us and please take your seats. As we have a long day to go, there are many special sessions there lined up. We have panel discussions. We have very important people coming us to give their insights, inspire with their talks, and have an impactful conversation. So I request all of you to please come, take your seats, enjoy, have an amazing day. Someone's calling. That's this side or this? Check. Yeah. Once again, requesting our guests who are outside to please join us as we begin the summit, the conference right now. So once again, inviting all our guests to please join us. Take your seats and have an amazing day. Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvighanam Kurume Deva Sarva Karyeshu Sarvada. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and on behalf of PanIIT Alumni India, I welcome all of you to this remarkable event, an event that celebrates brands, innovation, collaboration, and it also celebrates the power of intellect. I am Shilpa Chakravarti, your host for the day, and I'm going to take you through an amazing day of special sessions filled with insights, collaborations, powerful dialogues, conversations that are going to shape the future of a country. Organized by PanIIT Alumni India, this summit brings in 23 brilliant minds from 23 Indian institutes of technology that have been existing for the last 75 years. They have also been bringing leaders from different spheres of life, be it the government, academics, the society, and of course from the industries and from the global technological ecosystem. So we have people coming in to this summit from different spheres of life. And yes, this event is just going to be amazing because this event celebrates a powerful collaboration between the ideas and the intellect, conversation which shapes the future of our country. So ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this amazing day. Before that, ee roju vichesinatuvanti Telugu వాళ్ళు ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో వారందరికీ కూడా నా నమస్కారం. So namaskaram, namaste, and a very warm welcome once again. Set here in the dynamic city, as we all know, Hyderabad. Wow, what a dynamic city. Known to be one of the most happening cities in terms of innovation, emerging technologies. Today in this summit, we're going to discuss how AI, how emerging technologies are going to transform our industries, or how are they going to transform our different aspects of life. This is what we're going to do today, and that's the aim behind the PanIIT Alumni India meet here. We have some remarkable, outstanding visionary leaders who are here to participate, researchers, entrepreneurs. We also have some policy makers, innovators, investors. Now, I think this summit promises to ignite a meaningful dialogue, inspire collaboration, and shape some great strategies that will define India's technological future. Once again, on behalf of PanIIT Alumni India, I welcome one and all to this wonderful summit. Firstly, I would request our convener, PanIIT Hyderabad Summit 2026 Sri Sudhakar Gandeji, to please join us on stage and give his opening remarks. As we all know him, he is a renowned banker, entrepreneur, philanthropist. He was confirmed with the Indo-US Outstanding Business Leadership Award with extensive expertise in investment. Banking, defense, industrial leadership, he has been instrumental in uniting the IIT alumni network to drive national progress. Sri Sudhakar Gandeji is a visionary architect behind the prestigious gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome on stage the convener, PanIIT Hyderabad Summit 2026, Sri Sudhakar Gandeji.
A very good morning to all of you, distinguished guests, respected leaders, entrepreneurs, businessmen, and media, etc. Very good morning to all of you. I'm extremely thrilled, happy to be here, and because it's happening in Hyderabad, the city I've born and brought up, also went abroad, etc. So I would like to thank PanIIT team of Prabhat and others for giving this opportunity for us to host it in Hyderabad. Hyderabad, as you know, is a city which has a historical background from Nizam's times to today modernization. And Hyderabad is a city today in the top of IT, you can call it IT capital of India, at par with Bangalore or close to Bangalore. I'm very happy to inform all of you, in the last GCC, new editions, Hyderabad got 46%, while Bangalore got 33%. So this is a very important thing for Hyderabad. And today, Hyderabad city accounts for 16% of national software exports, 16%, and it is growing 3 times the national average for the software exports. So net is a city of technology, entrepreneurs, and city which welcome technology companies abroad. Recently we have Amazon, we have Google, whole lot of companies announced coming to Hyderabad. So my request to all of you, including PanIIT team, anybody who wants to come to Hyderabad, please, they're welcome. First India, then Hyderabad, is our personal interest. Okay, this is what I want to highlight to all of you. Second is, we also know that at the end of the day, Viksit Bharat 2047 is an important milestone for our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and also for the rest of the country. And 2047, when we get the independence 100th year, okay, we should end up as a developed country, a country with we can be proud of, a country the world can look at India with awe and also respect. So to that extent, everyone has a role to play, without exception, and IITs have much more larger role to play. So PanIIT with the members of more than 500,000, 5 lakh people across the globe will contribute, should able to contribute in a big way. That's what I was requesting Prabhat, who has been pushing this PanIIT concept in a big way, and we are pushing on your behalf in Hyderabad. This is the only thing I can tell you. So any friends, entrepreneurs across the globe, IITians, please come to India. And I tell you one thing, 500,000 brains is not a small number. No alumni of anywhere in the world has this kind of a number. The only issue is how do we harness, bring them, because we are guys with governance, technology, entrepreneurs. Today, 25% of Fortune 500 companies are headed by Indians, IITians, out of which whether Sundar Pichai from Google, Arvind Krishnan from IBM, they're all products of India. So 25% of Fortune 500 are headed by IITians. So all that we need to do is somehow bring them into the system, and each one helps because they excelled in their respective areas. So we have to bring them to the system and make sure they contribute. And one important thing which I want to finally leave a thought with all of you is that at the end of the day, today we planned a day, okay? We have 5 pillars, 5 sessions. The session on defense aerospace, we have a session on pharma, life sciences, we have a session on AI, we have a session on energy infrastructure. All these 5 sessions form the backbone, the pillars of Viksit Bharat around this area. So I request all of you to listen to, we have a very good panel, and our team panel coordinators really worked very hard to get best of the brains in the respective areas. So I request all of you to spend time and get inputs from them. And this is the platform we want to bring it for Viksit Bharat. And at the end of the day, I'm extremely happy to welcome you all. Thanks for all of you taking your time to be here. Thanks for all of you doing the work, the areas you're doing. And as IITians, and we should work towards building a country of tomorrow. And thanks, welcome you all once again. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking us through the flow of the event. And your words have truly set the tone of the morning. Thank you so much, sir. Well, now let me invite another very dynamic personality, Chairman, PanIIT Alumni India, Shri Prabhat Kumar ji, IRS. Shri Prabhat Kumar ji is a 1994 batch Indian Revenue Service Officer, serving as Principal Additional Director General at the National Academy of Customs, Indirect Taxes, Narcotics, Ministry of Finance. Shri Prabhat Kumar serves as the chairman of the PanIIT Alumni India. He brings in a wealth of experience in governance, institutional leadership, and his work focuses on leveraging the collective power of the IITians for nation building and policy innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause and welcome Chairman PanIIT Alumni India, Shri Prabhat Kumar ji on stage. A very warm welcome to you, sir, on stage.
Thank you so much, Shilpa ji. And at the outset, I thank Sudhakar Gandhi ji, the convener of our Hyderabad PanIIT event, for a very nice welcome address. And he had set the context here. And before I go on, I just can see Madam Tessie Thomas ji and the Missile Woman of India, Director IIT Dhanbad, Director IIT Dharwad, IIT Dhanbad, Dean from IIT Hyderabad, and my various friends from IIT fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, today is also a day when we have International Women's Day. So let me put on record the contributions of the women for the development of technology, because we are from IIT, so we are talking about technology and other aspects of human life as such. And today, in the evening, we are also going to witness a very good cricket match, T20 final between India and New Zealand. So today is very special for all of us, I believe. And today is the day when we are having this PanIIT Hyderabad event on 8th of March. So it's a very, very historic kind of day. And why PanIIT and IIT and how it is important, and I need not stress on that. This is known to everybody the world over. I think many of you must have seen the program that came in 60 Minutes by CBS in 2003 when they acknowledged that the biggest import of talent in the United States of America is from the hallowed portals of IITs. So from that day onwards, when recently, I just wanted to share one thing. When recently I was in the AI Impact Summit in Delhi, there I could sense that kind of like that pride, because a lot of people, whether on the stage, whether it was Sundar Pichai or it was Adobe CEO there and everybody there, most of them were from the IITs only. And if you remember in Mumbai, when the French President Macron mentioned that today a lot of global CEOs are from India, majority of them belong to IITs. So the common identity that all of us have is that of IIT. So it is not IIT Delhi, IIT Mumbai, IIT Dharwad, IIT Dhanbad, IIT Roorkee, IIT Hyderabad. No. At the end of the day, the brand, which is the common denominator, is the IITs. And I would like to share one very small thing. When we were organizing this event in Hyderabad, I spoke to one of the bureaucrats here in Telangana government, who happens to be from IIT Delhi, and I asked him to support the event. And he said, anything for IIT, because whatever today I am, it is because of IIT only. So that's the kind of commitment, that's the sense of pride that people take in with them, that whatever today you are, many of us are only because we happen to go to one of the IITs. And what IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude, a kind of meritocratic forging, a kind of jugaad innovation, frugal innovation, and try till we are able to really succeed. That is the kind of hard coding, that is the kind of an unscalable code that an IIT education gives you. And due to this only, you see a lot of people are succeeding. And just to share you one more thing, yesterday I was overhearing one of my young colleague, one of them, he's in the venture capitalist fund. What he was saying is that I didn't want to do a job, a 9-to-5 corporate job, and I wanted to try my hand in venture capitalist, as a venture capitalist, because I can really scale up in this area and I can really contribute to a lot of startups. So earlier, when the concept was a corporate job, 9-to-5 job and things like that, now people are coming to this extent that they really want to innovate, they want to scale up, they really want to have a sense of enterprise within them. So the context is changing from the earlier years when the IIT established in 1951 in IIT Kharagpur, the Hijli detention camp. From that time, the expectations for nation building was quite different. It was in the case of physical infrastructure. From the physical infrastructure like dams and roads to if you see the present context, the infrastructure thing has completely got changed. So now it is today, we are talking about AI. Today we are talking about quantum. Today we are talking about semiconductors. Today we are talking about biotechnology. So the entire spectrum has completely changed from the time that we started and what we are at the moment today. And just yesterday only, one senior officer who is heading the CEO of the National Health Mission was sharing with me that we have the data, health data of almost around 11 to 12 crores of Indian. I said, what are we doing with it? Then he said that we are going to put that data in the public domain, in AI course, as a public data set, which will be another digital public infrastructure. The vision of this government for Viksit Bharat and for Atmanirbhar Bharat and for taking the AI to a different level is this only, that we need to put up the data sets in public so that all of us with our entrepreneurial zeal, we can create our own models. We can try our own models. We can create solutions to the different kinds of problems of humanity. As you all know, that in the field of AI, India is the country where we are going to have the maximum number of use cases. In the field of either health, in the field of education, in the field of agriculture, and you name it. In every aspect of our human life, we are going to use AI in a very, very major way. And why not? Because India should not lose this bandwagon. What was earlier, like several other instances have come, when Industry 1, Industry 1.0, Industry 2.0, Industry 3.0, Industry 4.0, now this is Industry 5.0. So the government of India at the moment, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, they are very clear that we should not lose sight of this opportunity that has come once in a lifetime. And today you see how much requirement of the modern emerging technology is even in the war theaters. Today, the war is being fought on the platforms of AI that you all know. So unless we are self-atmanirbhar, self-dependent, unless we scale it to that level, it is not possible. We are talking about sovereign AI. We are talking about our own indigenous models. So it will be in different fields. So this kind of opportunity that PanIIT is providing here is to start up this dialogue. We need to refocus, reorient. We need to reprogram ourselves. There will be some disruptions. We all know very well that AI is here. So there will be some disruptions. Disruptions will be in terms of jobs. Disruption will be in terms of the way we do business. Disruption in the form of the way we govern ourselves. So every model, whether it is the government model, whether it is a corporate model, whether it is a business model, whatever is the case, there will be disruptions coming in here. We need reskilling. We need to start rethinking about how to acquire the new kind of talent that is required, that is very much required. Because unless until we reskill ourselves, we reorganize our businesses, we may be lagging behind. So this debate today is not only for sharing information from one side, but also to make you aware about the other people in the field, to connect with them, to ask questions, and to have some kind of takeaways from here that at the end of the day, you all feel that this is what is required in today's context. And nothing better than the place Hyderabad, because Hyderabad is, you know, this part of Hyderabad when I came and saw is completely different than the old Hyderabad. But we are maintaining this kind of balance with heritage. At the same time, we are also upper scale things. So this is the kind of a very fine balance we have to maintain. And that is the basic ethos, that we have to take the culture along with us, and at the same time, we have to also do a lot of other things to take India to a different level altogether. So my best wishes to everyone on this occasion, and I request all of you to make good use of this thing, and PanIIT, support PanIIT. Basically, PanIIT is nothing but basically a congregation of all the IITs put together. So it's a celebration of IITs and IITians. That is it. And we also want to have all other people, even if they are non-IITian also, they are most welcome because ultimately we are all part of Team India. So we have to celebrate the spirit of Team India even today in the evening, and I will be very happy from the city of pearls, that is Hyderabad, if you can take some pearls of wisdom by the end of today, it will be my success. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, sir. So that was, I think, a perfect ending for anyone to give a welcome address. Thank you so much, sir, to bring in Hyderabad. And as Prabhat sir just mentioned, you don't have to be an IIT to be here. You need to be a person who thinks about India, and that is what is Team India. यहाँ पे भी cricket को ले आए, sir, actually. So exactly how many people are actually waiting for the match tonight? Oh my God. Don't worry, we have about 10, 12 sessions. And we'll try to wrap it up as soon as possible because cricket ko to aapko chhodna nahi hai. And now that Prabhat sir has already reminded us about the finals. Sir, thank you so much for being, using such kind words about Hyderabad. Yes, of course, City of Pearls se City of Wisdom bhi le jayega. Thank you once again, sir, for your inspiring and encouraging words. It means a lot. And now, as we move on, before we get on to the first session of the day, I want to wish all my female friends here. I was actually waiting for more female friends to join us, but I think the hall is full. And women present here, including myself, happy Women's Day, guys. Happy Women's Day. Let's get stronger, bolder, braver, and fly higher. So wishing all of you again a happy Women's Day. Let me start with the first session of the day, and that is Tradition Meets Transformation, the IIT Growth Story. The tradition, the legacy of rigorous learning, curiosity, and excellence that IITs have nurtured for decades, and transformation is the new era of artificial intelligence, deep technology, entrepreneurship, and global leadership that IITians continue to drive. From building world-class technology to leading global corporations, from launching startups to shaping public policy, the IIT community has consistently turned knowledge into impact. And today, we celebrate this incredible journey, a journey where tradition inspires innovation, transformation defines the future. And for the special session, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would request Sri Amitabh Ranjanji to please join us on stage as the moderator for the special session. As the Registrar of the Indian Institute of Public Administration, Sri Amitabh Ranjanji is a distinguished leader in academic governance and public policy administration. He facilitates the training and development of India's top civil servants and administrators. His strategic oversight ensures that the pillars of Indian administration remains robust, ethical, and adaptable to modern digital challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Amitabh Ranjanji on stage. Now allow me to also invite Professor Sukumar Mishra ji, Director IIT ISM Dhanbad. Professor Sukumar Mishra is a distinguished academician serving as the Director of IIT Dhanbad. Under his visionary leadership, IIT Dhanbad is evolving from its legendary mining roots into a multidisciplinary technical giant. A fellow of numerous prestigious global academies, he is internationally renowned for his research in renewable energy, smart grid technologies, and power system. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Sukumar Mishra. Let me also welcome on stage Professor Venkapaya R. Desai Garu. Professor Venkapaya R. Desai Garu is a distinguished academician serving as the director of IIT Dharwad. He is currently spearheading the growth of one of India's newest IITs, fostering an environment of research-driven innovation and academic rigor. An expert in water resource engineering and hydrology, his work has significantly impacted sustainable infrastructure and resource management across the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Venkapaya R. Desai Garu. Please allow me to invite Professor Mahendra Kumar Madhavan Garu on stage. Professor Mahendra Kumar Madhavan ji is a Dean of Alumni and Corporate Relations at IIT Hyderabad and a globally recognized expert in structural engineering. In Jan 2026, he was conferred the prestigious fellowship of the Institution of Structural Engineers, UK. He plays a vital role in IIT Hyderabad's rise as a premier global hub for innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Mahendra Kumar Madhavan Garu. And now I request Sri Amitabh Ranjan ji, moderator for this session, to take over the proceedings. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us, one and all on stage.
One mic.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to this PanIIT Alumni Conference 2026. And what a better day it should have been when India meets New Zealand today in the finals of T20 Cricket World Cup as enumerated by our chairman, PanIIT Alumni Association, Sri Prabhat Kumar ji. And we are sitting in this city of pearls. And as per him, we should take some pearls of wisdom also. And this is the city where traditions have been paramount. Hyderabad, as we know, is known for the traditions. And the topic of today is traditions meet transformation. And when we are talking about traditions, then why we should talk about only this 200, 300 years of tradition? Actually, as per the Indian ancient knowledge system, we have a tradition of more than 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 7,000 years back. And I would just like to enumerate what was our ancient Indian knowledge system where the importance of science and technology was paramount. We had Aryabhat, the inventor of zero, around 1700 years back. We had Varahmihir, one of the most brilliant minds in the field of mathematics. We had Sushrut, the first recognized plastic surgeon of the world, and we had Charak, called father of Indian medicine system, known for Charak Samhita. And not only that, when we go back 7,000 years back, then I would like to just mention one small incident from Ramcharitmanas, that when Prabhu Sri Ramchandra ji was trying to cross the sagar, the ocean, the sea, and he was just worshipping the sea god, and sea god was not appearing. And then after 3 days, he just took out his bow and arrow, and then the sea god appeared. And he asked for forgiveness, requested for forgiveness. And then Ramchandra ji, of course, forgave him. And he told about the way to Sri Lanka. But then he asked, Ramchandra ji asked the sagar or sea god a question. कि प्रभु, सब कुछ तो ठीक है, मैंने आपको क्षमा भी कर दिया, लेकिन what should I do with this arrow which is now on the bow? मैं इस बाण का क्या करूं जो कि धनुष पे चढ़ चुका है? कहाँ इसे संधान करूं? Where I should shoot the arrow? I have to shoot it. Then the sea god suggested that, Prabhu, no one can tolerate the power of your arrow. But around, he told some distance, I am forgetting that, but in easterly direction, there is one mountain, that is Dhumraketu. You can shoot the arrow there, and only Dhumraketu can tolerate the power of your arrow. And Dhumraketu, that means smoke emitting mountain. And if you see from Rameshwaram, and India has only one volcano, Mount Barren Island. It is just in easterly direction in Andaman Nicobar Islands. And so we knew 7,000 years back also that we had a volcano, Dhumraketu, and which was discovered in 1887, and the Britishers took all the credit. And I'm sure that Goswami Tulsidas or Maharshi Valmiki never visited Mount Barren Island. Rest alone the Rameshwaram also. But they wrote about that. That means we had this great mind power that met science and technology at that time. They traveled through their mind power. And this mind meeting the technology is known to us since ancient times. We know about the Parkaya Pravesh technique or technology by Adi Shankaracharya, through which he defeated Mandan Misra, the disciple of Kumaril Bhatt, to establish Advait Vad in India. So we had all these ancient technologies, ancient science, ancient engineering, but somehow, somewhere down the line, through a prolonged wave of slavery or colonialism, we forgot all these things. We degenerated. But when our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi, just recently said in November that we have to completely decolonize by 2035, and we have to decolonize this 200 years of colonization, then why he is talking about that? Because we were liberated in 1947, but this wave of colonization started in 1835 by Lord Macaulay, which destroyed our culture, which destroyed our ancient wisdom, which destroyed our ancient ways of learning. But we have a tradition where learning goes from not only cradle to grave, but learning goes from womb to tomb. Some of you might have studied Mahabharata, where you would have read about Abhimanyu learning the art of penetrating Chakravyuh while he was in the womb of his mother Subhadra. So we had this power of mind-beating technology, science, and now, when in 1951, IIT Kharagpur was established, as said by PanIIT Alumni chairman, on Hisley detention camp. That Hisley was the symbol of colonization. And IIT Kharagpur was established on the site of Hisley detention camp, and this was the first demolition of colonialism in India. And where now IIT growth story is there, which is transforming India again, which is transforming India and driving India towards Viksit Bharat by or before 2047. As per a IIT Delhi report in 2026 itself, around 2,500 IIT alumni all over the world are startup founders. They are creating more than 480,000 jobs directly. And we had some of the best CEOs in the world like Sundar Pichai, Arvind Krishna, N. Narayan Murthy, Nandan Nilekani, Bansal Brothers, and you name one and he or she is from PanIIT, he or she is from IIT. So this is IIT transforming India towards Viksit Bharat 2047. We had the pleasure of the presence of Professor Sukumar Misra, Director of IIT ISM Dhanbad, Professor Venkapaya R. Desai, Director of IIT Dharwad, and Professor Mahendra Madhavan Garu, Dean from IIT Hyderabad. So, a big round of applause for all the three gentlemen here present. And the anchor has already given the introduction, and she enumerated one shlok also. I would like to start with one shlok that Vanani dahto vahne sakha bhavati maruta, Vanani dahto vahne sakha bhavati maruta, saev deepnashaya krishe kasyasti sohridam. That means when a fire engulfs the forest, the wind helps it. But the same wind puts out a little lamp. That means that weaks can't even get help also. Only the strong get the help, all the help. And we have seen this in the case of Maduro, the president of Venezuela, and what happened with him. And Venezuela could not get even the help of anyone. Statements were there from Russia, China, each and everyone, but no one came to help him. So we have to be strong, as our Prime Minister says, that we have to be Atmanirbhar Bharat, Agrani Bharat, Atulya Bharat, and IITs are doing all this transformation. So my first question to Professor Sukumar Misra, the champion of sustainable development, electrical engineer, and founder of one startup also, Silo Solution Private Limited, which is in the field of renewable energy. Sir, you are a champion of smart grid technology, and our Prime Minister also says that one sun, one world, one grid. So how do you like to see this statement, and how is your take about the smart grid solutions for India?
Thank you for giving this opportunity. Before going directly to the smart grid technology, as already told by the chairman of PanIIT, T stands for technology. If we see the educational degree that India gives from long, maybe 50 years ago, we were giving BSc engineering bracketed. Then we migrated to BE, Bachelor of Engineering, and then we migrated to BTech. So if you also see, during your initial introduction, you have mentioned many a times a word which is analogous to knowledge. Even the MC, she was also mentioning about the knowledge, and you have also mentioned about Indian knowledge system. Now, if you look, the Hindi translation of knowledge is Gyan, and the Hindi translation of science is Vigyan. So in Gyan, there are 2 letters. In Vigyan, there are 3 letters. This B, which is prefixed to Gyan, what is the meaning of that? Because this Vigyan as a word exists since long. Even from our ancient time, if you see, we have Vigyanmaya Kosh, and those things are mentioned in the yogic term. B, according to me, is the analysis of the Gyan. And this analysis should be done in the language of the community which they understood. So there are certain Gyan in our ancient system. Now if I can analyze that in the language of a scientist, then it will be termed as Vigyan. If I analyze that in terms of a sociologist, then it will be a social reform. If I do that in terms of a philosopher, then it will be a philosophy. So the language in which you are analyzing is important, and hence we need to convert our ancient knowledge, whatever is there, into the terminology of the scientist, and hence it will be converted to Vigyan. And only Vigyan cannot do anything for a country unless otherwise we convert the Vigyan to vitamin M. M stands for money. So the conversion of Vigyan, that is applied science, which is engineering, to the money part is technology. Therefore, if you see, the migration in the country has happened from the science to applied science to little bit more engineering, and then finally to technology. And at that time, our visionaries, leaders, has thought about this term technology and has rightly put the word Indian Institute of Technology. Once you are into a technological system, then you will be in a competitive market. Till you are in science, you are in competitive knowledge base. But when you convert it to technology, you are into a competitive market. And when you enter to a market, like we go into a market and we purchase commodity, this science engineering thing which you have converted to a commodity now, a product now, is to be standing in the market space as a competitive product. Like you purchase vegetable, maybe tomato, potato and those things, and you take the good one, same thing you will face. And hence, we have to venture into that domain as a technological expert. Now I will come to his question, which is the smart grid technology. If you see, grid exists before, will exist in future, and also existing today. And this smart is an adjective which has been added to the grid. And smartness differ from person to person. When I am seeing one human being, I am telling that he or she a smart guy. Now, that person when sees to someone else, may not say that he is a smart guy. So it is a relative aspect. That is why we need to understand also the greed, what we term as smart, should be acceptable to our country. Need not to follow exactly somebody else who has done it. So, according to me, we should divide that into two parts. One for the nation building, another for getting vitamin M from outside, which is our export. And in that context, when we look and we want to make something smarter and smartest, in that the acceptance is most important, and acceptance is having two components. One, beautification, second, technology. If you something give in a keypad and you give something in a touch screen, maybe work-wise both of them are identical, but the beautification exists in the touch screen. Therefore, we must also learn how to make ourselves handsome and beautiful so that we will be sellable in the market, and that is what the smart grid is.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You have beautifully enumerated the concept of smart grid, and before that, Gyan and Vigyan. It is said that na chor haryam, na raj haryam, na bhratribhajyam, na cha bharkari. Na chor haryam, na cha raj haryam, na bhratribhajyam, na cha bharkari. Ve krite vardhate sarvatha vidyadhanam sarvapradhanam. The thieves cannot steal it, kings cannot snatch it. It cannot be divided into brothers and sisters. It carries no weight. And it only grows when you donate it, when you distribute it. And that is why knowledge or education is the greatest asset, greatest wealth. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now we come to Professor Venkapaiah R. Desai. And he has been an acclaimed civil engineer, a champion of sustainable development, and on water resources, integrated water management, and a PhD from Clemson University, South Carolina, USA. And sir, we are living in a water-stressed country. Actually, 2/3 of India is water-stressed, and we had a report just some 3 months back in Nature Sustainability that 5 of our mega cities, that is Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Bengaluru, and Kolkata, are sinking to the tune of 4 millimeter per year, and somewhere it is 20 millimeter, 30 millimeter also per year due to extraction of groundwater. So what is solution for India, sir? Because we need water also, so we have to use water also, but then how can we say optimize this and how can we sustain it?
धन्यवाद अमिताभ रंजन जी, and धन्यवाद, that is thanks to the organizers for giving this opportunity on this special day, which already in the previous session it happens to be Antarashtriya Mahila Divas, as well as it's a Sunday, that is a second Sunday in the month of March. So we all know that how important is water. Even on the earth's surface, nearly 78-79% is covered with water bodies, mostly seas or oceans. Even in our own, within our body also, nearly around the similar percentage of water, similar percentage is covered with water. So here, what I would like to bring to this one is, see the Western, that is practice of the water management, wherein, like say, our wastewater engineering. And in fact, there are Sanskrit word for wastewater is dushta jala, that means cruel water. So here what we do is just, I have been thinking on these lines, and so hopefully maybe in the next maybe few years or at least maybe 5 to 10 years, we will be able to achieve this one. Like say, for example, when we go in our design, our shauchalaya in English is called water closet, WC. And here what we do is, from any animal, including human beings, when the waste gets released, it has the least volume. But to add mobility, the first principle of environmental conservation, that is reduce, recycle, reuse, and of course now it is also added with the retrofit. So here, but in the developed countries, they have a very strict mechanism, implementation mechanism. Because of that, they do not release either partially treated or untreated wastewater directly into the water bodies, which unfortunately, we may be doing that in very sporadic locations, whereas in general, in our country, most of our water bodies are polluted, and then added to that is, I would like to say, like we are, in general, the old superstitions have been replaced by new superstitions. Like say, I would say, we have in the name of development, we go for concrete roads, which are impervious. So they bring a disconnect or divorce between Bhujal, the surface water, and Antarjal, the groundwater. So this needs to be addressed at this one. So there are certain examples. So like say many that is these days the modern buildings, they have a dual pipeline system, wherein for drinking and cooking, the per capita human need is 10 LPCD, 10 liters per capita per day. Highest quality of water is needed. So that is done through this one. For that there is a separate pipeline. Whereas for all other purposes, it is the wastewater which is treated and reused. So if we do that, then obviously it is, we can definitely do that. I will give some examples, the best examples globally. So Singapore is a city country located on equator, and about 40-45 years back, they started what is known as new water. NEW capital and ATER small. That means domestic wastewater is carried through deep sewerage tunnels to a reservoir, that is the underground reservoir, and there it is purified to to drinking water quality standards, as enunciated by World Health Organization, Vishwa Arogya Samstha or WHO, or in our country it is BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards. And so that time they started with just 2.5%, because otherwise लोग पूछ सकते अरे आप क्या हमको गटर के पानी पिला रहे हो? So therefore, the Singapore, the leadership, the political leadership, President, Prime Minister, in such huge congregations, they used to say, this is new water. I have full faith in its quality, so I am going to drink it. So these kinds of, that is the confidence building measures for the general public, they started. And now they have reached a stage wherein this new water constitutes 40% of their, that is a water source. They call it as a fifth tap. Rainwater, river water, ground, new concept which started with 2.5%, it has reached 40%, means it is 16 times. That is the one example. And another one among the floating bodies, I'm sure all of you may be knowing about Netherlands, the Netherlands. And in fact, I very well remember a Dutch friend of mine, whom during my the final days of PhD, he asked me one day, Mr. Desai, do you know the meaning of the word nether in my country's name? I said, I don't know. Then he enlightened me, the word nether comes from the Sanskrit word nicha, which means topographically low-lying. And earlier it was known as Holland. In between there is a sea, and to the east of sea is Holland, to the west of sea is England. So what they did was actually, they on first prerequisite is maintaining the water quality in the flowing, that is streams, that is rivers, streams, nala, whatever it is. And then building the dikes, the surface level or subsurface level, so that actually do not allow the water from the river to directly join into sea or ocean. And here, what this one is, because what happens is, see, sea or oceans, it is only the water evaporates, not the salts. That is why with every passing year, the salinity in sea or sea water or ocean water will increase. So here, this water is made to get stored upstream of a surface or subsurface dike. And then there will be another wall which is perpendicular to the dikes along the river course, the stream course, wherein on one side of that one, it divides the river course, and then on one side there will be river water, and on the other side there will be sea water. And there will be a little bit of level difference, and using this level difference, some tidal power is also generated. So these kinds of one, and if you all, I'm sure many of you might have had the one opportunity to visit the Netherlands. So there actually it is the best example for water-related infrastructure. And in fact, in our country it was there during Adi Shankaracharya's time, that is in the 7th or 8th century. So there was no the urbanization problem was not there. Like say our former president, APJ Abdul Kalam ji, he was telling Pura, that means providing urban infrastructure in rural areas. So that kind of thing, we need to achieve that. And without taking much time, so there are, I would like to mention, see, our country can only be compared with China. We cannot compare with the US, because US is thrice in terms of area, whereas 1/4 in terms of population. So the Janasandrata or population density is 1/12 of ours. And Canada is 10% more in area as compared to US, and the population is 10% of US. So therefore Canada is 120 times less populated than ours. And Russia is even less populated. In our country, if the distance between two neighboring villages is 100 or 150 meters, whereas in Russia it is that many kilometers, 100 to 150 kilometers. So we can only compare with China. And just I would like to give the example, this one, of two animals. See, there are two animals. The first is the earthworm, which represents maximum responsibility and minimum freedom. When it rains, it just connects the surface with this one, and then it generates vermicompost. So that is the example of earthworm, maximum freedom, minimum responsibility. On the other hand, there is another animal, this one, that is fly insect, that is mosquito, which represents maximum freedom and minimum responsibility. Unfortunately, due to various our loopholes in our system, and then our inability to implement things properly, and so because the Indian system, more or less it represents mosquito. So we should move from mosquito to earthworm.
Thank you.
That is, from with these we can definitely do that. And in fact, I will end with the first shloka of Ishavasyopanishad, which says, Tena Ishavasya midam sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Tena tyaktena bhunjitha magrata kasya svidhanam. That means there is what is known as sustainable consumption. Our consumption, that is our demand, should be on par with our supply. Only then we will be able to achieve this. And I am sure with so many these indigenous things coming up and all that, as one, we and even in Rig Veda there is another shloka which is quoted in all the books of Bharatiya Vidyabhavan. That is Ano Bhadra Kratavo Yantu Vishwata. That means let noble thoughts come from all possible directions. So I am sure definitely within the next maybe 10 to 15 years we will be able to achieve this. So this is my hope and So I'm sure each one of us will be able to contribute in our own way, individually as well as collectively as well as institutionally.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving a comprehensive analysis of water situation and giving the global examples of Netherlands, China, Russia, Singapore, and this minimum freedom, maximum responsibility principle of earthworm. And in fact, sir, we have 71% of the ocean, but even ocean can't drink its own water. We are in Hyderabad, so we cannot end without a shairi that I would like to recite one shairi from Rahat Indori that मैंने अपनी खुश्क आंखों से लहू छलका दिया, मैंने अपनी खुश्क आंखों से लहू छलका दिया, एक समंदर कह रहा था मुझको पानी चाहिए, एक समंदर कह रहा था मुझको पानी चाहिए. So even an ocean cannot drink its own water because it is so saline. So we have been allotted only 30 minutes, so I would come to the last question for Professor Mahendra Madhavan Garu from IIT Hyderabad. So, sir, actually IIT Hyderabad being established in 2008, but it has scaled the ladder of, say, ranking so swiftly, so fast, and it is now one of the topmost IITs, one of the topmost institutions. So it is where innovation is meeting the transformation. So can you highlight some of the aspects how IIT Hyderabad is moving or growing up the ladder so swiftly, so fast?
Thank you, sir, for this nice question. Typically, IITs that started way back in 1950 started as a teaching school. So at that time, there was a need for good quality engineers. So IIT started only as a BTech program. We specialized in, focusing on curriculum development and producing good quality engineers, both for the nation as well as for the global audience. Closer. But now IITs are no longer a teaching school. IITs are known for innovation, research, and things like that. So unlike the first 5 IITs that started way back in the 50s and 60s, when IIT Hyderabad got the mandate, we did something very different. We started off with research. So we started off with a PhD program, and then we started an MTech program, and then we started a BTech program. So that means that IITs typically mean Indian Institute of Technology, but what we think, and our director keeps saying that is, IIT stands for Invention and Innovation in Technology for Humanity. The H stands for Hyderabad. So that is how we treat it as IITs just towards technology development. So we are no longer a teaching school, we are also one of the leading institutions for research and development. And this is also reflected in the type of students that we have. So typically every IITs will have a predominant number of people towards BTechs and very less towards MTech and PhD. But whereas in IIT Hyderabad we have 60% of our students, we have close to 5,800 students. So 60% of 5,800 students, more than 3,000 are focusing on PhDs as well as masters, and the remaining 40% is towards BTechs. So that way our emphasis is more on research, development, how to make India a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Technology is a key player, and IIT Hyderabad want to position itself as a force for good. But having said that, we have some challenges also to go forward because we are progressing at a faster pace. So because Hyderabad is located in a very good location, we have a lot more students who are coming in. We are growing at a tremendous pace. But at the same time, we have challenges in terms of resources, because the typical resource that we get for IITs is based on the internal revenue generation, where the BTech students pay fees. Right? That fees is basically our income in some sense, on top of which the government is giving few things. But for us, since a majority of the students are going to be MTechs and PhDs, in addition to recruiting them, we have to pay money for them, which means that we'll be spending more and more money towards a PhD student will require 37,000 rupees per month, and MTech students requires around 12,500. So all these things are disbursement money. So at the same time, the number of students that we intake for BTechs is also low. So there is a comparison that I just made, since Desai sir was telling more about other countries. We need to compare only with China. So if you look at the amount of GDP they spend towards R&D, their GDP is around 2.7%, whereas we spend around 0.66. So if we have to truly achieve Viksit Bharat, we need oxygen. Without oxygen, we cannot our fuel to proceed forward. So there is a lot more focus should be placed on fueling that growth. The growth should be based on more investment in R&D so that we can quickly reach Viksit Bharat by 2047. But that does not mean that it has to completely come only from the government. Right? There are a lot of industries that can play a vital role. For example, the government of India has, 2% of your income from industries have to be spent for CSR, which is corporate social responsibility. But unfortunately, that income money is not spent majority for R&D. The government actually has given a mandate that the money that is spent for R&D can also be claimed as CSR fund, through which we can support a lot of research and activities. But most of the time that goes to various activities which will not be beneficial. Sometimes they may be socially okay, but IIT Hyderabad request is to make sure that that money has to come to R&D so that we can proceed forward. And IIT Hyderabad also has got 80G certificate, which means that 100% of the money that is given to IIT Hyderabad is tax waived. So we are thankful to the government of India for giving us that tax exemption. So we'd be happy to, use the money in the rightful way. And we thank, the audience for giving me an opportunity. And we also wanted to, do you have some more time? Do you have some more time? So we are concluding, right? So I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity, and since this is March 31st, if there is any contacts that you have towards IIT Hyderabad and you wanted to donate towards CSR activities, we'd be very happy to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for highlighting the growth story of IIT Hyderabad and also the need for more investment in research and development and ways and means how to fund this through CSR and other activities. So I would like to conclude, and for all of India, the whole world is looking to us, and for the whole IITs, I would like to just conclude with a share that उन्हें गुमा था मेरी उड़ान कुछ कम है, उन्हें गुमा था मेरी उड़ान कुछ कम है, मुझे यकीन है ये आसमान कुछ कम है, मुझे यकीन है ये आसमान कुछ कम है. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, our esteemed panelists, for engaging in an insightful discussion. Thank you so much. And now, to felicitate our guests on stage, firstly, moderator Sri Amitabh Ranjan ji, I request General Secretary Ashok Garu to please come and join us on stage and felicitate Sri Amitabh Ranjan ji. I request our chairman, Sri Prabhat ji, to please come up onto the dais to felicitate Professor Sukumar Mishra. I request Ashok ji to please stay back on stage for a group picture. Felicitating Professor Sukumar Mishra is Chairman PanIIT, Mr. Prabhat. And to felicitate Professor Venkapayar Desai Garu, I request Sudhakar Gandeji to please come and join us on stage. I request all of you to please remain on stage, sir, for a group picture. And to felicitate Professor Mahendra Kumar Madhavan, I request Sri Sami Reddy Garu to please join us on stage. Sri Sami Reddy. Dr. Anjana Matta, I request you to please felicitate Professor Mahendra Kumar Madhavan, Dean IIT Hyderabad. And now, if I may request Ashok ji, Prabhat ji, and Sudhakar ji to please join us for a group picture. As we quickly move on to the second session, that's healthcare transformation in India. We have a very special person joining us for the next session, and that's about the healthcare transformation in India. We've seen a lot of changes in healthcare, especially in India, past 2 decades. And to throw some more light on this, I request Sri Sunil Kumar Barnwalji, IAS, CEO, National Health Authority, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to please join us on stage. Sri Sunil Kumarji is a 1997 batch Indian Administrative Service Officer. He is the top ranked #1 of his batch, serving as the CEO of the National Health Authority. Well, some leaders definitely follow the system, but few redefine it with dedication and perfection. And our next dignitary is known for his unwavering commitment, sharp vision, and a work ethic that inspires everyone around him. A true perfectionist who believes that excellence is not an act, but a habit. He is the strategist making healthcare for all and a reality through the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Ayog Yojana, the world's largest government-funded health insurance assurance program, and the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, India's national digital health ecosystem built on the digital public infrastructure approach. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome on stage Sunil Kumar Barnwalji. A hearty welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much for introducing me, and very good morning to all of you. All the participants here, the organizers of this event, distinguished organizer from PanIIT, and all the supporting organizations. Indeed, it's a big privilege for me to be present here and discuss with you some of the things which is happening in this country. And let me also tell you, though I'm also from IIT, Dhanbad, though I left it long back to join IAS, where you hardly use technology many a times. Fortunately, I also became Additional Secretary Higher Education before joining CEO National Health Authority. And that time I could see the higher education ecosystem in which IITs do operate. There is a lot to be done, and there is huge expectation from the citizens towards us, and I think we must actually raise ourselves to fulfill that expectation. When I joined as CEO National Health Authority, I found India is actually at the juncture where huge transformation is going to take place. And it's already taking place in some sense. All we have to do is to become active partner in this transformation. When I say it is happening primarily because of the technology. And if you just see where are we and where do we want to move, I think there is a huge learning which we are looking at. Just think of a citizen. Today, every one of us do need health care. We do go to hospitals. We will get sick. And every time you go to a hospital, actually you have a separate episodic treatment. So there is one citizen, and every time you go to the facility, you have a separate identity. And Hyderabad is the hub of medical institutions. You'll see you go to one hospital, they will give you a UHID. So you are stuck to that hospital. Next time, you land up with another hospital or a doctor, you get another UHID. So how many times you will keep these identity, whereas you know you have the same body which has to be actually treated in different facilities. Now, as of now, we have just this situation where there is one citizen having multiple health identity and there is no continuity. And if there is no continuity, actually you end up paying more. How do you end up paying more? You go to the next hospital next time, they will get every test done again. They may or may not use the previous record which you might be carrying in your bag, and it could be voluminous, and probably they will not or they may not actually look at those records. So why does it happen? Actually, it happens because we are not empowered, not holding the whole record at our fingertips. Now, so if you just think of one patient, which is a beneficiary of, let's say, government health programs, will get one time maybe Prime Minister National Dialysis Program, then viral hepatitis control program, and the third which I deal with is the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. So every time you will have an identity. It is actually a very fragmented way of handling the healthcare. It not just gives you episodic treatment, it is also compromising on the quality of healthcare, and mainly because the next doctor doesn't know the previous history, which has huge repercussion on the next treatment you get. You end up paying high, so there is a high, out-of-pocket expenditure, and ultimately, every time you go and tell your name, you go and tell your age, sex, and many things they ask, there is a huge chances of error. And that happens many a times, which actually creates the whole healthcare system in India highly fragmented. Now, what is the opportunity we have? In fact, the data which shows is National Health Account, which does a yearly survey. An individual, out of the total health expenditure they do, 64% is borne by the individual. Out of the total health expenditure which happens in the treatment of a person for the country. And fortunately, good part is it has reduced, and mainly the reason has been some of the government programs, and one of the important program is the Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. Now, I'm going to talk about something which is waiting for us and the opportunity which the technology provides. We all know the success of India stack in the digital space. India is one of the countries which has all the three core DPI, digital public infrastructure, and we have seen the success of it. We remember before 2009, people used to struggle to prove who they are. Every time you go to the bank, you go to any registration office, they will ask you this identity, that identity, and there were large number of people who had no identity. And fortunately, from there we moved to a situation where everyone has a digital identity. And probably no country in the world has got every citizen to get a digital identity. This is what we actually leapfrogged from no identity to a digital identity. And similarly, we created another payment layer, and finally the data layer, which that DAPA framework, which MIT has developed. We have actually used it, and this is what you see in form of UPI. So UPI government did not do much for developing an application. Actually, what it did is it created the backbone. It created the identity layer, it created the payment layer and the data exchange layer. With these, actually we have got benefited by the whole transaction system which we are witnessing. Now the same thing is happening in the healthcare. What it is happening is, now again we have created a foundation. We have created a digital public infrastructure in the form of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. And when I say digital mission, it is nothing but we have created the infrastructure, not the database or something like that. What we did is we created 3 registries. In any healthcare system, who all are the major stakeholders? Primarily is the patient, So we have created one registry which is called ABHA registry, Ayushman Bharat Health Account ID, and that ABHA ID uniquely identifies the patient, which we all are. So we are supposed to give to every citizen this health ID. And today we have almost 86 crore citizens having this ID. The second very important registry is actually registry of health facilities. After all, you go to a hospital or to a pharmacy or to a laboratory to get healthcare services. If these facilities can be uniquely identified and given a verified credential in form of identity, you can easily actually use for exchange of information. And the third important stakeholder is the health professional, which are doctors, nurses, allied health professionals, and therefore the third registry deals with the health professional register. Now these three registry actually helps us identify exactly the stakeholder in the healthcare delivery. And these registry are leveraged to run three gateways. And these gateways are health information exchange gateway, where a person or with his or her consent can share the previous health record to the new facilities. Similarly, it can also be used for claim settlement in case of health insurance or even in the government assurance programs. And third, which is very important, which we are looking forward to, and it is going to be in future, is the unified health interface. The way we had unified payment interface, and nobody knew before 2016 that it will be so convenient, and it was such a thing. Within few years we started using, as if today we can't imagine we were living without UPI. Same thing is likely to happen with these foundations which we have created, to have a unified health interface where a patient should be in the center. He can actually discover the doctor of his need, specialties of his need, hospital of his need, maybe even the blood bank, ambulance, pharmacies, etc. So this is the facility which we are creating. Now, going forward, just to give you the idea how it is, the Government of India programs for Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, and I think Prabhatji was mentioning in his inaugural speech that how such a huge volume of which is more than 60 crore of individuals, and these are beneficiary of this scheme. Already around 11.6 crore patients have been treated, and their treatment histories are with us. If we can just anonymize this data becomes huge asset for us to run any AI models, and probably it can create huge intelligence. And actually, we can actually do the disease profiling of different regions in the country. We can actually predict many of the diseases before it breaks, and similarly many more. We are running through several hospitals, and just to give you an idea, we have spent about 1,72,000 crores in last 7 years. Similarly, when I come for the digital mission, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, I have already told there are 3 registries, and this becomes the single source of truth. And therefore, it is something which again and again you don't have to verify. You don't have to prove your identity as a patient. You don't have to identify yourself as a hospital or a pharmacy, or you don't have to identify yourself as a professional. So with these, it is happening. One good point of part of this is there is no storage of data. Like National Health Authority doesn't have any storage, doesn't make any central repository of data. What happens with the data which gets created? Actually, it remains where it is created. Either it is created in the hospital, it is created in the facility, or like pharmacy, laboratories, or it is linked with the patient Abha ID, so a patient can see on his mobile through any of the personal health record applications. And when I say PHR applications, it need not be government application. There are hardly one government application. There are so many private applications. So what we have done is, we have built the railroads, and now we are allowing private sector to innovate and run trains over it. This is what happened in case of UPI. We created the backbone, and only one application Government of India created was the BHIM application, which hardly many of us may be using. But there are so many private applications. They all talk to each other because it is all interoperable environment. So we have created open, interoperable, federated architecture for healthcare delivery. And with these, I think if we see the data, already 86 crore people have the identity, 89 crore health records are linked. So these people can see their health records on their mobile. They can share the record to the next hospitals they visit. And similarly, we have facilities like and the professionals who are registered on the registry. Now, coming to the how it is empowering this. Actually, if you see the Ayushman Bharat scheme, this is one scheme which runs end-to-end on an IT platform. There is no manual intervention, and that is why we have built such a robust platform where identity, empanelment, transactions all takes place through the system. And this is why it is enabling us also to run several applications. We have started running for last 2 years the anti-fraud applications, which actually deals with all the data, compares any new claim data with the existing ones, and comes out with possible frauds, which once gets confirmed, of course, there are means to deal with it. And just to give you idea, in last 2 years, we could save about 630 crores by actually preventing these frauds to happen. And this data is just a number, but it also gives a system which has been built, and it is helping us using the technology. Another point which is happening because of the technology is also to process these claims automatically. The issue is, once we go digital, if we create digital health records, if we submit claims using health management information system, there is hardly any risk of fraud, and such cases can be auto-adjudicated, and this we have started. Now come to the same patient who had several identity. Now is the patient with one identity, and now interacts with so many healthcare providers, which could be clinic, which could be government program for vaccination, which could be diagnosis, radiology, anything. So now you have converted multiple identity to one identity, converged all facilities on a patient as a center, and that is how even the patient gets empowered. And the same thing is going to happen, as I said, in case of UPI, similar thing, there are many applications which has come up as a PHR application, like Abha app, Arogya Setu, Briefcase, Paytms, where patients can have the health records on the mobile app. So this is how it is now. Once we make the interoperable system, all gets connected. Now from a fragmented healthcare, we have moved to a connected or integrated healthcare. This is what empowers the patient. This is what makes a longitudinal health history for the patient. And this, if you see, with these many developers, like many of you could be application developers, integrators, who could actually work on these foundation, building an application layer, and many more like personal health record, HMIS, laboratory management information system, even insurance for claim settlement. In fact, yesterday only we had a hackathon on National Health Claim Exchange at IIT Hyderabad, and we saw there is huge potential how the digital records will make health claim settlement much easier, much objective and very transparent, which will also help in customize the premium for different insurance. After all, if you are healthy and you seem to be very conscious of your health, why should you be paying higher premium? The point is, these are the possibility which is arising out of the technology, and this, once we move to the connected healthcare, once we have the data addresses which is lying across different health system, but has a possibility of sharing, there is another layer which is coming up, which is of developing application, more so for artificial intelligence, and this is what is happening. In fact, many of the AI applications are coming on this. Recently, I saw now the smartphone, you can actually, by taking picture of the eye, can predict whether he or she has a cataract or diabetic retinopathy. Similarly, there are applications which has come up by using mobile phone, by understanding the thermal images, can predict oral cancer, breast cancers, and by this you can actually detect these diseases much before it actually takes severe forms. So that way you are ensuring early detection, many times actually also promoting preventive health care. So this is a possibility which has come up, and more AI applications will be developed. The challenge with the health AI is most of the applications are, models are trained on a foreign data. When we apply to the Indian context, we are not very sure how good it is, though they claim very high efficacy. And that is why we developed an open benchmarking platform with the help of IIT Kanpur. We launched it during the AI Impact Summit. And in that Impact Summit, this is the platform where any new health AI solutions can be tested and benchmarked. And thereafter, it is option to the hospital and the doctors to use which application to use. Because tomorrow you are going to have several AI applications for the same disease. Now, which one works better in which geography, which genetic pool, and this is what IIT Kanpur will do in collaboration with NHA, and this is in form of, giving a trusted, evidence-based, responsible AI deployment at population scale. Similarly, we are now also, doing all health analytics for preventive health care. One more point I want to mention here is, in the AI Summit, we also released a strategy for AI in healthcare for India, SAHI. This is something which is going to be very important when we use AI in healthcare. Unlike education, unlike maybe even financial sector or agriculture, where the loss because of the not good use of AI can be limited. Here in case of health, it could be life. And therefore, it is highly sensitive, and we need to be actually having a good guardrails on which we apply AI on population scale. There are so many AI applications which is being implemented at pilot level, but if we want to apply at a population scale, they must follow certain guardrails which ensures trustworthiness, confidence, responsible metrics for AI if it goes wrong, and also it should be inclusive. It should not create exclusion. It should not work like a bias. And therefore, in case of use of health AI, we need to have this, guardrails which we have done in form of a strategy paper which we released. And this is the framework, governance framework which it provides for health AI. With these, I think what we have done today is the foundation on which several applications will run. Now, from fragmented healthcare, by digitization and creating electronic health records, we are moving to connected healthcare, and by application of emerging technology like AI, actually we are moving towards the intelligent healthcare. Now the aim is not to get people to the hospital, not to provide best quality treatment, which is anyway needed. The aim is more and more people should not go to the hospital. Let them be more healthy by having more predictive healthcare, promotive healthcare, and by having early detection of something which is going to happen with his body. I must say the whole health cost or the health economics also works the same way. If you get cancer detected at the first stage, the cost of treatment is just 1/4 if you are detected at third stage. And this is possible now with the application of technology by having more solutions by which there is a possibility of mass screening. Now our frontline ASA workers, if she is enabled with a solution which helps her to segregate the patient, it will be a huge benefit to the healthcare system. Today, a frontline worker treats every symptoms more or less same. If you have a fever, she will treat you just like a normal fever. But it could be typhoid, it could be some another viral or any other things. With the application of technology, with the solutions coming in her hand, she can actually segregate the patient, and maybe the severe patient need to be treated at a higher center. And it will be also good for the hospital and the specialist that they get the right patient, not the volume of patient, but the right patient, and they reach at right time to the right center. With these, I think the healthcare in India is going to transform in time to come. The challenge before us to onboard more and more hospitals, more and more professionals on this platform. So we know in India the scale is the problem. Working on the technology, creating the architecture, making the foundation is not the problem which we have done. The challenge is to get more hospitals, more pharmacies, more laboratories onboarded, and let people of India start demanding digital health records. Why are we not asking the hospital that why are you giving us the paper? You give us on Aadhaar ID, I can see on my mobile. Now the labs are giving you records on WhatsApp. Why are they not linking it with the Aadhaar ID so that I can actually make the longitudinal health record how my diabetes has moved over a period of time? How did I do well on different parameters by having the longitudinal records? So this is something which is in the interest of everyone. The need is we need to wake up to see the potential and the opportunities which the technology has provided and use it for making the healthcare intelligent healthcare, preventive healthcare, and also the cost-effective healthcare. With these words, I thank you all for giving me this opportunity and sharing the experience and the foundations we are creating. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sunil Kumar ji, for taking us through so effortlessly and flawlessly. I request you to please remain on stage, sir, for a felicitation. And for the felicitation, let me request Praveen Kumar ji, board member PanIIT, to please do the honors. So ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Sunil Kumar Barnwal taking us through wonderfully, effortlessly about the health sector development in India. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you so much. Well, moving on to our next session, I request our speakers to be a little brief as we would like to stick to our schedule as we are already late. A small request on behalf of the organizing committee. Thank you. And now, let's move on to the next session, and a very, very special person. She is a pride of India, I must say, and we are also proud to have her, especially on a very special day, a Women's Day. Science is not just about innovation, it is about vision, courage, determination to strengthen a nation's future. Our next speaker is a remarkable personality who has contributed immensely to India's scientific, strategic capabilities. Known as the Missile Woman of India, she represents the perfect blend of brilliance, dedication, and patriotism. Through her work in science and technology, she has played a vital role in advancing India's defense strength and technological sovereignty. Strengthening a nation is not only about borders, she says, but also about the power of science and strategy. So, ladies and gentlemen, to take us through a special session on science, strategy, and sovereignty, let me welcome on stage the pride of our nation, Dr. Tessie Thomas, former Director, DRDO, Vice Chancellor, NICHE, Kanyakumari. A very warm welcome to you on stage, ma'am. Hearty welcome to you. I think definitely, every day we all need a big round of applause, but today it is Women's Day and we need to hear it a little louder. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me to start with a happy Women's Day to all of you. The great personalities here, I think women is sitting at home, doesn't make a difference. Happy Women's Day to all of you. Respected dignitaries, distinguished members of PanIIT Alumni, leaders from government, industry, academia, and innovators shaping the technological future of Bharat, my greetings to all of you. It is indeed a privilege to participate in this distinguished summit, where the brightest minds of the country come together to deliberate on ideas that will shape India's technological trajectory in the decades ahead. The theme of today's summit, everything what is under the technology, AI-led transformation for Vikasit Bharat, is both timely as well as profound. I am really happy to be here speaking on the topic science, strategy, and the sovereignty. Throughout history, technological superiority has been defining factor in the national security. In earlier centuries, it was metallurgy, navigation, and mechanical engineering. In the 20th century, it was about electronics, radar, rocketry, and nuclear technology. But today, in the 21st century, the defining technologies are artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, advanced computing, and intelligent sensing. These technologies are improving defense systems and reshaping the architecture of warfare and the aerospace capability. India's defense and the aerospace journey has been driven by the spirit of strategic self-reliance and the national confidence. Visionary leaders like Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, Professor Satish Dhawan, and Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam recognized this challenge, and their vision was very clear to design, develop its own strategic technologies. When the Integrated Guided Missile Development Program began in the 1980s under the visionary leadership of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the challenge before us was formidable. The nation had limited access to the advanced technologies due to the international technology denial regime. Over the decades, India successfully developed a spectrum of missiles, guidance technologies, propulsion systems, and strategic platforms that establish the credible deterrent capabilities. The true sovereignty today is the technological sovereignty. For example, the successful development of Agni 4 and 5 systems demonstrated the India's capability in the advanced technologies like ring laser-based guidance and navigation systems. Then the highly reliable re-entry vehicle capable of withstanding temperatures above 3,000 to 4,000 degrees centigrade. All these achievements have placed India in the elite club of national achievements in strategic systems. Today, we stand at another scientific inflection point. The next phase of defense aerospace capability will be determined by the advanced propulsion techniques, materials, aerodynamics, and how intelligently our systems can sense, analyze, decide, and respond in real time. That is, the future of defense aerospace will be shaped by AI-enabled intelligent systems. Coming to the artificial intelligence is becoming the central nervous system of modern aerospace platforms. Advanced missiles, aircraft, and unmanned systems today rely on sophisticated algorithms for trajectory optimization, adaptive guidance, target recognition, electronic warfare management, and mission planning, with data from multiple sensors, that's the radar, infrared imaging, satellite feeds, electronic intelligence, and communication networks, so that the decisions are executed within milliseconds. Similarly, in the field of autonomous unmanned aerial systems, instead of a single platform executing a mission, a coordinated swarm of autonomous drones can collaborate, distribute tasks, and adapt dynamically to the operational environment with AI algorithms in place. Another exciting frontier is the integration of AI with space-based defense infrastructure. Satellites are integral to modern defense operations, providing navigation, communication, reconnaissance, and weather monitoring. Again, artificial intelligence allows satellites to autonomously process imagery, detect unusual activities, and prioritize critical data for transmission. The application of AI in defense aerospace is a technological challenge which requires the robust digital infrastructure, high-performance computing capabilities, trusted data ecosystems, and secure communication networks. Equally important is the need for strong collaboration between research institutions, defense laboratories, startups, and industry partners. India has taken significant steps in this direction, initiatives promoting deep tech startups, indigenous semiconductor ecosystems, advanced AI research, and defense innovation corridors are creating a vibrant ecosystem for the next generation defense technologies. Many startups today are working on areas such as autonomous drones, AI-based surveillance systems, electronic warfare technologies, and advanced sensor platforms. And some of the startup and the industry people are here present today. The role of academic institutions, especially institutions like IIT, is equally crucial in this transformation. The IIT ecosystem has consistently contributed to cutting-edge research in the field of machine learning, robotics, aerospace engineering, signal processing, and cyber-physical systems. As we look forward into the future, the convergence of several emerging technologies will redefine defense aerospace systems. AI will combine with quantum computing, advanced materials, hypersonic propulsion, and next-generation communication networks. These technologies together will enable platforms that are smarter, faster, and more resilient than ever before. The true strength of a nation lies in the sophistication of its technologies, along with the vision, values, and determination of its people. India's journey in defense aerospace is a remarkable example of how perseverance, scientific excellence, and national commitment can overcome even the most complex challenges. As we gather here today, some of the finest engineering minds of our country, I'm confident that ideas emerging from forums like this summit will accelerate India's journey towards technological leadership and strategic self-reliance. I can really commit that when we started our work for DRDO for self-reliance way back from 1980s, I think we were truly dependent on the IITs for its research and knowledge potential. So we have learned all through within the country and established within 20 years we started developing systems of indigenous nature and for the country's deterrence. The future of aerospace will be shaped by those who dare to imagine boldly, innovate relentlessly, and collaborate widely. The intelligent systems enhance human capability, strengthen national security, and contribute to a safer and more stable world. The future of India's sovereignty will depend on how effectively we harness the science, innovation, and the talent of our young engineers and scientists. Let us continue to build that future together through science, through innovation, and through the collective intellect of this remarkable community present here, where India stands strong, secure, and technologically sovereign. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for all your inspiring words. Your journey has just proved that science with a vision and with determination can shape the future of a nation. Thank you so much, ma'am. And to felicitate Tessie Thomas Garu, I request our chairman, Prabhat Kumar ji, to join us on stage. May I also request Dr. Sabine Kapasi, CEO, Ropen Health, to please join us on stage as we felicitate her. Because it's Women's Day, we would like to felicitate on behalf of PanIIT India here this morning. So, Dr. Sabine Kapasi, can we have you on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, she is the youngest MBBS student, and I think she definitely deserves a big round of applause. I beg your pardon, youngest to become a surgeon in India, and that is Dr. Kapasi. Dr. Sabine Kapasi, and to do the honors, I request Sunil Kumar Barnwalji to please join us on stage and do the honors. To two beautiful women, ladies and gentlemen, on stage who have inspired in and out and who continue to inspire for the generations to come. And they truly deserve a grand felicitation on the occasion of Women's Day. So thank you, Tessie ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Sabine. Thank you, Sunilji, and thank you, Prabhat Garu, for being on stage. Thank you so much for being on stage, everyone. And as we move on to our next panel session, Powering the Nation Infrastructure and Energy Leadership. A nation's growth is powered not just by ideas, but by the strength of its infrastructure, energy systems, roads, ports, digital networks, and sustainable energy together form the backbone of a thriving economy. Through visionary initiatives like National Infrastructure Pipeline, PM Gati Shakti, and the rapid expansion of renewable energy under the International Solar Alliance, India is building the foundation for a resilient and future-ready nation. To take us through this wonderful, thought-provoking topic, we have our special panelists who are going to join us on stage. Firstly, the moderator of this session, Sri Ganapati Reddy Garu. Can we have you on stage, sir? The man of highways and buildings was one of the topper from JNTU, Hyderabad in 1980. His contribution in the field of roads and buildings, highways span over a period of 45 years. As the managing director of TSE WIDC, Sri Ganapati Reddy is a central figure in Telangana's infrastructure for education, oversees the design construction of schools, residential landscape in 119 constituencies of Telangana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sri Ganapati Reddy Garu on stage. May I also request our another panelist, Sri Abhishek Chanda, Director Vasavi Group, to please join us on stage. Sri Abhishek serves as the Director of Vasavi Group, a powerhouse in the real estate and infrastructure sector. He brings fresh, dynamic perspective to urban development, focusing on creating sustainable and modern living spaces that define the skyline. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sri Abhishek Chanda. We also have with us Sri Baroruchi Mishra, MD, CEO, HQEC. I request him to please join us on stage. Sri Baroruchi Mishra is the Managing Director, CEO of Hindustan Oil Exploration Company with extensive experience in oil and gas exploration. He leads the HQEC's efforts in upstream production, operational efficiency, long-term energy expansion. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sri Mishra. Thank you, sir. Sri Suresh Nagarot, MD, EXYTE India. As the Managing Director of EXYTE India, Sri Suresh is an expert in delivering high-tech facilities for complex industries. His work supports the semiconductor, life sciences and data center sectors, providing the specialized environments required for cutting-edge technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Sri Suresh Nagarotji. Hearty welcome to you, sir, on stage. We also have with us Sri Venkata Gajala, Senior Vice President, Global Head, serving as a Senior Vice President, Global Head of Engineering Services at Tech Mahindra. He oversees a massive global portfolio driving innovation across automotive, aerospace, high-tech manufacturing, and his expertise lies in blending traditional engineering with the power of digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Sri Venkata Gajala Garu. Hearty welcome to you, sir. And now I request Sri Ganapati Reddy Garu to take over the proceedings from here. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all the distinguished IITians gathered here, including today's panel speakers. I just would like to introduce myself. I am I. Ganapati Reddy, not alumni of IIT, but alumni of JNTU Hyderabad, passed out in 1980. and I've been working in government sector for the last 46 years. This May I am completing 46 years in government sector. When it comes to infrastructure, I was associated with National Highway Development as regional officer of NHAI and as engineering chief of state PWD. I was associated with NH development for almost 20 years during the period 2004 to 24. Subsequently, after formation of Telangana state, I headed PWD and developed a lot of buildings, and I was fortunate to have been given the opportunity for such a long time by successive governments. And when it comes to national highway development, as you all know, it was started during the regime of Shri Vajpayee ji. This national highway development, initially the north-south corridor, east-west corridor, golden quadrilateral, later some port connectivity projects, state capital connectivity projects, later expressways, likewise. And this sector has really opened up India to Indians and outsiders as well. And the economic growth of India has been much more because of this highway infrastructure, which has helped in development of other infrastructure and other sectors. And particularly, this growth has been, very rapid during the last 10 years. Though Vajpayee ji started, even subsequent governments also have not neglected, and it has been growing, and today, in fact, during 2014, when there was less than 100 kilometers of expressways, today it is close to 4,000 kilometers of expressways. During 2014, when there were about only 18,000 kilometers of four-lane roads, today it is close to 36,000 kilometers of four-lane roads. Likewise, all the ports have been connected with the National Highway Network, and recent program of Honorable Prime Minister PM Gati Shakti has incorporated all the 7 modes of transport like airways, roadways, waterways, seaports, or logistic parks, waterways, and all these things, railways, all these things are growing in a concerted and coordinated manner, so that the benefit of one sector has been witnessed during these years. And once all these sectors work together and grow together, I think India will really become an eyesore of so many developed countries in the world. With this brief introduction about the highway sector, its growth, I would request our panel speakers to start today's discussion. Thank you. Now I request Sri Abhishek of Vasavi group of builders. They are prominent builders in Hyderabad, and they are old, almost 20-year-old company in building infrastructure. I request Mr. Abhishek to present his view on infrastructure development in Hyderabad.
So, good morning all. I could see the distinguished personalities over here, and it's a very energetic morning to have and been here. It's very nice. So, Abhishek Chanda, Director for Vasavi Group, Hyderabad. Over 25 years, we are into infrastructure and land developments in Hyderabad city. What growth Hyderabad has witnessed over the last couple of decades, it's been phenomenal. And with the kind of initiatives what government is taking up, I could always be of the opinion that what China has witnessed 20 years ago, that we are witnessing today in India and especially cities like Hyderabad. But the only difference between China's growth for infrastructure and our country growth for infrastructure is our infrastructure growth is coupled with digital technology. So today we have got very advanced tools like AI and digital twins, which helps us in visualizing and planning the infrastructure. So for infrastructure planning, always the core should be not a reactive approach, but rather than a reactive approach, it should be a futuristic planning. Like how the new cities should be evolved, they have to be core principle of sustainability and mobility and accessibility. So the government is also taking proactive steps, and the infrastructure is like an engine for the economic development. So the economic development starts with the infrastructure. So I would like to conclude by stating that the infrastructure will grow when there is good government policies and clean energy and logistical hubs. So Hyderabad is going to emerge in that way, and we are also having seen the futuristic cities like fourth city what has been proposed in Hyderabad. It is evolving mostly on the sustainability. Sustainability should be viable is what my opinion is, and also economically it has to be viable rather than inspirational. And with this, we should also look at PPPs in an infrastructure model where the government is having the policy and making the capabilities of the policy, and whereas the private players are having capital and also the execution capabilities. So the government should look at partnering with the PPP models more, so that the infrastructure progress will become more viable. Also, the logistical hubs development, if you can see recently, the more the warehousing and logistic parks have been developed and warehousing has been developed, the country economic activity will also become very good and it will progress. So that is what my take on the infrastructure. And for the coming future generations also, it has to be three major factors. One is it has to be sustainable, it has to be livable, and also mobility is the important factor. Like that, planning will evolve great cities in our city.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. You mentioned three factors: sustainability, livability, and mobility. And to be frank, these factors are not being seriously looked into by both builders and government also. As part of government, I should also take part of this blame. If you see this western part of Hyderabad, I mean, nowadays, 50 floors, 60 floors are being sanctioned. And what is the road infrastructure available? What is the sewerage and water supply infrastructure available? That has to be looked into. And I don't know, in trying to make maximum profit out of the available piece of land, builders are going with proposals, somehow trying and getting permissions. And as it is, during peak hours in high-tech city, there is huge traffic jam. And if all the projects in the pipeline are filled with, offices and habitants, I don't know what will be the fate of this part of city. This has to be seriously looked into, and I request builders who are representing CREDAI and BAI to look into this seriously, because you are to finally give a good product which is remembered for long, which is cherished for long, not with a motive to make more business, more profit. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely, that has to be looked into. Yeah. As I told, urban progress will happen only based upon not reactive approach, but pre-planning is more required. So I think city will further evolve like how we saw. We need to we'll take your opinion and we'll definitely take that into consideration. Thank you.
Now I request Sri Mishra ji, CEO of Hindustan Oil Exploration Company, to put forth his views.
Yeah, thank you. Let me start with a very sobering thought. India imports roughly 140 billion worth of fossil fuels, crude oil and gas, natural gas. Now it will go more because of the war that's going on. Our remittances are in the similar range, 120 to 140 billion. If the remittances dry up, we will be in a very bad situation. Our 700 billion worth of forex reserves will evaporate in no time, of which 15% goes for servicing of our external debts, which is $720 billion. So roughly 100 billion goes in servicing the external debts. So our house is on fire. And water hoses, gardening hoses will not do. We have to get a fire brigade. Because what is at risk is the energy security of 1.4 billion people if we don't figure out a way to deal with it. There has been a lot of motherhood statements about views and opinions of life, but some things which are very basic aren't being done. So let me get back to digitalization and infrastructure. These are the two things that will help us get to a situation where we are able to resolve the trilemma of energy security, sustainability, and energy equity. Energy security of which is the most important as we speak. Now, digitalization globally, it has been proven that it can mostly impact the demand side requirements of energy security. So what I mean is, if we don't, of the 600 exajoules of fossil fuels energy that was produced in 2019, and this is a work done by the Rocky Mountain Institute in the US, only 200 odd exajoules of energy was actually used by the end user. Rest of it was wasted. And that directly, therefore, speaks to the efficiency of use of fossil fuels, efficiency of use of fuels. So look at this hall. If I were to manage digitally the ambience or the temperature of this hall and just increase it, the temperature, the thermostat setting from 23 to 24, I would save 3% in the electricity bills. That is simple maths. That's how energy consumption works. So digitalization can help with the demand side optimization of energy. Roughly, as I said, 2/3 of the energy is wasted. One great example is Bangalore. We import 120, 140 billion worth of fossil fuels. Bangalore and its traffic jams throws into the smoke 1 billion worth of fossil fuels because of the traffic jams, must be 500 million in Hyderabad. Therefore, the need to manage, that's the infrastructure bit, but digitalization can help here. The other bit about digitalization is the speed of maturation. How fast can you monetize reserves, the oil and gas reserves, seismic interpretation, similar analogous development, so how fast can you monetize? So all in all, with digital twins, so you should read my article in the World Oil. It's a 100 years old US publication where I've written about digitalization, the state of the art, the state of the affairs in the oil and gas sector. It has just come out. What happens is, we do everything in ab initio. The worst problem with us in India, our schedule index and the cost index in delivering project, our cost index is roughly 1.4 to 1.5. What it means is if the globe delivers a project on an average at $1, we take $1.5. Even when our schedule, our cost of labor is 1/50th of what is in the US or 1/30th of what is in Europe, 1/3 of what is in China. Our steel indices are 20% less than the globe and almost near similar to China, and our engineering costs are $30 to $40, which is 1/5 of what is in the US. Even so, our cost index is 1.5 or thereabouts of the global average. Our schedule indices are more than 3. So if somebody delivers a project in 1 year, we deliver it in 3 years. So for all this monkey business about the views and opinions of life and how great we have been, we are not making a difference on the ground. And therefore, it's important for us to realize that digitalization will be able to induce efficiency in the speed with which we deliver projects. Your 4D, 5D scheduling, your understanding of the risks, your allocation of contractual risks, all of those are important. Therefore, digitalization will impact maturation of the oil and gas projects or any project for that matter. But of course, there is a corruption element which can be dealt with separately. It can reduce corruption, and that's also a direct impact, therefore, on the cost and the schedule, the speed with which you mature your projects. The other bit about energy infrastructure is we have to think bigger than what we are thinking about now. So India makes this green hydrogen mission of 5 million tons per year. That has no meaning. You will wait for green hydrogen. China doesn't do that. China just says hydrogen. Make hydrogen. And therefore, you will be able to grow infrastructure which will be hydrogen compliant. Let me give you an example. Europe backbone for hydrogen, the pipeline work, they're making 60,000 kilometers of pipeline in Europe as hydrogen backbone. Of that, roughly 60% will be repurposed oil and gas pipelines. In India, we are waiting for the hydrogen infrastructure to come. As of today, GAIL should be charged with a job of go and prove the adequacy of the 26,000 kilometers of pipeline network that we have and see if it is good for 5% hydrogen that can be spiked into our gas streams. Because with 5%, that is called hethane, with 5% hydrogen in your natural gas stream, your WABE index, which is the interchangeability of the fuels, from 53.5 for 100% methane to 52, it doesn't change. All your machines are compatible for that. But we are waiting for green hydrogen of 5 million tons. As of today, we produce hardly a few kilotons. Therefore, we have to get away from our green mission of green hydrogen mission to any hydrogen. And one of the things, it is sitting right under our nose. We have 400 billion tons of coal. If we convert that coal gasification, so China makes 20 million tons of hydrogen from coal gasification. 20 million, and if we realize our resource reality, which is coal, 400 billion of coal, if I make that 10% of that into hydrogen, I'll be making 1 to 2 billion tons of hydrogen every year. And then, of course, there's a lot of CO2 that comes out when you gasify coal, it makes syngas, and from syngas you make hydrogen. Roughly 1 kg of hydrogen will emit 18 to 20 kg of CO2. So what it has to be done, therefore, we have to pair it up with a CCS, carbon sequester, carbon capture and storage, which could be in the coal seams or in the depleted oil and gas reservoirs or in saline aquifers. And therefore, we have to make a hub in the western flank of India, in the eastern flank of India. And this is the way Northern Lights, the Porthos, all of these projects in Europe are working, where you have laid the infrastructure. 88 kilometers, 100 to 8,800 kilometers of CO2 pipelines exist in the US. We have none. So regardless of all of that, if we use our coal to convert to hydrogen, we would be making, forget about 5 million tons of hydrogen, we'll be making 1 billion tons of hydrogen in the next 6 years. Therefore, the need is to understand we are getting to. One last, and I'll stop about the infrastructure. So we have 26 sedimentary basins, and we have proven, we have explored. Let's realize that we have not found sufficient oil and gas. 80% of our oil and gas is imported. And therefore, we have to figure out what else can be done. India makes 500 to 800 million tons of organic waste, cellulosic, hemicellulosic, lignosic waste. These can be potentially converted to hydrogen, to natural gas, to methane. If you take typically the technology have 15% conversion or efficiency. Therefore, you will make 75 to 80 million tons of fuel without having to drill a single well. ONGC makes 25 million, 3 times ONGC capacity. Now I should caution that this is theory, this is hypothesis. But even if you go 10% of that, you're making a huge difference. Therefore, we have to figure out bio-LNG, and it will save us $2 or $3 billion of capex if we convert this. Not the Satat scheme. Satat scheme should be good, but we have to go after it as if there is no tomorrow. Sorry about it. I've exceeded my time and brief, but I thought it was important to let the audience know. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Aji. You gave a lot of insights into the oil and natural gas exploration industry, the scenario world over, the advantages we have, and how digitization improves efficiency and all. Thanks for that. Now I request Sri Suresh Nagaraj, who is an expert in providing high-tech facilities for complex industries, to speak.
Thank you, Ganpati Reddy Garu. Morning, everyone. I thought I'll spend the next 7-8 minutes on what we call as advanced technology facilities, which is nothing but semiconductor facilities or data centers that are upcoming in the country, right? I think between the next 5-6 years, we have about $300 billion of investments that's flowing into India, just purely based on these facilities. But these are not a typical industrial plant or a process plant that we are used to it. And I'll give you some data points to also help understand why we do about it, right? The speciality of these semiconductor plants and data centers, the heart of it is what is called clean room technology. And what's a clean room, right? English word, clean and room. But it's not that simple, and I'll tell you why. A typical room in a cubic meter of air has about 35 million particles, dust particles, 35 million particles. And a clean room that is needed for semiconductor technology can have only 1,000 particles. So just imagine 35 million, what we breathe every day, a room like this will have about 35 million particles, whereas a clean room needs about 1,000 particles. So that's a massive difference in what we mean by clean. And how do you achieve that cleanliness? Is basically by how do you purify your air. So a room like this would typically have about 10 to 15 air changes per hour. That means the entire room is reflushed 10 to 15 times. But in a semiconductor industry, that is done at 500 times in an hour. But all of that change of 500 times, it can't be like air gushing in with heavy blowers. Because what you're dealing with are nanometer semiconductor chips. So the air has to be laminar. It can't be just, a big fan blowing air into the room. So that is what is at that technology of what you get the semiconductor facilities and data center facilities ready in the country. Now, great. Okay, India is getting $300 billion of investment into this. We understand the technology, but what does it mean for India? What does it mean as an opportunity, and what are the challenges? So let's speak about the challenges for a couple of minutes, and then we'll get into the opportunities. Number one, data centers are power guzzlers. They just guzzle. I don't think as a country we believe that, our coal plants and our traditional oil, solar and hydro plants, we just cannot manage that. We need, as Mishra ji just said, we need to bring in new technologies like hydrogen power. How do you get that? Because these are massive power guzzlers. The second, the people that are needed, the skills that are needed are completely different on how do you design a semiconductor plant, how do you manage them, how do you operate them. And today, as India, I mean, of course, when the whole IT wave came, we got through it, we built it. As India, we've got that innate nature to learn and work on it. And I'm sure when the next wave comes, the semiconductor wave that's coming in, we will build onto it. But it's a conscious effort that we'll have to do as a country to build that skill in semiconductor design, chips, manufacturing, and also the infrastructure behind it, right? So, huge amount of opportunity, but it also comes with a set of challenges that we come in. Now, what does it mean for the Indian industry? Now, these are plants that are extremely niche and hence bring a huge amount of technology into it. I'm not going to talk about digital twins and all of that because that's a beaten technology. I mean, everybody, I think, as India, we've captured digital twins and IoT and all of that stuff. But this is the next generation of technology where startups can play a big role. For example, in something called self-healing materials. Because when you do a clean room, the most important thing is it has to be scratch-proof. You can't have scratch because dust settles into it. Can you have smart materials that can heal by itself? That's the self-healing technology in your vinyl floors that come in. How do you do that? It's a huge amount of material characterization and a great opportunity for startups. Second, there's a huge amount of sensorization in the floor. Nobody has, I mean, all of us have seen these huge Hollywood movies, right? There's a diamond in a vault and, somebody wants to walk on the floor and the floor buzzes. This is the next generation where can a sensorized floor identify a breach of contamination? There's a huge amount of opportunity for startups in the Indian industry to play in bringing in smart floors. Now, the last but not least, I think, how do you look at making this whole industry sustainable? And I think there's a great amount of opportunity to do that in terms of getting clean power and asset management into all of this. So to summarize it, semiconductors and data centers bring a huge amount of opportunity, $300 billion in the next 5 years. It brings a new technology in terms of clean rooms and how do you play all of that stuff, which means that our infrastructure and people have to scale up. Automatically that brings in opportunities for our startups and the industry. So that's the quick summary. I hope I've given a quick brief, but I'm happy to answer any questions. But over to you, Reddy Garu. Yeah.
Thanks.
I think there's
Suresh Garu.
In the audience.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, thanks Suresh Garu for your briefing about the importance of this thing. And now I request Mr. Venkat Gajjala, who is a global senior vice president of Tech Mahindra, to explain about automation in transport industry.
Hello. Hello, good morning everyone. So glad to be part of this wonderful session. Let me take a few minutes to introduce myself. Venkat Gajjala, I head the Global Engineering Services for Tech Mahindra as a company. Been associated in the ER&D space over the last 30 plus years and the proud alumni of IIT Kharagpur. Today, I would like to highlight, as Suresh ji explained, I would highlight few things in terms of one of the major infrastructure requirements that the country as a whole is battling and the world as a whole is battling is on the data centers. Definitely, it's a market that is about 500 billion right now, and it is slated to be a $1 trillion economy by itself by 2030. So, but when it comes to India, probably we have hardly less than 200 data centers today. Our spend is about less than 10 billion, and it is slated to be anywhere between 40 to 50. I'm talking about only the data centers, but if you combine the semiconductor space, it would definitely scale up to whatever the number that Suresh ji is talking about, the 200 to 300 billion investment that is going to come into the country. And but the key challenges what we are, as a country, we are facing is obviously our ability to provide the power in a holistic way. We talked about, the need of power and the independence and the integrated nature of the power sources. Today, probably we are heavily dependent on the fossil fuel. And if you go and look at the kind of the demands that are coming, it has definitely shifted from the kilowatt to the megawatt and even going into the gigawatt space, primarily because of the, again, AI. So the power of AI is coming into each and every mobile device. Whatever each one of you are experiencing, it's all the backbone is a data center that is actually giving you that compute power and ability to converge things in a highly superficial and high performance compute mode. So as a country, definitely there is a huge opportunity in terms of how do you integrate the power sources, which is the primary driver when you operate a data center. The 80% of the power goes into managing the core data center part, of which probably 60% goes into in the compute storage and all the within the racks per se. The 20% goes into the cooling of the entire data centers, and the remaining will be in the auxiliary power space. So it's a huge opportunity and a huge gap right now. As the panelists mentioned, we have an opportunity to use the multimodal sources like the green hydrogen, and even nuclear people are trying to do it. It is also, we have to look at in conjunction with the Government of India policy of the embassy policy of data centers, where if somebody like Google or Microsoft is establishing, it gets the same status like an embassy today gets. So that means, it has its own independence, sovereignty, but again, there is a dichotomy. If some data is storing in India or in Hyderabad, how they manage the country-specific data privacy laws, that's a dichotomy. So there are a lot of ifs and buts that is going on in terms of whether I can put the international data in India or it is only the country-specific data. That's again another major driver that would define the next probably 5 or 10 years in terms of the entire infrastructure. Another major play for the Indian service industry is, how do you help the customers, the hyperscalers, who are actually the more than 50% of the spend that I talked about, the $1 trillion is going to spend, is about, how do I optimize the overall capex cost? That is in terms of whatever is the infrastructure that is getting into the company in terms of the coolers, the power equipment, and the whole 9 yards, right? And the second part is, how do you help the customers to design the things? Because the architecture keeps changing. And as the inventions of the chipsets are coming up, the power to do the high performance compute is changing on a continuous basis, right? So it's a never, so there are tools that are being used by the Indian service industry to help the global majors how to optimize this and simulate this before even spend $1 or put the brick on the ground, right? So how do you use the digital technology to simulate what kind of compute power that is required, what kind of cooling technology that is changing? The liquid cooling is becoming a mandatory technology that is coming into play, right? And how do you combine with the renewable sources? And last but not the least, how do you also enable, because all these data centers would come under the ESG norms. So all these major companies are now forced to declare the ESG parameters. So that means, you should help them in terms of not only just defining what are the sustainable, the carbon footprint of that particular technology or the data center, but also how do you maintain that carbon footprint over a period of time. So what we call it as the recyclability and the complete sustenance of the data center. These are all the various parameters that would play one as an opportunity for a lot of startups and the established the tech services companies for India, which in turn generate a lot of revenue and employment opportunity, right? And also it's an opportunity in terms of how do you smartly position the capex investment and get in more and more digital firepower in India. So which is actually a huge, we are at the crossroads and a huge opportunity for India as a country, and how we harness that as we go through.
Thanks, Venkatji, for your insights into software-based industrial solutions. Now, I request any questions to the panelists from audience.
I have a question for Venkat Gajala.
Right. Not for this one, but we are doing it for the, I mean, again, it comes with the, I don't think, okay, let me clarify that the Indian data centers are not equipped to do the designs yet. They are heavily relying on the Western world to get the designs at this point in time. But we have started helping the global majors, the likes of Microsoft, Google. Right, it's one of that. Data centers.
Just tell him one thing.
So, Venkat, the basic story is that unless you have a holistic picture of the entire requirement of power sector across the multiple segments and domains that you have to work in from a consulting space, you are a Tech Mahindra, and Tech Mahindra, basically, I don't know which group you are working in.
Engineering services.
Okay, supply chain and the entire group is what I developed in 2000. So if you heard of the TI cycle and Murugappa projects and all, they are the ones that were driven by us. Now, subsequently, what I was talking about when you come back to the topic that we have over here, there are two questions, one to Suresh and one to you. How much time do you have? Better have proper time management.
So,
because tell us about PI.
We have already completed our
Venkat,
given time, and
quick question.
I request
answer the
questions to be
what is the purpose of this entire conference if you guys can't interact
in person during lunch break?
Sir, let's talk offline.
Because other sessions.
Let's talk offline. Let's talk offline.
I have a very quick question, actually. We talked about the power.
In front of you, better answer
Venkat has talked about the using nuclear option because the power requirements are so heavy. The small power, in a small size. In fact, I remember Rajaramana was actually, I personally talked to him long years back. His dream is to have a smallest possible reactor, put it in a car so that the car runs for infinite number of years, not infinite, for long years. So that type of power, are you thinking for the data centers, Venkat?
Okay, so just a two-second answer. One, I think the answer is yes, because the amount of power that's needed is so huge, we should not. The amount of power that's needed is so huge, so I don't think we can restrict ourselves to what it is, but how do we cover the gap? But I think we can discuss a lot more offline, yeah. We should.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, and to all the panel speakers and all. And those who are new to Hyderabad city, I request them to have a look at the newly constructed Telangana Secretariat, the Police Command Control Center, Martyrs Memorial, Ambedkar statue, all these monumental buildings with whom I am associated, fortunate to have been associated in designing and construction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request our panelists to please remain on stage as we would like to felicitate them. To felicitate Sri Ganapati Reddy Garu, I request Sami Reddy Garu to please come on to the dais. Shri Sami Reddy ji is going to felicitate Shri Ganapati Reddy ji. And also may I request Mr. Nagaraju to felicitate Sri Abhishek Chanda, Director, Vasavi Group. Can we have on stage Mr. Nagaraju? We request Sri Nagaraju sir to felicitate Sri Abhishek Chanda. May I request Mr. Neeraj Kumar to felicitate Sri Barochi Mishra. We request Mr. Neeraj Kumar to please join us on stage. I request our guests to please be on stage for a group picture together. Sri Sami Reddy Garu and Sri Nagaraju sir. May I request Neeraj Kumar ji to please join us on stage. Can we have Professor Murli ji on stage, please? Professor Murli sir, can you felicitate our guests on stage? I request Sri Sami Reddy ji to felicitate Sri Baroruchi Mishra. Can we have Mr. Y. Satish Kumar ji on stage to felicitate our panelist? Sri Suresh Nagarod ji. We request Satish sir to felicitate Sri Suresh Nagarod.
Sir, what is this?
Let me now welcome on stage Mr. Kamendra Kumar ji to felicitate Sri Venkat Gajala ji. Welcome Mr. Kamendra Kumar. I request Kamendra Kumar ji to felicitate Sri Venkat Gajala Garu. And now may I request our guests and panelists to together step forward for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us for the inaugural ceremony a leader with a vision, an MP, Mr. Itala Rajendra Garu. He has just arrived at the venue, and in a short while, in few moments, we are about to start the inaugural ceremony of PanIIT Alumni India Hyderabad Summit 2026. आप सेंटर में ही रख दीजिए, but whatever, sir has come. वो आ चुके हैं यहाँ. In just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially starting the event, the PanIIT Hyderabad Summit 2026, with the gracious presence of our guest of honor, Sri Itala Rajendra Garu, MP Malkajgiri. He is here to join us. A true leader with a vision. He is a leader known for his strong voice, fearless decisions. Allow me to make an announcement, ladies and gentlemen, that we have some amazing stalls lined up for all of you. So please do visit at your convenience. The stalls are very exciting. You get to see new innovations, new thoughts, and definitely ideas meet, influence. And you can please visit the stalls, and I'm sure you'll be going back home a lot more happier. So please do visit our stalls. We also would like to announce that in India, PanIIT, we have about 1.5 lakh subscribers all over India. So if you haven't still followed their social handles, please do follow them. Please do subscribe to PanIIT India, PanIIT Alumni. And right now, this event has been streaming live on all the YouTube channels. So please visit PanIIT Alumni India. And the most awaited moment of this event, ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, gracing with his presence to make this event even more memorable, even more successful. In a few moments from now, Sri Itala Rajendra Garu is going to join us on stage. He's been visiting our stalls, and we are truly blessed and happy to have him this morning for the PanIIT Alumni Hyderabad Summit 2026. We shall start the event with the lighting of lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome our next dignitary, a leader known for his strong voice, fearless decisions, and deep connection with people. A politician who has built his journey through dedication, resilience, unwavering commitment to public service. From grassroots leaderships to shaping key political conversations in Telangana, he has always stood firmly for the people and their aspirations. Please join me in extending a warm and a respectful welcome to our dynamic leader, Itala Rajendra Garu, MP Malkajgiri. Hearty welcome to you, sir, and a very warm welcome. May I now request our chairman, Sri Prabhat Kumar Garu, convener of the event, Sri Sudhakar ji, and Rajendra Garu onto the stage for the lighting of the lamp and officially start the event. May I request our dynamic leader, Itala Rajendra Garu, to please grace the stage and do the honors with the lighting of lamp and officially start the event. May I also request Professor Murliji, Mr. Naveen Mittal, Mr. Sami Reddy to please join us for the lighting of lamp on stage. request Professor Murali, Mr. Naveen Mittal ji, Mr. Sami Reddy ji to please join us on stage for the lighting of lamp. ఇలా ఈరోజు ఈటెల రాజేంద్ర గారి చేతుల మీదుగా IIT Alumni Hyderabad Summit 2026 ప్రారంభమైంది officially. PanIIT team organizing committee తరఫున వారికి మా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాము. Thank you very much for gracing the occasion on officially starting the event, sir. Thank you, Professor Murali. Thank you, Mr. Naveen Mittal, and thank you, Mr. Sami Reddy, to join us on stage. Thank you so much for joining us on stage. As we all know that the summit aims to foster a dialogue on innovation, technology-driven growth, infrastructure development and nation building. And now the summit, the official event commences with a welcome address by Shri Prabhat Kumar IRS, Chairman PanIIT Alumni India. Now I request Shri Prabhat Kumar ji to address the gathering and give his welcome speech.
Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Etla Rajendra Garuji, my esteemed colleagues on the dais, and everyone who have been here since morning, most welcome once again. This is the official inaugural function that we are going to do. It's my privilege and honor to stand before you today and welcome you to PanIIT Hyderabad Summit 2026. This movement has been months in the making, and seeing this hall filled with the brightest mind from across IIT ecosystem fills me with immense pride and optimism. First and foremost, on behalf of the entire, our deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Honorable Etla Rajendra ji. Sir, your dedication to national development and your insights into the different sectors that you have handled as minister in the Telangana government earlier and as member of parliament is really commendable. And we are deeply honored by your participation in this event today. I also, to my fellow alumni, whether you graduated from IIT Kharagpur in the 1970s or IIT Tirupati just a few years ago, I say this, you are the reason PanIIT exists. Your achievements, your spirit of innovation, and your commitment to giving back to society are what makes this organization a vibrant force for change. Why are we here today in Hyderabad? We are here because the world is changing at an unprecedented pace. Technologies like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, semiconductors, biotechnology are redrawing the global map. India cannot afford to be a passenger in this journey. We must be the drivers. And who better to drive this change than the collective might of IIT alumni. The theme of this summit is not just about networking. It is about action. It is about bridging the gap between our older and newer IITs. It is about connecting the brilliant students in Tier 2 city with the mentor in Silicon Valley. It is about translating the research in our labs into patents, products, and policies that benefit the nation. And we are really thankful to our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for his dynamic leadership and vision that he is giving to this country at the moment. And that was visible in the biggest AI summit that happened very recently in the month of February only, where more than 20 heads of states were also present, along with all the top leaders in the field of AI. And as I mentioned in the morning itself, today itself, that lot of them we could see were from IITs. And a lot of reliance has been placed on the IIT and IITians by our Honorable Prime Minister and by our top leadership, that we have a very decisive and very dynamic role to play, especially when it comes to the matters of technology. So we have to be the real team India. We have to support the government initiative when our Prime Minister talks about Atmanirbhar Bharat, when he talks about Viksit Bharat. We have to contribute in a very meaningful manner. PanIIT Alumni India envisions itself as that bridge, connecting policymakers with technologists, startups with investors, and experience with energy. This summit is designed to be a platform where conversations translate into collaborations. Hyderabad, the city of pearls, is also the city of innovation. It provides perfect backdrop for our discussions, a place where tradition meets technology. I am sure a lot of pearls of wisdom will come out of the PanIIT Alumni Summit in the city of pearls here. Thank you, and let us make this summit a resounding success. Jai Hind.
So that was Sri Prabhat Kumar ji, Chairman PanIIT Alumni India. And now may I request convener of the event, Sri Sudhakar Gande ji, to address the gathering, please.
Respected Idil Garu, Member of Parliament Malkajgiri, Naveen Mittal Garu, Prabhat Garu, and Ashok ji, and my good friend Samir Garu. I'm very delighted, I'm very happy to be here today addressing all of you. In the morning we had a welcome address, but to just say a few words about IIT, some of you are aware, some of our friends from Pan India may not be aware, Pan IIT. IIT Garu is a very, very popular leader. He was elected 7 times to the assembly, local parliament, local assembly, and he was health minister, he was a finance minister for 5 years, full term, and he was also health minister for 2 years. And in the last parliamentary elections, he won with a massive majority of more than 4 lakhs. In the whole country, in the BJP, he is second only to Amit Shah ji. In addition to that, Itlagar also a person with a good heart. You go to the in-house anytime, you will have few hundreds of people. I was fortunate to be with him on his birthday. There's I don't even know, 5,000, 10,000 people must have come, bits and pieces. So I'm very happy, Anna, you have come here. And we are also sure these are all IITs. We have 23 IITs across India. So we have people from all over India in all IITs. Prabhat Kumar is putting everything together. I think we should support him in his mission, backed by Ashok and Praveen. And it is not a normal task, but it's a very good task to work on. So maybe sometime we'll come and meet you in Delhi. We brief you on a few things on this. And I'm very happy personally as a convener with the response we got. We got good number of people, good number of speakers, good number of panels. And I would like to thank everybody for giving all that. And thanks Anna again for coming in a short notice. He has 35 weddings to attend today. And one inauguration, so we had reached work to come here. So thanks. He came in time, at least 15 minutes here and there. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. And now may I request our guest of honor, Sri Itala Rajendra Garu, to address the gathering.
Special occasion, PanIIT Hyderabad Summit 2026. Mr. Prabhat Kumar, IRS, Chairman PanIIT Alumni India. My friend Mrs. Sudhakar Gande, Convener, and Mr. Ashok Kumar, General Secretary PanIIT Alumni India. My former Finance Secretary, Mr. Naveen Mittal. Distinguished alumni of the IITs, faculty members, students, innovators, and entrepreneurs, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar and very good morning to all. It is indeed a pleasure to the present here today at the PanIIT Hyderabad Summit 2026. I extend my warm greetings to all the distinguished delegates who have gathered here from across India and from various parts of the world. I would like to congratulate PanIIT Alumni India for organizing the important summit that brings together some of the brightest minds from academia, industry, government, and the global IIT alumni community. Platforms like these are extremely valuable because they enable meaningful dialogue on how technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship can contribute to India's development and global leadership. We are living in a time when technological change is moving faster than ever before. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing, renewable energy, space technology, and biotechnology are transforming the way societies function and economies grow. Countries that can harness these technologies effectively will shape the future. In this journey, the Indian Institute of Technology have played a truly remarkable role for decades. IITs have been centers of excellence that have produced world-class engineers, researchers, entrepreneurs, and policymakers who are contributing to innovation across the globe. The alumni of IITs today hold leadership positions in global corporations, cutting-edge startups, research institutions, and public policy. Their achievements reflect not only personal excellence but also the strength of India's educational institutions. The expansion of the IIT ecosystem, though never IIT has further strengthened India's technological capacity. These institutions are helping spread high-quality technical education to new regions of the country and building strong local innovation ecosystem. What is important today is collaboration. When institutions share knowledge, research capabilities, and innovation networks, the entire ecosystem becomes stronger. Collaboration between academia, industry, and government will be essential if India is to become a global leader in deep technology, advanced manufacturing, and sustainable development. The equally important is the role of organizations like PanIIT Alumni India, which connect this powerful global network of talent. Such platforms create bridges between innovators and investors, researchers and policymakers, and startups and industry. These connections help translate ideas into real-world impact. As India moves forward in its development journey, technology and innovation must be used not only for economic growth but also for social progress. Our goal should be to build technologies that improve lives, create opportunities for young people, and strengthen inclusive growth across the country. Hyderabad is an ideal location for such a summit. The city has emerged as one of India's leading technology hubs with a strong ecosystem in it. Pharmaceuticals, IT, aerospace, defense, and support can come together to create a thriving economic environment. I am confident that the discussions at this summit will generate valuable ideas, collaborations, and partnerships that can contribute to India's technological and economic progress. నాకు పర్మిషన్ ఇస్తే 2 నిమిషాలు తెలుగులో మనం మాట్లాడతాను. ఇక్కడ కూడా 50% ఉండుండొచ్చు. I was first finance minister in Telangana. My secretary is Mr. Naveen Mittal. నేను పొలిటికల్ లీడర్ని. మాలాంటోళ్ళ ఆశలు మీలాంటోళ్ళ రీసెర్చ్ మీద, మీలాంటి వాళ్ళ ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ మీద, మీ బ్రెయిన్స్ వికసిస్తే ఈ ప్రజల జీవితాలు బాగుపడతాయని చెప్పి నమ్మేవాళ్ళం మేము. ఇవాళ ఒక ఖరగ్పూర్ ఐఐటి, ఒక ధన్బాద్ ఐఐటి, ఒక బాంబే ఐఐటి, ఒక మద్రాస్ ఐఐటి, ఒక ఢిల్లీ ఐఐటి, 5 ఐఐటీలు ఈ దేశాన్ని ఎంత ముందుకు తీసుకుపోయినో వినో. ఇవాళ మోడీ గారు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇంత పెద్ద దేశానికి ఇవాళ మొత్తం ప్రపంచమంతా టెక్నాలజీ మీద, టుడే ఈజ్ ద ఎరా ఆఫ్ టెక్నాలజీ అనేది చెప్తున్నాము, టుడే ఈజ్ ద ఎరా ఆఫ్ జీనోమ్ అనేది చెప్తున్నాము, టుడే ఈజ్ ద ఎరా ఆఫ్ సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ అని చెప్తున్నాము. వీటి మీద రీసెర్చ్ లేకుండా, వీటి మీద ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ లేకుండా ముందుకు పోలేమని చెప్పి మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా దాన్ని గమనించి దానికోసం ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్న దేశం భారతదేశం, నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారి నాయకత్వంలో నుంచి మనం చేస్తున్నాం. ఒకప్పుడు ఈ ఐఐటి డాక్టర్స్, సైంటిస్టులు మీరు చదువుకొని బయటికి పోతున్నప్పుడు బాధ అనిపించేది, బ్రెయిన్ డ్రెయిన్ అని చెప్పి బాధపడే వాళ్ళం మేము. ఇంత గొప్పగా ఈ దేశంలో చదువుకున్న మేధావులు, ఇక్కడి మేధా సంపత్తి అంతా కూడా ఎక్కడో ఆదరణ ఉందని, అవకాశం ఉందని అమెరికా లాంటి దేశానికి పోతే ఇవాళ ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా ఉన్నటువంటి మేధా సంపత్తి అమెరికాలో జమై ఇవాళ వాళ్ళు ఏ స్థాయికి ఎదిగిల్లో మనం చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. భారతదేశం సార్వభౌమాధికార దేశమని చెప్పి అనుకున్నప్పటికి కూడా ఇవాళ ట్రంప్ లాంటి వాళ్ళు భారతదేశం యొక్క సార్వభౌమాధికారాన్ని కూడా పక్కకు పెట్టి మేము చెప్తే చేసేవాళ్ళు వాళ్ళ జీవితాలు, వాళ్ళ మొత్తం వ్యవస్థ మా కంట్రోల్లో ఉంటుందని చెప్పుకునేటువంటి పరిస్థితి కావడానికి కారణం ఇలా ఆ దేశం టెక్నాలజికల్గా డెవలప్ అయి ఆర్థికంగా పురోగమించి ప్రపంచాన్ని శాసించే స్థాయికి ఎదిగిందని చెప్పి మనం గమనించాలి. వై వి నాట్? ఇవాళ దేశంలో ఇంత గొప్ప మేధా సంపత్తి కలిగిన వాళ్ళు అమెరికాలో డాక్టర్లుగా ఇవాళ టెక్నాలజీలో గొప్పగా రాణిస్తున్నప్పుడు ఇవాళ మన దేశంలో ఉన్నటువంటి 78-79 సంవత్సరాలు అయితే స్వతంత్రం వచ్చి ఇప్పటికి కూడా ఎక్కడో ఇంకా మనది ఎదుగుతున్న దేశంగానే చెప్తున్నారు. ప్రపంచం 3 డివిజన్లుగా ఉంటుంది. ద ఫస్ట్ వరల్డ్ కంట్రీస్, అమెరికా అండ్ రష్యా, సెకండ్ వరల్డ్ కంట్రీస్ బ్రిటన్, యూరోప్, థర్డ్ వరల్డ్ కంట్రీస్ బంగ్లాదేశ్, చైనా. ఒకప్పుడు ఇవాళ చైనా లేదా దాంట్లో ఇలా బంగ్లాదేశ్, పాకిస్తాన్, ఇండియా అని చెప్పుకుంటున్నాం. అంటే ఇంత మేధా సంపత్తి కలిగిన మన దేశంలో థర్డ్ వరల్డ్ కంట్రీగా ఉండేటువంటి పరిస్థితి చూస్తే ఇవాళ మీలాంటి వాళ్ళకు గుండెలు దొరకపోతాయి, మాలాంటి వాళ్ళకు కూడా కొంచెం ఇన్సల్ట్గా ఫీల్ అవుతాం. ఇప్పుడిప్పుడే చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం, 2014 వరకు 11th ప్లేస్లో ఉన్నటువంటి ఎకానమీ ఇవాళ 4వ స్థానానికి ఎగబాకింది. కాన్స్టెంట్గా మనం చేస్తున్నటువంటి ప్రయత్నాలు కావచ్చు, ప్లాన్స్ కావచ్చు, దానివల్ల ఇలా 4వ అతిపెద్ద ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థగా ఎదిగింది. ఇప్పుడిప్పుడే మేము చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం, ఇక్కడ ఊర్లలో కూడా చదివిన వాళ్ళు ఉంటారు తప్పకుండా. ఒకప్పుడు వరల్డ్ బ్యాంక్ సాయం చేస్తే తప్ప, ఏషియన్ డెవలప్మెంట్ బ్యాంక్ సాయం చేస్తే తప్ప కాలేజీలు కట్టలేని పరిస్థితి, రోడ్లు వేయని పరిస్థితిలో ఉంటుంది మనం. కానీ ఇవాళ ఆ పరిస్థితి లేదు. ఒకప్పుడు థర్డ్ వరల్డ్ కంట్రీగా ఉన్న భారత్ మీలాంటి వాళ్ళ యొక్క శ్రమ వల్ల, రీసెర్చ్ వల్ల, కృషి వల్ల ఇవాళ ఇప్పుడిప్పుడే భారత్ అతివేగంగా అభివృద్ధి చెందుతున్న దేశంగా ఎదుగుతోంది. ప్రపంచంలో ఇంత వేగంగా అభివృద్ధి చెందుతున్న దేశం భారతదేశం మాత్రమే. కానీ ఇవాళ ఇంకా డెవలప్ కావాల్సినది. ఇంత డిస్పారిటీని మనం చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. సమగ్రమైన అభివృద్ధి, ఈక్వల్గా అభివృద్ధి, మన కాన్స్టిట్యూషన్లో అయితే గొప్పగా చెప్పుకున్నామో డెవలప్మెంట్ విత్ ఈక్వల్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ అని చెప్పుకుంటా ఉన్నాము. ఇవాళ సమస్త సంపదలు సమస్త అవసరాలు తీర్చేదిగా ఉండాలని చెప్పుకుంటున్నాము. ఏ వ్యవస్థ అయితే, ఏ దేశం అయితే ఇలా అందరూ సమానంగా బతకగలిగే, అన్ని అవకాశాలు పొందగలిగేటువంటి స్థాయిలో ఉంటుందో ఆ దేశమే గొప్పదని మనం చెప్పుకుంటా ఉన్నాము. కానీ ఇవాళ ఎక్కడో ఇంత డెవలప్మెంట్ వచ్చినప్పటికి కూడా 4వ అతిపెద్ద ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థ అని చెప్పుకున్నప్పటికి కూడా ఇంకా ఎక్కడో డిస్పారిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇవాళకి కూడా మనం 80 కోట్ల మందికి మనం బియ్యం ఇవ్వగలుగుతా ఉన్నాం. 80 కోట్ల మందికి బియ్యం ఇవ్వగలుగుతున్నాం. బిలో పావర్టీ లైన్ 25 crores బయటకు వచ్చిందని చెప్పినప్పటికి కూడా ఇంకా ఎక్కడో సంక్షేమ ఫలాలు ఏవైతే మనం ప్రభుత్వ పరంగా అందించేది మనం అందిస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఇవన్నీ పోవాలంటే నాకు తెలిసి ఇవాళ సంక్షేమ ఫలితాలు ఏవైతున్నాయో, పెన్షన్ టు ద పూర్, పెన్షన్ టు ద హ్యాండిక్యాప్డ్, రైస్ ఫర్ పూర్, ఇవన్నీ ఇప్పుడు అవసరం ఉండొచ్చు. కానీ ఇట్ షోస్ అవర్ వీక్నెస్. ప్రజలు వాళ్ళ కాళ్ళ మీద వాళ్ళు నిలబడి బతికేటువంటి శక్తిని వాళ్ళ దేశం తప్ప ప్రభుత్వం మీద డిపెండ్ అయ్యే పరిస్థితి రాకూడదు. బాధ అనిపించే అంశం ఏంటంటే, దో ఐఎమ్ ఏ పొలిటికల్ లీడర్, ఇవాళ ఎలక్షన్ ఓరియంటెడ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కాదని, పవర్ ఓరియంటెడ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కాదని, పీపుల్ ఓరియంటెడ్ పాలసీస్ రావాల్సిన అక్కర ఉందని చెప్పి మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా కొంత స్టబ్బన్గా ఉన్నటువంటి నాయకుడు నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు మాత్రమే. కొన్ని ఇబ్బందులు ఉండొచ్చు, అప్పుడప్పుడు కొన్ని సందర్భాల్లో ఇస్తుండొచ్చు. కానీ అల్టిమేట్గా ఈ దేశంలో రావాల్సింది హెల్త్ కార్డు కాదు కావాలి, మా ప్రభుత్వ పరంగా ఆరోగ్యశ్రీ కాదు కావాల్సింది, ప్రభుత్వ పరంగా సపోర్ట్ కాదు కావాల్సింది. ఇవాళ కావాల్సింది నేను నా కాళ్ళ మీద నేను బతకగలుగుతాను, నా దేశం కోసం నేను కూడా కాంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేయగలిగినటువంటి స్థాయికి ఎదిగిన మాత్రమే సమగ్రమైన దేశంగా ఎదిగేటువంటి ఆస్కారం ఉంది. కాబట్టి దానికి తప్పకుండా ఇవాళ మీలాంటి మేధా సంపన్నులు ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో దీని మీద రీసెర్చ్ చేయాల్సి అక్కర్లేదు. నేను అంటున్నా ఇవాళ కేవలం టెక్నాలజీలో మాత్రమే కాదు, ఎంత సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ ఉన్నప్పటికీ కూడా ఇవాళ పొలిటికల్ లీడర్లుగా లేదా పొలిటికల్ అనుబంధంగా ఉన్నటువంటి ఇవాళ ఒక బ్యూరోక్రసీలో ఎవరైతే ఉంటారో వాళ్ళ వల్ల ఇది సాధ్యమైనటువంటి ఆస్కారం ఉంది. కాబట్టి ఉన్న టెక్నాలజీని ఒడిసి పట్టుకొని దాని దేశం ప్రజలకు అప్లై చేసే విషయంలో పొలిటికల్ సిస్టమ్ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. కానీ ఎందుకో మనం అప్పుడు మర్చిపోతూ ఉంటాం, పొలిటికల్ లీడర్ అంటే మనకు సంబంధం లేదులే అని చెప్పి మర్చిపోతూ ఉంటాం. కానీ అల్టిమేట్గా దేశ ఆర్కిటెక్ట్ని డిజైన్ చేయాల్సింది వాళ్ళే. కాబట్టి ఇవాళ పొలిటికల్ సిస్టంలో కూడా మేధా సంపన్నులు రావాలి, పొలిటికల్ సిస్టంలో కూడా ప్రొయాక్టివ్గా ఆలోచించే వాళ్ళు కావాలి, ఈ పొలిటికల్ సిస్టంలో కూడా ఇలా ధర్మం, న్యాయం, పీపుల్ ఓరియంటెడ్ పాలసీస్ని డిజైన్ చేసే వాళ్ళు రావాలి అని చెప్పి నాలంటూ కోరుకుంటాను. ఇలా రాజకీయాలని మీరు అనుకున్నట్టుగా ఇది మాది వేరులే, రాజకీయాలు వేరులే అనేటువంటి కాన్సెప్ట్ బంద్ చేసి మీరు చూస్తూ ఉన్నారు. ఇలా ప్రపంచం నేను అనుకున్న టెక్నాలజీ ఫర్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్, నాట్ ఫర్ డిస్ట్రక్షన్. ఇవాళ గొప్ప శాస్త్రవేత్తలు నా ఆటో హార్న్ కానీ ఇతరులు కానీ వాళ్ళు వాడిని ఇన్నోవేషన్ కోసం వాళ్ళు రీసెర్చ్ చేసినప్పుడు వాళ్ళ జీవితాన్ని త్యాగం చేసినప్పుడు నేను అనుకున్నా ఆటమిక్ ఎనర్జీ ఫర్ పవర్, ఆటమిక్ ఎనర్జీ ఫర్ గ్రోత్, నాట్ ఫర్ డిస్ట్రక్షన్ అని చెప్పనుకున్నా. సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ ఫర్ బోత్ వేస్. వన్ ఈజ్ కన్స్ట్రక్టివ్ సైడ్, అనదర్ వన్ ఈజ్ డిస్ట్రక్టివ్ సైడ్. ఇవాళ ఈ డిస్ట్రక్టివ్ సైడ్ ఉండన్నా కన్స్ట్రక్టివ్ సైడ్ ఉండన్నా డిసైడ్ చేయవలసింది పొలిటికల్ సిస్టమ్ మాత్రమే, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. ఇవాళ మనం చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం సెల్ ఫోన్స్ ఫర్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్, ఫర్ డిస్ట్రక్షన్. ఇవాళ గేమింగ్లో పిల్లలు పాల్గొని అప్పుల పాలై ఎంతమంది ఆత్మహత్య చేసుకుంటారో చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఇది సాడ్ పార్ట్. ఇది ఇవాళ మనం చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం, ఇరాన్లో ఈ బాంబు వేసిండ్రు, దాంట్లో ఆ బాంబు వేసిండ్రు, ఎంత కష్టపడి కట్టుకుంటాం. ఇవాళ ఇప్పుడిప్పుడే గ్లోబల్ విలేజ్గా ఏర్పడి, ప్రపంచమంతా ఒక గ్లోబల్ విలేజ్గా ఏర్పడి ఇప్పుడిప్పుడే కొంత ఒకరిని చూసి ఒకరు డెవలప్ అవుతున్న ఈ సందర్భంలో ఇవాళ ఇలాంటి డిస్ట్రక్షన్ ఇవాళ మనం చూస్తూ ఉంటే బాధేస్తూ ఉంది. మీరు కనుగొన్న శాస్త్ర విజ్ఞానం, మీరు చేసిన రీసెర్చ్ ప్రపంచ ప్రజల ఆకలి తీర్చేదిగా ఉండాలి, అవసరాలు తీర్చేదిగా ఉండాలి. కానీ ఈ డిస్ట్రక్షన్ కోసం ఇలా బాధ అనిపిస్తూ ఉంది. దిస్ ఇస్ సాడ్ పార్ట్. అందువల్ల ఇవాళ డెఫినెట్గా మీరు ఎంత కష్టపడుతున్నారో, మీరు ఎట్లా అయితే ఆలోచిస్తున్నారో దాన్ని రేపు ప్రజల కోసమే వాడేటువంటి పరిస్థితి రావాలని మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుకుంటున్నా. అలాంటి సిస్టమ్ తప్పకుండా ముందు మరింత అభివృద్ధి చెందాలని చెప్పి కోరుకుంటున్నా. అది మాత్రమే ప్రపంచాన్ని ముందు తీసుకుపడదు, అది మాత్రమే ప్రశాంతం తెచ్చిపెట్టగలదు, అది మాత్రమే ఇవాళ ప్రజలందరూ కూడా చల్లగా జీవించే భాగ్యం కలిగించగలదు. భారతదేశం యొక్క సాంస్కృతిక సాంప్రదాయంలో ఒకటి ఉంటుంది, సర్వే జనులు సుఖినో భవంతు. అందరూ ప్రపంచ ప్రజలంతా కూడా చల్లగా ఉండాలని కోరుకునే మన దేశమే రేపు ప్రపంచానికి మార్గదర్శకంగా ఉండి డిస్ట్రక్టివ్ యాక్టివిటీస్ని ఇలా వ్యతిరేకిస్తూ కన్స్ట్రక్టివ్ సైడ్గా మలచడంలో మాలాంటి వాళ్ళని కూడా తప్పకుండా కృషి చేస్తామని చెప్పి మీ మాట ఇస్తూ, మీరు చేస్తున్న ఈ ప్రయత్నం ఇలా ఐఐటియన్స్ ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా ఉన్నారు. మీరు ఇలా గర్వపడతాం. మనం ఐఐటి ఖరగ్పూర్ అని గర్వపడతాం, మనం ఐఐటి బాంబే అని గర్వపడతాం. మనం మంచి స్కూల్లో చదువుకున్నప్పుడు, మంచి కాలేజ్ చదువుకున్నప్పుడు, మంచి ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్లో పనిచేస్తున్న గర్వంగా చెప్పుకుంటా ఉంటాం. ఇవాళ అలాంటి మీరు ప్రపంచంలో ఎక్కడున్నా కూడా రాబోయే కాలంలో మీరు చేస్తున్న ఈ ప్రయత్నం ఏదైతే ఉందో చిన్న ప్రయత్నమే కావచ్చు, కానీ తప్పకుండా ఎక్కడో కాడ ఈ చిన్న ప్రయత్నం రాబోయే కాలంలో ఒక పెద్ద శక్తిగా, ఒక మంచి దిక్సూచిగా ఎదగాలని చెప్పి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుకుంటూ దానికి ఈ హైదరాబాద్ కేంద్ర బిందువు అయినందుకు గర్వపడుతూ నమస్కారం.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. మీ అమూల్యమైన సమయాన్ని కేటాయించి మా ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి ముఖ్య అతిథిగా విచ్చేశారు. ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. మరి ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ vote of thanks, I request Sri Ashok Kumar ji, General Secretary, PanIIT Alumni, India, to give his vote of thanks.
What an inspiring speech. Many of us, we know Telugu, and some of us, we understand partly. But we understood the emotion, heart and soul. I had some structured paper printed to share, give a vote of thanks, but I'm overwhelmed. I'm overjoyed. And thank you, sir. I was there at your house to invite you for this particular event. So I will not go through this paper, but share quick thoughts, sir. You have inspired us. You said that technology for development. So, and PanIIT is working towards developing the technology across the country, going to the each cities and energizing even a boy from the small village to the startup world, the greatest of the mind. We have got a startup track happening here. So we have taken all those points, sir, and we are going to work on it, sir. So now I would like to give a formal vote of thanks and to Honorable Member of Parliament, Etla Rajendra Garuji. You have got so much to talk about, but on behalf of PanIIT, the core of the heart, we thank you for helping us in this great initiative and event at a great city called Hyderabad, which is driving the nation's growth. I also take this privilege to say thanks to our friend, a great IITian, a great bureaucrat, finance, infrastructure, power, all those domain, Naveen Mittalji, for
giving your time and agreeing on the very first day of our initiative when we started that. So thank you very much, sir. Now I take the opportunity, the leader, the torch bearer, the Prabhat Kumar ji. He has given the pearls of business wisdom. He has talked about the wisdom. And sir, what Prabhat ji tells, that the walls between the IITs have broken. Now we all are one IIT. He has written an article, and sir, Honorable Member of Parliament, sir, you said that technology is very, very important. And you also talked about Silicon Valley and Indus Valley. He has written an article, Indus Valley, Silicon Valley to Indus Valley. So he has written and encouraged people to come across the globe, to come to India, and a place like Hyderabad and the other city can really drive the innovation startup. We have got a lot of VCs here who are supporting this particular this thing. Sunil Bandwal ji was there some time back. He has shared his great thoughts. Professor Sukumar Misra ji is here, Director IIT ISM Dhanbad, who is driving the national critical mineral. The wars are happening on a different front, but there is a war, silent war, without any explosion which is happening on the mineral space. We had that R. Desai ji, Director Dharwar, Mahendra Madhavan ji, IIT Hyderabad, and so many. Their names are so many. I wish I can take the name of each one of you, people on the dais, and respected friend, academia. And without the sponsors, we could not have done this. So thank you, each one of you. In the paucity of time, please consider I have spelled name of each one of you. Thank you very much, sir. And all these could not have happened within the great man, the chair of the event, Sudhakar Gandhi ji.
Thank you, Ashok Kumar Garu. Thank you so much. And now it's time to felicitate our chief guest. May I request Sri Prabhat Kumar ji and Sri Sudhakar Gandhi ji, Ashok Kumar ji to do the honors and felicitate our chief guest. For people who have been waiting for another interesting session, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Naveen Mittal ji is going to take up another session. We've been eagerly waiting for his session to commence. As Ashok Kumar ji rightly said, Naveen Mittal ji has been into various domains, be it energy and various other domains, and he's been a trailblazer in every domain that he's stepped in. So we're really looking forward to. So once again, on behalf of PanIIT Alumni India, we thank our chief guest for the event, Sri Itala Rajendra Garu, for honoring, gracing this occasion. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, thanking our guest for honoring the stage and gracing this occasion. And now it's time for a special session, Policy Regulation and the Future of India's Energy Infrastructure, the Backbone of Industrial Expansion. And to do the honors, ladies and gentlemen, sir, allow me to introduce you. Allow me a minute to introduce you, sir. Thank you. In today's rapidly evolving world, the energy sector stands as the heart of economic growth, industrial development, and everyday life. Guiding this crucial sector with vision, administrative excellence is a distinguished IAS Sri Naveen Mittal ji. As the Principal Secretary of the Energy Department in Telangana, he's played an important role in strengthening the state's power ecosystem. An IIT Delhi alumni, Sri Naveen Mittal ji is an IAS officer of the 96th batch from the Telangana cadre. He is serving as the Special Chief Secretary for Energy at the Government of Telangana. He is a seasoned administrator specializing in the infrastructure power sectors, and his work ensures that the backbone of India's industrial expansion, its energy grid, is resilient and future ready. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause as I invite him for the special session on India's energy infrastructure. The stage is all yours, sir. Sir, if you can use that mic for the guests. I request our distinguished guests, our organizing committee, to please be seated as we commence a very special session by Shri Naveen Mittalji. Requesting our distinguished guests to please settle down as we are about to commence our special session by Mr. Naveen Mittalji. So I request our guests to please take your seats, settle down.
Can you upload my presentation? So good afternoon, dear friends. I must say I'm very happy to be here. Really good that the PanIIT Hyderabad Summit is happening, and I'm thrilled to see the amazing participation which is here. In fact, Prabhat Kumar ji has really taken a huge amount of interest in making sure that PanIIT becomes a lively entity and is spread across various cities in India and not just restricted to some of the main centers. I've been handling energy sector for quite some time now, so I'll give you basically more like a 30,000 feet overview of the energy sector with some relevant data from Telangana. Not a theoretical exercise, but a very, very practical understanding of what the sector is. Next one. Okay. It's there, right. Yeah. So this single graph on the right side would tell you more about the energy sector than probably an entire book. I mean, this one single graph, and it's a live data. 3 days back, I've not taken yesterday's data or day for yesterday's because on weekends you tend to have a little more skewed data compared to a weekday. So this data is from the 5th of March. If I can use a pointer, yeah. So, and this is about Telangana. So this graph which you can see is our entire demand of energy from 00 hours to 2400 hours. It's a snapshot of our demand, and the various colors represent the various sources of power. So the gray at the bottom with a little bit of this orange is our base thermal load, which is our own thermal generation. The red is the generation which we get from the central generating stations, which is NTPC. And you would see that though the peak demand is something like 17,000 megawatt, it's not occurring at evening time, which was historically the case, but it is happening now during the daytime. And this is a typical duck-shaped curve, which we call it. A large portion of it now during the daytime
is being met from solar, which is this yellow. So you can imagine, you can see that it starts somewhere around 6 o'clock in a very small way, increases as the sun goes up, peaks from almost 10 a.m. to about 3 p.m., and then slowly comes down as the sun sets. And the interesting thing is that today, more amount of power is generated from solar than base thermal during the daytime. And that's the interesting part. You would ask what this purple is. So purple is the purchase which we make from the Indian Energy Exchange. And the reason why you see this huge purple is because Telangana is actually, I would say, the leading state in the country. By far, I mean, miles ahead of our closest state in terms of this market operations for cost optimization purpose. So we operate in the market when the price is low. I'll come to the pricing part, which is shown here. So we operate in the market when the price is low. We step down our thermal, and then we buy power when it is low. We also sell a bit of power. I mean, though it is very small, on the 5th, the red one is the power which we sell in the market as a state. And the blue is our hydel generation, which we use during the morning and the evening peak when the prices are very high. So when I correlate this with the pricing curve, the bottom is the price curve. And it has 3 different curves. One is the red one is called the DAM, the daily market. The daily market. The green is the GDAM, which is the green daily market. And RTM is the real-time market, the blue one. So the DAM and the GDAM, you have to actually order 1 day in advance. So it's basically the day-ahead market and the green day-ahead market, the full form of it. And RTM is on the spot. So you would find that the price of DAM, which is the day-ahead market, almost from about 10 o'clock till about 4:30 is somewhere in the range of about 2.5 rupees per kilowatt hour. Some of you who work in industry or who work in commercial establishments or in our home, we pay something like 9-10 rupees for the average cost of power which we buy. But today in India, during the daytime, the marginal cost of power, which is solar power during the daytime, from almost 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. is just about 2.5 rupees. And that's a, I would say as a country, it's a huge, huge achievement. In fact, on a weekend, like for example, on a Sunday, not today, but on a Sunday, when the supply is much higher than the demand is, price even goes down to as low as single-digit paisas, from 5 paisa to 9 paisa, 10 paisa, at some points in the day. But you see these 2 huge spikes, one in the morning and one in the evening. So you see from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., the price goes down to almost like 10 rupees, which is the price ceiling which is set by the Indian Energy Exchange in India. Because if you don't put a threshold, there were times when it was going beyond 20 rupees. So there is a price threshold of 10 rupees today in the Indian market. You have to buy or sell, 10 is the highest. So from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., it goes up to 10. And from almost like 5:36 in the evening till about 7:38, it goes up to 10. It goes up to 10 both in the morning and the evening. And morning because it happens mostly in the winter months, like from November end till about mid of March. So we are now seeing this price dropping. The DAM prices are now dropping. But that is because in the North India, you see almost everybody is using either a geyser or a heating rod. So the entire water heating load happens during this time. This is the time when people take bath, and then they use heaters and geysers. And evening is because the demand of lighting load increases, solar comes down, and there is a mismatch between the supply and the demand. So you see, for almost 2-3 hours, the prices are very, very high. In fact, this width goes from almost 6 p.m. till about 10, 11 p.m. also during some summer months when there is a deficit. The agriculture loads are high. This width is actually very high. Almost instead of 2 hours which you see now, it goes up to almost 5 hours. And this single picture tells you more about the overall Indian energy scenario than any other data you would see or any other book you would read. And that's why I thought I'll present this for you to have a good overview of what is happening. And I'll come back to this purple. So during the daytime, what we do is, when this price is 2 rupees, our thermal plant variable cost is about 3 to 3.5 rupees. The fixed cost is, in addition to that, it ranges between 2 to 3 rupees. But fixed cost is something which you have to pay anyway, whether you run the plant or don't run the plant. But the variable cost, which is the cost of coal consumption when you operate the plant, which is in the range of about 3.5 rupees. So simple maths tells you that if the price in the market is less than your variable cost, then you either close it down or step it down and then buy from the market. And that's precisely what we do. So if you see this, the width of this red or dark orange comes down during daytime. Even for this also it comes down, and we start buying from the market. And evening when we have some surplus, we actually then sell. Last year, India actually crossed a very, very major milestone. Something which as a country, we targeted for 2030 when we had this Paris climate goals. And that was that 50% of our energy we will produce through renewables. But our growth trajectory is so good that we achieved this milestone 5 years ahead of time. So sometime around last year, this renewable energy capacity overtook the conventional energy installed capacity in India. So if you look at today's picture, roughly we are about 256 gigawatts of conventional capacity and about 260 gigawatts of renewable capacity. And the situation which we are today will maybe go up to about 350 in coming 4 to 5 years. And that's probably the ceiling of the conventional capacity. Precisely because of those price issues which I talked about in my previous slide, your thermal energy starts becoming more expensive than your renewable energy, and economics comes into play. And then it becomes uneconomical for us as a country to add more thermal plants. Simple, plain simple, it's economics. It's not environment, it's not climate, it's not any other issue. It's purely economics. That is, when the price of conventional is less than thermal, or price of renewable is less than conventional, you don't add any more conventional. So we have currently about 90 to 100 gigawatt capacity thermal plants which are currently in construction or in advanced planning for beginning construction. And we think that that's the end of it. Most capacity addition after 2030 will be in renewable as we see things today. I will also tell you very other interesting data point in this, which is India intends to double its renewable energy installed capacity in next 5 years. So we are roughly about 250, 260 today, but we are targeting about 500 gigawatt by 2030. This means we will add roughly about 50 gigawatt every year of renewable capacity. Now, when we look at what we have already done, it looks very high. But I'll tell you two other interesting facts which will put this into perspective. One is, today, India's manufacturing capacity of solar panels is roughly 100 gigawatt per annum. We have done huge, I would say, transformation in terms of solar panel development within our manufacturing within India, that we are currently producing about 100 gigawatt, not producing, but capacity to produce about 100 gigawatt of panels. So we are talking about only half of what we can produce in India in a year. But the second interesting fact I want to tell you is, China has a manufacturing capacity of 1,000 gigawatt per annum. 1,000 gigawatt per annum. 10 times what we intend to do. The entire country of United States of America, the total installed solar capacity in USA is about roughly, if my memory serves me right, is about roughly about 135 gigawatt. 135 gigawatt is what entire US has. So you can imagine the stride which we are making. But then the reason why I pointed out about China is not to say that, okay, no, they're at a different level, but to tell you that if China does about 1,000, we can easily do about 50 to 100. Now I was telling you the glamorous part of it, because this is something which you were reading in the newspapers, a new project got commissioned in Gujarat, in Khavda, 3 gigawatt project has got commissioned. So those are those glamour news. But then there is a bottleneck behind it, and the bottleneck is transmission. Roughly, as we speak today, about 50 gigawatt of either commissioned capacity or nearing commissioned capacity in India is waiting for transmission line to come. That is what we intend to add in a year. We are lagging behind, though we have already put in most of the investment or nearly the full investment, but we are not able to commission because the transmission backbone is missing. what we targeted, we did only roughly about 60% of it, but 40% is what we missed. So if a solar plant takes about 12 to 18 months to commissioning, many of you have experience in that. You start a project today, it takes about 12 to 18 months to commission. A transmission timeline takes about 3 to 5 years of commissioning. And there's a huge shortage of almost everything which is related to the transmission sector. You have shortage of power transformers, you have shortage of even conductors. Metal prices have gone sky high, which has affected the projects which are already under progress. So we have a huge constraint relating to that. An estimate says that about 2 terawatt-hour of produced solar energy we could not pump into the grid. The panel is there, the energy, because sunlight is falling on it, so energy is being produced, but we have not evacuated this energy just because we didn't have the transmission line. And I think that has become a real challenge which we have, as a country, we have to solve in next 5 to 10 years to make sure that our transmission capacity keeps pace with our planned addition of renewable capacity. And I think everybody who's dealing with this sector has to really, pull up their sleeves and accelerate this. The third slide which I want to show you is something, as we speak, is now the major revolution which is currently kick-started. So I talked about this 260 gigawatt of renewable energy overtaking conventional energy, which happened in last 5 to 7 years. That was a big breakthrough. But the next one is in terms of storage of energy. So as we speak, India has roughly about half a gigawatt hour of battery storage commissioned. There is nearly about 15 to 17 gigawatt hour of battery projects which are currently awarded or in the stage of construction, but only about half a gigawatt hour of battery storage which is operational. And as we move into a scenario where we will not be adding thermal, we are going to hit this problem where we need storage as a solution, because your solar energy is coming during the daytime. But the solar energy, as I showed you in that yellow graph, is only during from 9, 10 o'clock till about 3, 4 o'clock. So what do you do for the remaining 18 hours? And you are not adding any thermal. The solution is add storage. And this can be done in 2 ways. One in battery storage, and the other is something called pump storage. So pump storage is, you have 2 reservoirs, one at a lower level and at a higher level. When your energy price is, let's say, 2 rupees, I push this water from the lower reservoir to the upper reservoir. And when the price is 10 rupees, I generate electricity from the upper reservoir to the lower reservoir. And as of today, this cycle has about 22% loss. So you get about 78% of what you put in back into the grid by operating the pump storage. India has a huge potential for pump storage. In fact, we as a country are targeting roughly about 74 gigawatt, that is 74,000 megawatt of battery storage, and about 50 gigawatt of pumped storage in next about 5 to 6 years. important technological issue which is driving this is battery prices have come down sharply in last 1.5 decade. Almost 90% reduction in last 15 years. It used to be roughly about $900 to $1,000 per kilowatt hour, but today it is $70 to $80 per kilowatt hour. It had come down to about 50, 55 about 3-4 months back. But then something I'm going to talk about, China is playing truant now. So in last 3 months, the battery prices have increased by about roughly 30%, because almost 94% of our entire lithium ion battery is imported from China. 6% only is from other sources. The PLI scheme has helped, but I think there is a major need to work on this, not just manufacturing lithium iron by finding sources of lithium from other parts of the world. We have done some breakthrough in reaching out to Brazil or some of the other South American countries in sourcing lithium. But I think we need to now work on the technology of how do you convert that raw lithium ore into lithium which can be utilized, and then down the value chain to fully manufacture battery in India. We also need to look at some of the other technologies, sodium ion battery technology, which is holding a lot of promise. In China, sodium ion battery in recent few months, and this is something which has happened in last 4-5 months only, has shown some promise. But I think India as a country also has to invest on research in sodium ion battery. And third thing we need to do is, we need to also work on recycling lithium ion battery. Because once you recycle and you have a proper technology, you can get back the material, most of the material back, maybe not 100%, maybe 60%, maybe 50%, maybe whatever. I mean, and I think the winners will be the ones who are able to do it better. And the third thing here I want to talk about is, I was talking about the transmission issues in the previous slide. One way to solve this transmission bottleneck, maybe not at the peak, but at other than the peak, is to co-locate battery where you produce solar. So your transmission system, instead of being used for only 6 to 8 hours during the solar hours and waste for rest of 16 to 18 hours, is also now utilized because you co-located battery there. You use the solar energy which you are producing to charge the battery and use this when solar energy is not available. As a country now we have mandated it. The CS, the Central Electricity Authority, very recently, I think it happened about 2 months back, now is saying that it is must to have 2 hours of battery storage wherever a new solar plant comes in. But this is, I think, just the beginning. We need to do much more than that. The fourth area I want to cover in this overall picture of energy sector in India is now this rise of EVs. I mean, you're seeing this mayhem which is happening in Middle East and the oil crisis which world is going through. India imports roughly about 85% of its petroleum or oil from outside India. Some movement has happened, but this is mostly in two-wheeler or three-wheeler EVs. If you see, you would find a lot of these scooters or a lot of these three-wheelers EVs have happened. But cars, it is still very minuscule. So we are looking at 3 phases. One is the addition phase, where maybe till about next year, we are looking at only little bit incremental increase in our EVs. And when you do this incrementally, it doesn't really create too much of a problem on the grid because the grid is able to support it. But we see an acceleration happening in next 5 years. Maybe starting in another 1 year. You already see some signs of it. I mean, I think this, somebody from Tech Mahindra is there, but Mahindra, that EV vehicle which came, when it was launched in the market, the price of this vehicle is about 25 lakhs. But there is a 6 months waiting list. If you want the vehicle on day one, you pay 35 lakhs. So there's a 10 lakh premium on the vehicle when it got launched, because it's a great Indian product. And we need to have more and more such products coming into the market, which actually transforms this. So when this phase 2 is happening, most of your new vehicles are going to be EV. People are going to then increasingly stop buying ICE for the simple reason that the operating cost of an EV vehicle is roughly 1/5 of an ICE vehicle. And there's a very simple reason for it. The engine efficiency of an ICE vehicle is only about, ranges from 15 to 22%. I'll just take 2 more minutes. And 15 to 20%. Some vehicles do 23, 24. But an electric vehicle gives you an efficiency of 25% plus. So if you are spending about 10 rupees per kilometer for an ICE vehicle, an EV vehicle is costing you less than 2 rupees per kilometer. And then we move into phase 3, which is that your existing ICE fleet is also going to be replaced by an EV fleet. And that's where we need to spend a lot on the grid. But one way to solve it is, if you have V2G, that is vehicle to grid, reverse flow also starts happening. That is, we send to the grid when the price is high, and we buy from the grid when the price is low, which as a state we do. So an individual consumer also does it. He doesn't plug his EV vehicle in between 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. when the price is 10 rupees and uses it only during the daytime. So you charge during the day, but give it back maybe to the grid, maybe in the evening or in the morning, and then you also get your money back. And that is something which I think is something we need to really work on. So this is the last slide which I have. 3 very interesting engineering challenges, because this is a gathering of IITians. I thought I'll just talk to you about the technology part of it. One is the grid inertia. The grid inertia, which is that when the production goes down, because of the inertia of a turbine, the grid is able to maintain. For example, I have a solar generator. You have clouds and solar energy is not being produced. Suddenly you can have a grid collapse. It happened in Spain very recently. So you need to work on technology as to how do you have grid inertia even without having rotational energy of thermal or hydro. The second one is proper solar forecasting, because this has a huge variance on the pricing and the demand. And the third is AI in utility operations. And as a state, we have started working on it. We have made a AI intervention roadmap for our Genco, Transco, and Discoms, 10 intervention, very interesting ones. But increasingly, we have to do for the entire country. How do you utilize AI in our utility operations? I'll end here. I think I've taken a few minutes more than what I was allotted. But I thought that being engineers, this sector is a very, very interesting sector for, I would say, any engineer. I mean, there's something for everyone in this sector. Whether it is a computer science engineer, whether an electrical engineer, whether a mechanical engineer. I was just talking to director of IIT Dhanbad. He's working in critical minerals. Huge requirement of research in that. So there's something for, I think, everybody to work on. And with these few words, I thank you all for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share some of the thoughts. And I hope this brings in some spark in some of you to do some transformative work in this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request you to please stay back on stage. And to felicitate Sri Navin Mittalji, I request Sri Neeraj Kumarji, Chair, PanIIT Bangalore Summit, to please do the honors. Mr. Neeraj Kumar. And now for a very special session, and after this, we're going to break for lunch. So this special session is going to be about digital governance and public tech transformation. And for this special session, I would like to call upon stage Sri Bhavesh Mishra ji, IAS, IIT Delhi. Sri Bhavesh Mishra is a 2015 batch IAS officer and is a Special Secretary of IT and Electronics Department for Government of Telangana. He is a tech-forward administrator, redefining how citizens interact with the government in the digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause and welcome Sri Bhavesh Mishra.
Can you put up this slide also? Good afternoon, everyone. Respected seniors. Thank you for inviting me for this event. My name is Bhavesh Mishra. I did my BTech in Electrical Engineering, a subject close to Navin Mittal sir, in 2013 from IIT Delhi, and I am 2015 batch IAS officer. Currently, I head two departments, IT Electronics Communication, along with the mining department also. So these two departments I currently look after, and my presentation will briefly cover some of the activities that we do and the intervention of technology and the possibilities for startups and DTEP ecosystem to work with the government. So now talking about Hyderabad first, this year from the technology landscape, we had this very interesting development that Hyderabad became the GCC capital of the country. We had maximum number of GCCs coming, and in fact this was the second year. So last year also we led the number of GCCs in the country, and this year also, in fact, we have overtaken our close competitor Bengaluru. So there's a good, healthy competition, and we are proud to say that Hyderabad is doing excellent in this landscape. In fact, there is a very interesting comment that I came across, that Hyderabad may not have weather of Bangalore, it may not have treks like Pune or nightlife of Gurgaon, but it has rest of the other things. Like you don't basically, it has a human warmth that is missing from most of the other metropolitan cities. Another very interesting development has been that Hyderabad has been known as IT and pharma capital of the country, but now we are also known as aerospace and defense corridor of the country. So in fact, in last year, the total export of aerospace and defense from Hyderabad has overtaken pharma exports from Hyderabad. So this is a very interesting development. So now we can proudly say that we are leaders in these three ecosystems. One is IT and GCC, second is pharma, third is aerospace and defense. As far as government is concerned, we have always supported the startup as well as deep tech ecosystem. So last year, in the month of December 2025, we started something known as Google for Startup. It is hosted in T-Hub campus. It was inaugurated by Honorable CM Sir, IT Minister Sir. So this is their first such campus in the country, and in fact fourth or fifth in the world from the Google side. Then we also announced launch of 1,000 crore startup fund of funds. So that will be basically grounding in financial year 2026 and 27. Apart from that, we are also now grounding $150 million JICA project, that is Japan International Cooperative Agency, towards promotion of startup and grassroots innovation. So you will see a lot of things happening, in this ecosystem that is government-led in financial year 26-27. Now talking about technology, startups and governance, because a lot of people generally ask that what, the scope of startups, because the entry barriers in the government ecosystem for a startup to basically work is considered generally very high. So what we as a, let's say, department, both in IT and electronics and mining, are doing to basically plug that gap. I'll focus some of these slides on that. So for example, in case of mining, we generally see that mining sector is always in news because of wrong reasons. You will hardly see any positive news coming from the mining ecosystem. So let's say in last 2 months, you had this whole Aravali episode where a lot of back and forth has taken place as to limits of where the mining should be allowed. In Meghalaya, there was this unfortunate incident where around 20 people had died. So overall, there is a negative attitude towards mining department. But from our department side, we are making a lot of efforts in collaboration with startups basically to both increase our revenue and to reduce such negative incidents. So talking about our performance, so compared to last year, generally the GDP growth in any state, or in fact for the India also, would be in the range of 8 to 9%. Use of technology has enabled us to increase our revenue by 34% this year. So compared to last year, we are 34% up as far as mining sector is concerned. And this has happened primarily because of all these things that you are seeing on the right side. So we have started integrating deep technology, deep tech sector within our ecosystem in a prominent manner. So we do a lot of volumetric analysis, we do DGPS survey now, we do ETS, we do automatic number plate recognition, we do GPS tracking of most of our vehicles, satellite-based change detection of our mines, CCTV surveillance, and all these stack that you see, these are 100% startup stack. So by this 100% startup stack, I mean that all the technology vendors or partners that we deal with, these are all small startups whom we work with. So our tenders, whenever we float from mining department for IT-related technology, we make it 100% startup compliant. If you are a startup, even with 2 or 3% want to work with mining department, it's like gates are open. You cannot, there are no entry barriers. You can come and basically work with us. In fact, for other departments as well. So from the IT department side, we recently onboarded AI tool solution for fire department to give NOC using AI and ML technique. And till now, more than 800 NOCs have been given in 2025. In fact, the company which has backed this tender is not a multi-million-dollar company. It's a very small startup, again working from Hyderabad. Now talking about what more we can do, so there is an entity in Australia called ASPI. So last year it released a critical technology tracker, where it has listed 45 critical technology which will be important for any state to have its own energy material security. So the unfortunate thing is that out of the 45 technology sector we are seeing, 37 of them are dominated by China and 7 of them are dominated by US. So we should also be ranking somewhere, and given the quantum of the intelligence that we have in this room, I am 100% sure that with an active collaboration of the government and the private sector, in some of these sectors, we can definitely, achieve good progress. So I'll just quickly run through, these 45 sectors that we have. It's not that we are not figuring anywhere, in these sectors, but we are certainly not number 1 or number 2. In most of these sectors, we are somewhere at number 3 or number 4, but we can definitely be in number 1, number 2 in field maybe in next coming 4 to 5 years. So these are the 44 sectors that ASPI generally tracks. From the government side, Naveen Mittal sir was mentioning what they do require in terms of energy sector. From IT department as a whole, what we basically need is that we spend a lot of time. In fact, if you go to secretariat or department, 50-60% time generally gets spent in retrieving information from these physical documents, scanned documents, PDFs. So we have seen that how good notebook LLM tool from Google actually works. But this is something that works on a micro scale where you can basically add 30 to 40 documents, not more than that. I think it has a limit of 50 documents. So how do we basically roll out a system for the government where it works at scale? So at scale, I mean that, for example, in mining department, I would have more than maybe 60-70,000 documents being generated every couple of years. Talking about last 10 years, it would be millions of documents. So can we basically roll out a Google LLM kind of notebook system which works at scale for millions of documents? If you are able to crack that problem statement using some open source tool, then you can basically achieve two things. A, the speed of government decision making will improve and the effectiveness will also improve. So the time that a government takes for taking a decision will come down substantially and the errors also will reduce. So this is one thing that is an open problem statement. We are working with some of these startups for doing this, but again, if companies or the representatives who are here, if they think that they have some solution, they can work with us, definitely please take down my contact details and we'll be happy to work with you. Now we are also entering into an era where it's a one-person unicorn era. So the right person on the right, if somebody can guess his name. So this gentleman on the right, his name is Peter Steinberger. So he is in fact known for creating a tool called OpenClaw. Now this tool has this USP that on GitHub, the portal which is basically owned by Microsoft, where you have all your open source technology hosted, there is something known as star system. Star means that the larger number of stars you have, the more famous that library is. This library has highest number of stars on GitHub within a span of just 1 month. So within 1 month, it, I think, bagged more than 2 lakh, the last count I remember, starts within a period of 1 month. It is a one-person led tool, which is now the highest downloaded tool in the world. Highest downloaded. In fact, yesterday, the CEO of NVIDIA also commented that now this OpenClaw tool is more famous, more prominent, more effective than Linux system that we generally use. So this is the era that we have entered. This whole tool was developed by a single person. There is no other person basically assisting him. And last month, OpenAI basically gave an open offer to onboard him as well as his tool within the OpenAI ecosystem. So this is the era of one-person unicorn. In fact, going back into the history, we had one more person in our ancient times who was a one-person, not unicorn, but he had a great influence on language. Because when we talk about large language model, so we need to basically appreciate the efforts of people who did a lot of R&D in terms of how language actually works and how to basically make a machine understand what we are speaking. So the example is from a person called Panini. You might have heard about him. So 2,500 years ago, he wrote a book called Ashtadhyayi. So it has 4,000 sutras. This is in Sanskrit. So if you were to download it, it will consume only 50 pages, that's it. In 40 to 50 pages, you will be able to download the entire Ashtadhyayi, and it has less than 1 MB of size. I tested it on my computer also. But the good thing is that it explains the entire Sanskrit grammar. In just 40 pages, the whole of Sanskrit grammar is explained. Another interesting part is that it lays the basis for something known as use of computer concepts in grammar. So for example, on left, you can see he gave 14 sutras known as Maheshwar Sutras. And based on that, there are some programming concepts, meta rules, functions, object-oriented programming. If you go through these 4,000 sutras, you will find all these concepts being used 2,500 years ago. So that's a phenomenal achievement that he did in the field of language. So very interesting experiment we can do. So if I ask you, can you name, let's say, 3-4 words in English language which has ND, the combination of word ND in between? You can make it try. Lot of words we can find, right? In fact, India itself has ND in between. India, mind, and grand bond. What about, let's say, word MP? Stamp, lamp, ramp, so many words are there. Now, if I were to reverse this question, or reverse the letter order, and if I ask you, can you find any word in English among all the 10 million words that English language would have, having MD or NP in between, a combination of MD or NP? So the answer would be no. You will not find a single word in English language which will have MD or NP in between. So the reason is that English grammarians cannot explain this. If you were to basically find the reason for this phenomenon in English language, you will not get that. But if you were to ask this question to Mr. Panini, that why in English language you don't have MD or NP anywhere in any of the word, this sutra along with all these meta rules that Panini had prepared, it will be able to answer that. So in ancient India also we had phenomenal contribution in science, technology, language, and that is basically a motivation factor for us to get inspired and do something in the field of deep tech in future. Now, talking about collaborating with the government, if you feel that you have good ideas in the field of health, education, municipal administration, environment, pollution, AI, energy, GCC, quantum, mining, deep tech, I think you can take down our coordinates, you can approach us, and we'll be more than happy to work with you, not on small POCs, because India is also known as what you call valley of death for POCs. We do a lot of POCs, but they don't scale. So now we are basically trying to move from a phenomenon of doing micro POC to a full-scale rollout. So if you think that you have good solutions, please contact us and we'll do a full-scale rollout instead of doing a small POC. Last point, just a tribute to our strength of IT ecosystem. Within our IT community, people who are from civil servant background, we have a group. It's a WhatsApp group. It has now 2,300 civil servants connected. And in fact, the USP of this group is that from Brazil to Fiji or from Ladakh to Kochi, you have any issue anywhere, you just put it on the WhatsApp group, and definitely within 2 to 3 minutes, you will receive at least 4 or 5 people pinging you that yes, either I am posted there or I'll be able to help you. In fact, today's event also, sir, had posted this, that PanIIT Summit is live, and a lot of people, I think, on the group, being Sunday today, would be watching it. So thank you. Thank you, sir, for giving me an opportunity. It's always a pleasure to interact with the IT ecosystem. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I request Bhavesh ji to please stay back on stage. And to do the felicitation, I request Mr. Ashok Kumar Garu. Ashok Kumar sir to please join us and do the honors on stage. Felicitate Mr. Bhavesh. Sri Bhavesh Mishra ji, thank you for taking us through a wonderful concept and a session, digital governance and public tech transformation. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to break for lunch. We will be exactly back again in 45 minutes. So please take your time, feel comfortable, and don't forget to come back because we have some eminent panelists who are here to join us for another panel discussion with another 5 special sessions lined up for you. Thank you, one and all.
Hi, I'm Manjula Gattam. Superstar Mr. Krishna. Recently, I have seen such a similarity in the great attitude to perfection in Speed Infra's project. Constella at Exit 14, an incredible focused courtyard villa lifestyle which has timeless value. What's more, it's an emphatic uniqueness of 15 beautiful designer gardens. It is a perfect place that recreates those bonds of togetherness. I fondly remember how as children we spent the times in our homes built around a courtyard which was center of tradition, prosperity, and laughter. Love, live, laugh. Create a legendary story. I'm delighted to share a home just like that at Constella, the Courtyard Villas at Tukagut, Zora City by Speed Infra, where tradition inspires modern.
Of speakers from government, industry, key sessions, check. This is still on. इसको ऑफ कर दीजिए. ఇప్పుడు ఏం మాట్లాడినా వినిపించదు, ఇంకా వినిపిస్తోంది. ఆపేయండి. Successful 15-year tenure at ISRO, he became one of the early pioneers of private industry in high technology areas. In 1992, Dr. Subbarao Garu founded Anant Technologies Limited for design, development, fabrication of highly reliable systems for Indian space program, Indian defense. His work exemplifies how private enterprise can drive national scientific sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. We have with us Dr. Subbarao Pavuluri. Hearty welcome to you, sir, on stage. Joining our panelists next is Sri SVS Narayan Murthy Garu as the Chairman Managing Director of Mishra Dhatu Nigam Limited, Midhani. Sri SVS Narayan Murthy Garu leads the nation's premium specialized metals and alloys manufacturer. His expertise is the foundation of India's strategic sectors from space to nuclear energy, providing the advanced and critical materials. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Sri Narayan Murthy Garu a big round of applause. We also have with us another panelist, Dr. Nayani Kishore Nath, a distinguished project director of Veda Advanced System Laboratory, DRDO. Widely known for his contributions in design and development of Agni missile, his work focuses on the design, implementation of sophisticated missile and defense technology that protect the nation's border. He has been conferred the prestigious Institution of Engineers MP Baya National Award 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, so proud to have Mr. Nayani Kishore Nath Garu. Let's welcome Dr. Nayani Kishore Garu. Hearty welcome to you on stage, sir. Joining us on stage, now I request Professor Raja Rao Tripuraneni Garu to please join us. Professor Raja Rao Tripuraneni founded Vision Labs in 1986, specializing in fields of geographic information system and land information system. With his specialization in artificial intelligence, With his specialization in artificial intelligence, he has guided the development of various expert systems in the fields of remote sensing, and image recognition. Medical imaging, machine vision. Professor Rajarao Tripuraneni is now a key academic leader at the Mahindra University, where he drives institutional growth and research excellence. Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Rajarao Tripuraneni. Hearty welcome to you, sir, on stage. Once again, extending a very warm welcome on behalf of the whole team of PanIIT India. I welcome our panelists on stage, and now I request Sri B. Sheshagiri Rao Garu to take over the proceedings as moderator of this session. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to this August gathering of PanIIT Summit. And it is a privilege and I am honored to be a moderator for a panel of eminent academicians and those who have excelled in their field. So today we are going to speak about one of the most important topic in the field of defense, that is self-reliance, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Why do we need Atmanirbhar Bharat? Today, Honorable MP said, the world is a global village. That means there are no borders. There should not be any fightings. That is the assumption every one of us generally have. But the reality is totally different. The reality is every day we see fights. Russia fighting with Ukraine. America and Israel fighting with Iran in current scenario. And now people are speaking about a scenario where there is no time limit. War just starts, but none of us know the end. The war of Russia and Ukraine is continuing for 4 years. 4th anniversary also was done. And US President says, I don't know when we will end the war. The enemy has to surrender. And unfortunately, we also have hostile neighbors. In the past, it was two numbers. Now it has increased to 3. So we cannot take any chance with respect to the security and integrity of the country. And when you have to fight wars like this, you need to have your own ammunition, own aircraft, own ships, and cannot depend anymore for foreign technology, because your suppliers can cut off your lifeline any moment. In the past we have seen such problems like sanctions being imposed on us when LCA was getting developed. Even today we are dependent for engines from the United States on LCA aircraft. So what is the solution for this? Foreseeing all these problems, Honorable Prime Minister has initiated 2 measures. One was on 25th September 2014, Make in India. Make in India was also exactly similar to what we have today, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Because he said, unless you make in India, you cannot sell, we cannot buy. The DPM says you have to be IDDM to get the priorities. Next, in 2020, he brought the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliance. So these two put together should take us to a self-reliant defense forces of the country. So with us we have 4 eminent speakers specializing in different subjects. I request one by one to say what they feel about the current status of this Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, and subsequently I would like to ask them, with my past experience, a question related to their particular field, specific field. So to begin with, I request Professor Subbarao Garu to start his views and opinion on our self-reliance in defense. I also have a request to pay attention to the time so that we complete it within the available time frame, the program.
Sure, sir. Thank you, Shashira, for the nice introduction that you have given to the part. See, Atmanirbharata is something in fact, Atmanirbharata in the strategically important locations in the country, that is the space and the defense areas, is a strategic necessity for the country. So that being the strategic necessity that give rise to technology development and making in India, manufacturing in India, and these will further result into economic growth. So therefore, it is absolutely necessary. Even to put it in a common sense language, I'm sure all of us want our own children. We don't want to adopt children, isn't it? The same fashion. Atmanirbharata is something that we should survive on our own. Nothing to do with anybody, any import, anywhere else on the. There are two instances in which we had a trouble earlier. I think as you mentioned, there was some time they can cut off the entire supplies, which give rise to entire country getting into a problem. So instead of that, in fact, recently, in one of the problems that we had with Pakistan, our navigation system was cut off by American companies. As a result, we lost a lot of navigation related. So we want to create a navigation constellation in the country. We already started doing it, and that's going on very well on that part. So therefore, it is strategically important for the country to have our own Atmanirbharata and manufacturing in India. Thank you.
So Professor Rajarao garu.
Good afternoon, friends, and PanIIT, I should say, colleagues. I hail from, I did my PhD from IIT Madras in computer science department. When we were studying, AI was completely bookish knowledge and publishing papers, very initial stage. People were not aware of what AI is. But today, it has become a talk of the town. There is a lot of difference now. Even the villages, the farmers also talk, my son is in the AI. So that is the kind of popularity the AI has caught up. Incidentally, my PhD at the time was the first PhD in India in the field of artificial intelligence. It's a matter of pleasure for me to share with you. And I promoted a company called Computer Vision Labs India Private Limited, dedicated the company for indigenous technology development. It was very much, this company was born much in advance. Very early in the days, nobody can believe that Indians can ever develop technology. Even the policy makers themselves have declared that Indians cannot develop technology. You only copy and claim that it is indigenously developed. That was the scenario in those days. So, in spite of my serious attempts in developing various software products, particularly in the high technology area, and also in defense areas. For example, Aeronautical Development Agency, we developed a simulator for Tejas aircraft, but that is for maintenance simulator. We cannot directly put the maintenance engineers on the aircraft straight away. We have to train them on a simulator and then put them onto the actual service. So similarly, we have developed one electronic warfare system for DLRL, Defense Electronics Research Laboratories. That is also completely indigenously developed work. And in fact, I was told that this electronic warfare system was utilized in recent Operation Sindoor. That's what I was told. I don't know the actual facts. And it was quite a long time back, of course, 15 years back. It has taken us almost 10 years to develop that electronic warfare system. So now, the issue I'd like to address is that I have prepared a few points which I would like to read, if the chair permits me. Okay. Okay, right. So, all I would like to say is we have to develop indigenously the AI model itself. The war that is happening today is not merely the ammunition and the people or soldiers. It is the intelligence, that matters a lot. Similarly, the data. Based on data only, the artificial intelligence becomes more knowledgeable, more intelligent, more, it services the problem solving. So therefore, our own data, it must be the one that is going to fight war. So in other words, it adds fourth dimension to fighting war in the future. We cannot depend on imported chips, imported hardware, and imported machinery. In strategic areas, if the foreign supplier does not allow, we can simply pull it off. Say, for example, the software that operating system, for example, if we develop using Microsoft operating system or any other operating system, if they stop licensing us, we are finished. So therefore, it is very important that we must develop our own AI technology and also develop the data that is required. So anyway, this session is very short time. With this, I will conclude. But in the next round, if there is any opportunity, I will say a few words.
Now I request Dr. Narayan Murthy to say his speech.
Thank you, sir. So good afternoon, all of you. Thank you for all panelists. Okay. So first, let us see the big picture. Morning, our chief guest has talked about India becoming the fourth largest economy. You would have heard. We have surpassed sometime last year, we have surpassed Japan to become fourth largest economy. Our present size is $4.19 trillion US dollars, point number one. He also mentioned about that there is disparity in this wealth distribution. Even though we are fourth largest economy by sheer population, if you look at the per capita GDP, our per capita GDP is $2,800 US dollars, $2,888. Compare it with China, 13,000 US dollars, Japan about 33,000 US dollars, Germany 55,000 US dollars, and of course United States the highest, 90,000 US dollars. We cannot celebrate this becoming fourth largest economy. Okay, by numbers, maybe we can, and of course Germany we are beating by 2030. They are 4.74 trillion US dollar economy. We may be becoming third by 2030. Unless we increase the per capita GDP, we will not be achieving this. Why we are so low in the chart of per capita GDP is a lack of innovation. Lack of innovation is the primary reason why we are having this low per capita GDP. Recent article last week I read in one of the things that we don't have our own 100% indigenized car engine. Forget about aircraft, someone was saying a domestic passenger car engine is 100% testing, it goes somewhere or some other purpose it goes somewhere. We are not having, and we pay huge amount of royalties for using their technologies. And traditionally we are people who buy technologies, already well-proven technologies, and we want to produce them. This is the normal mindset. This point number one I want to raise. Second point, India is the third largest, third country producing highest number of papers. If you see 5% of the publications in scientific and technical journals are from India. But if you come to the patents, innovation index, we are nowhere in the picture. That means we are doing something which is not getting translated into the products. So this is point number two. But now I think we are in the right space and at right time. Why? Because morning we had two distinguished lectures. One by our secretary, special chief secretary, energy. He spoke about lithium-ion batteries. He spoke about the necessity of going for sodium-ion batteries. Have you ever seen a secretary-level person talking about so technical thing? I mean, that we are going down and trying to dissociate the problem and identify where we need to invest our energy. This is point number one. Minister for IT, he has identified, sorry, not Minister, Secretary for IT, he has highlighted, he has shared 3 slides of about 40 projects, okay, where we need to invest. And if you look at the first slide is full of materials. Why I want to highlight this is even recent budget, what that was proposed by Honorable Finance Minister on 1st of February, she talked about minerals. Within the first 10 minutes of her presentation, she talked about the necessity of critical minerals, semiconductors, rare earth magnets. That means now we are understanding that we are what we have not been having all these years. I think the energy has been put elsewhere, and this is the right time to concentrate on those areas, those critical areas where we have been armed twisted or we are not having technologies. So in the first round, I think I just want to highlight that we are at the right time. We have identified areas where we need to work, and our energy has to be put in that direction. Thank you.
Good afternoon to one and all. I thank PAN and IIT Murali Krishna sir for inviting me here, chairman and co-panelists. So this is the era of innovation and indigenization in defense. So as other panelists also told, Atmanirbharata, self-reliance is very, very important in the area of defense. So I am from DRDO. So DRDO organization is working on these indigenous technologies for last 5 decades. We have developed a lot of systems in the area of missiles, in the area of aircrafts, battle tanks, materials, and a lot of equipments has been indigenized, and we are supplying it to armed forces. In this connection, so the importance of materials, as Narayan Murthy sir told, to have right materials for manufacturing critical equipments like aero engines, then missile bodies is very, very important. Way back in 2000, we wanted to make a rocket motor casings out of carbon composites. At that time, we had some interaction with the Russians. They told us, you give 100 crores, we will make and give you. But our management at that time decided, we cannot depend continuously on them, so let us make indigenously. Then we started making. Initially, it took a lot of time, 2-3 years to prove itself. Now, every missile structure is made of composite rocket motor casings. It gives a lot of weight advantage, longevity, life, then easy to handle, easy to manufacture. So that's the way our science and technology, always we should strive for making indigenous equipment for the defense forces, because in many occasions the critical equipment will be denied to us. So way back in 98, when Pokhran tests happened, many of the critical equipments were banned to us. DRDO has taken lead and made a lot of efforts in indigenizing so many sensors like gyros, navigation equipment, onboard computer, so many things. Now we are mostly self-reliant in those areas. We use our own navigation systems, onboard computers, antennas, radar, transponders, transmitters, everything. So as Narayan Murthy sir told, still we have to do a lot of research on development of single crystal blades, then high-end materials, then fiber, carbon fiber manufacturing in India. So many activities we have to take up. For this, government has to fund. Our defense R&D budget is, compared to other countries, is very minimum. So now recently Minister has announced some little bit of percentage increase in defense R&D. So innovation and indigenization is very, very important in the area of defense equipment. So country is focusing on that now. A lot of R&D budget also, like Research and Development Innovation Foundation under the ANRF, DST is also investing 1 lakh crores in private industries. The R&D should happen in private industries also. Government is very much interested. Not only DRDO, ISRO or Atomic Energy should only do research. The research component should come from IITs and industries also. And industries also should invest some part of their budget into R&D. Then only the country can develop. Innovations will happen. Then equipment indigenization will happen. This is the way for the future. That's what I believe. Thank you.
So we have listened to our expert panelists on their views about the self-reliance part and indigenization. Missiles, of course, we have achieved great strides in missile technology. All of you must have seen in the televisions that BrahMos did enormous damage during Operation Sindoor. And to proudly say that HAL, in fact, integrated BrahMos on Sukhoi aircraft at 1/10 of the cost what Russians have quoted. So it is not that we have not developed technologies, it is not that our science R&D centers are not contributing, but definitely there is a lot more to be contributed for us to be totally self-reliant. In this connection, I request Subbarao Garu to say what he feels that furthermore to whatever steps that have been already taken needs to be done to increase the level of indigenization.
Thank you, sir. In the strategically important sectors in the country, we can name them as the space and the defense. These two are very strategically important for the country. In these space technologies, that sector had Atmanirbharata from the very beginning, from Vikram Sarabhai days onwards itself on that. What can be done in the country must be done here only. That was the slogan that was given to us by Vikram Sarabhai, and they continue to be Atmanirbharata in the space programs all along. With that, we could land on the moon, South Pole, which others have not done that. So, therefore, similarly in the defense area, today we're talking about Atmanirbharata, because all the imports in defense sector were completely all fleets. You can say Air Force or Navy or Army, most of the things are imported from outside only on that. Unfortunately, this is going to be stopped by Government of India now. Hopefully, not only subsystems level, but also at platform level, Indians can make things. In fact, my co-panelist, Ms. Rajarao, has mentioned earlier that, can Indians develop the software? Can Indians make the systems? Yes. The fact that we landed on the moon gave us enormous confidence to all of us, to all science and technology people, that India also can do, we can do. But the kind of scenario today we have from the Government of India has to change completely. The entire mindset has to change further on that. To change the mindset part of it, it started changing a bit here and there. The good. We have IDEX programs for technology development, and we have many other programs also like this coming up on that. But the funding that's available towards the technology development is very, very meager in those areas. It is necessary that we should look at the technology development as a way of life for our own Indians and the part of it. See, one of the speakers earlier has mentioned about PanIIT grammar. The PanIIT grammar, which is being used in the software programs also today, he mentioned about that secretary from government of Telangana. The fact remains that our ancestors also could do a lot of things without instrumentation itself. So that means today with the instrumentation, with the innovation, with a lot of things, with the mind programs, we can do a lot of things that happen. So therefore, Atmanirbharata is a part of the very, very essence for all of us, and we should continue to do that part of it. And the government also should encourage this one further by liberalizing all the sectors into the part of it. It is not necessarily that this has to be taken up only by government undertakings. It should be done by the industries also. And the private industry should be on par with any governmental agencies to be, that's how this has to be treated by the Government of India on that. Hopefully that's going to happen very soon on that. So that's why if you want to be a part of the Vikasit Bharat by 2047, it is absolutely necessary that we should change the mindset in the government itself on that. That means they should not look at the technology development as a failure or success kind of a thing into that. I'll give an example to you. See, we have
Chandrayaan-2 program, when we want to land on the moon, but we could not do so because various other reasons on that. We didn't have enough of data on that. But Chandrayaan-3 was successful, we landed on the moon. What does it mean? Is Chandrayaan-2 is a failure or a success? In fact, that's also a success because that gave us a lot of information to us to design further on Chandrayaan-3 program. So therefore, in the technology areas, government should not look at something a failure or a success kind of into that. See, if I am not diverting the chairman's permission, I would like to say something. This is Macaulay education in this country spoiled all of us. That looking at Indians as most inferior people. So this should change. This Macaulay education should change. This is also changing now on that. The second part is, I call it as a Robert Clive's accounting system. The Robert Clive, when he conquered India, Bengal, they designed a accounting system in such a way that every rupee from India is to be taken to the UK, to London. So therefore, the system is such that they never trusted Indians. The same scenario is prevailing in the government of India also today, and that we request that Atmanirbhar Bharat to emerge into a Viksit Bharat. Even this should change, and the equal opportunity to be given to everybody in the country onto this. Thank you.
So I request Rajarao Garu to say how AI can influence Atmanirbhar Bharat and strategic planning in defense. I request him to be as quick as possible in this because we are running out of time.
Okay, now in view of the paucity of time, I'll just mention a few important points. Namely, the future war is going to be algorithmic war. Whether your algorithm in AI depends on the algorithm, and AI depends on data and also algorithm. So therefore, algorithm sovereignty. When a country fights with the other country, it is not only the ammunition, it is going to be based on the success based on the algorithm. Algorithmic we have to develop just as countries seek energy independence, they must also seek AI independence. So we should not depend on other countries. Similarly, data is also a new ammunition. Data infrastructure. Data is a virtual infrastructure, and modern warfare increasingly depends on the data superiority rather than only weaponry. Similarly, AI plus human intelligence. Here, the AI should not take full charge of the very lethal war. It should be assisting the commander. Commander should have the full final control. Otherwise, we don't know whether we are killing our own friendly soldiers. Similarly, defense startups ecosystem. So here, our moderator, Sheshagiri Rao, the other day, just half an hour back, mentioning that the technology cannot be developed by government agencies only. It is to be, the government has to fund indigenous startup companies, encourage startup companies by funding them, and if the outcome is positive, then the technology transfer can be taken by the government. So that is another major step the government has to take, defense startups ecosystem. Then indigenous hardware, this is another, is not merely the software, it is right now, fortunately, the computing power has gone up steeply. That is why the AI has become a success. Several times, two attempts were made in the past, but AI, lot of investment was made by investors, the venture capitalists. Both the times it failed. But now, the hardware has improved a lot in terms of speed of operation, quantum of memory, and therefore, we should develop our own chips indigenously. Then we don't have to depend on foreign countries. Particularly in the strategic planning, we should not depend on foreign countries at all. So with these few remarks, I'll just conclude. Excuse me. Just to conclude my talk, in the 20th century, wars were decided by the strength of the ammunition. Whereas in the 21st century, they may increasingly be decided by the computational intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not merely another technology in defense. It is becoming central nervous system of the future military capability. AI is going to be the central nervous system, like our brain to the human being. Nations that must master the AI technology, then they will stand well in the 21st century. So with these few remarks and conclusions, I take it as leave.
So I request Dr. Narayan Murthy Garu to say how innovation, because one of the topics was innovation, how innovation helps in indigenization. And okay, we may be stepping by few minutes. Yeah, I understand and just...
So recently you would have seen Russian soldiers surrendering to Ukrainian drones, maybe last year onwards, how drones have been used against missiles. Probably a 20 lakh drone is being shot down by a, 100 times more costlier missile. So this is where the innovation comes. Innovation is the most important thing. Unfortunately, as I told, we have been tuned to buying technology and using it. And if you want to do that, the first and foremost is the Atmanirbharta in materials. For example, if you want to make some strategic alloys, we are not having the critical raw materials that are required. We are not having anything under our feet, like the so-called nickel, cobalt, tungsten, moly, or even on semiconductor side, if you are having gallium, germanium, antimony, tellurium, those that go into electronics we are not having, those that go into structural materials we are not having, and we are not also having something special purpose materials or other polymeric materials. Basically, we need to start from putting money and our energy efforts into that direction where we'll have Atmanirbharta in materials to start with. Earlier, the strategy used to be different. People who are having minds are thought to be powerful. That tendency is now changing. Whoever is having technology for processing of minerals or processing of minerals into metals, they are the people who are having technology. It is going to be a very tough situation. We need to invest now. There is no change. Of course, there is a policy for semiconductors by Government of India and other IDEX schemes as told by other panelists. There are initiatives, but we need to invest in those areas which makes us Atmanirbhar to achieve that Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you.
So one issue was the privatization, which Kishore Nadgar, he has already spoken that we need to encourage private industry also into defense R&D. With new government policies and encouraging a lot of private industry to participate in our defense programs, we all should hope that we will become self-reliant. It is not one day or 1 year's thing. Last 10 years, some progress has taken place, but not to the expectations of all people who are in the field. But hopefully, with more and more competition building up, with more and more industry coming up where they can attract talent, unlike public sectors, because public sectors are governed by various constraints, which will be a long topic to discuss. I wish that India becomes self-reliant and we will succeed in all our efforts. And Dr. Subbaragar wants to say a few words about PanIIT. With that, we'll conclude.
Yeah, a small appeal only in this. And she has mentioned that this being transmitted through on YouTube and everybody is watching on the IIT Alumni. See, my request to all IIT educated alumni elsewhere, in abroad particularly, they can tie up with Indian companies, or they can come over to India. They can also form their own companies, and they can start the technology. Each technology they can identify and can say they can. That will be the ideal situation for Viksit Bharat 2047. So I request the IIT alumni to look into that, and the recommendation should go to that from this angle. Thank you, sir.
So thanks for giving us this opportunity where we could express our views and hope things will happen much faster in the future. Thanks a lot to the PanIIT Alumni India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request our panelists to please stay back on stage. And to felicitate our panelist, I request Professor Murli Garu to join us on stage and do the honors. Sri B.H. Sheshagiri Rao Garu, CEO, MC retired HAL, Nasik. Sri B.H. Sheshagiri Rao. Dr. Subbarao. Next, Sri S.V.S. Narayan Murthy. Dr. Nayani Kishore Nath. Professor Raja Rao Tripurareni. Thank you, one and all. Thank you for joining us on stage. I think this panel was bang on time, and they did finish their topic, their session, absolutely on time. Thank you for respecting the time, sir. Thank you so much. Now let's move on to...
So this is our privilege to have somebody in the startup ecosystem here among us. His name is Bharat Daka. He's a co-founder and CTO of Skyroot Aerospace, India's first and largest space tech privately held space company. Please welcome him on stage, Bharat Daka. We're going to have the NMDC MD, please come on stage. Amitabh Mukherjee ji, as well as Prabhat ji, please come on stage. He is the chairman for PanIIT, IRS officer. Ashok Kumar ji, please come on stage. General Secretary, PanIIT. Just to tell a little bit, please come. Just to tell a little bit about Skyroot. Skyroot is all ex-ISRO engineers, IIT Madras, IIT Kharagpur, who have come and built something. They're the first ones to launch in space. PM Modi himself has launched, has inaugurated their facility few months back, Infinity Campus as well, and they've raised more than 1,000 crores, so close to more than $100 million at now Unicorn Founder, $1 billion valuation. Give him a big round of applause, please. In this geopolitical scenario, India needs to have sovereignty in space launch vehicles. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Daga, and hearty congratulations for your milestone achievement. And I have been saying this from the time I've stepped into this hall from morning, because we need more people like you. Our country needs more people like you. I think country needs all the IITians like you. Let's clap for all the IITians present here. Moving on to the next session, and this is about mining for growth, securing India's resource future. Ladies and gentlemen, as India accelerates towards becoming a global economic powerhouse, the role of our natural resources becomes more critical than ever. From infrastructure and manufacturing to energy security, the mining sector forms the backbone of sustainable development. To further elaborate on this, I'd like to call upon stage Sri Amitava Mukherjee, CMD, NMDC. Sri Amitava Mukherjee, as the CMD of NMDC, leads India's largest iron ore producer. His expertise is vital for securing India's resource future and fueling the nation's industrial expansion. He is literally mining the growth of modern India, ensuring our infrastructure has the raw materials it needs to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause. Sri Amitava Mukherjee. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Hearty welcome on stage. Sir, you can use the mic or you can use the podium, whatever is convenient.
Hello. Good afternoon, and I would like to thank the IIT alumni, PanIIT, in fact, alumni for having me here. I'll start with an apology for disturbing your siesta after a sumptuous lunch, but this is the slot that I've been given to trouble you. Well, the year was 1987, and the place was Ranchi, or rather, the Kendriya Vidyalaya, to be precise, in Duranda, where on a summer day I had the audacity to appear for IIT entrance examination, and I appeared in the maths examination. And when I came out, I had attempted questions of 2 marks only. And my best friend, who qualified in the top 100, told me that those 2 marks were wrong. So the better way to waste my next 3 hours was to watch a movie, and we went to Meenakshi movie theater to watch Tarzan and my favorite actress, Kimi Katkar, at that point of time with the young. Of course, we were later disappointed to find out that my name did not feature in the list of successful candidates of IIT. I was disappointed nonetheless. Subsequently, after almost a decade, to my mother's absolute astonishment, I did qualify for the civil services. And I was placed in one of the railway services. And in due course of time, I was posted in a place called Dhanbad, where you have the ISM. And Dhanbad, just outside the ISM campus, you have an excellent restaurant which serves great dhosas and idlis. I hope it's still there. I say this because that is the closest I reach to an IIT gate. And my apologies to face a crowd which cracked the examination successfully, which I failed successfully. So if I am a little nervous, I hope I'm excused. So after having introduced myself to this august alumni, let me begin with the talk that I'm supposed to be here. I can see the watch, but do buzz me when my time is over so that I can spare you of the further agony. Now, can I have the next slide, please, if I have something? Yeah, the next one, please. Do I have, can I have a pointer? Yeah. Till such time you give it to me. We all know this is something that's in common knowledge, that you cannot develop and what we target to be a Viksit Bharat when we have a century of independence without adequate metal and mineral security. Whether we aspire to be the third largest, we have the renewables that are all lined up, whether it is the clean energy or specialty steel or electronics, everything, or for the Samsung or iPhone that you hold in your hands, everything, virtually everything that you see, feel, touch, and use requires metals. And metals require mining. So metals and mining are at the bedrock of your development strategy. Next, please. Thank you. The green one on the right, right. So this is again something that everybody knows. We don't need to stress on this, that whether it's manufacturing, whether it is technology, whether it is energy, transportation, or infrastructure, the entire economy is dependent on various minerals, some of which the country is blessed to have, some of which we are completely dependent on imports. Does that move? And some of which we are completely dependent on imports. For example, coking coal, import requirement is 85%. We can't make steel without coking coal. Lithium, a full 100%. Cobalt, a full 100%. Copper, concentrate, 90%. So at this, there has been a drastic surge in the requirement of these people. So you need 7x lithium what you need today. You need more than 2x copper that you use today. And possibly, some estimates are that if the net zero targets of 1.5 are to be achieved, then possibly the world doesn't have enough copper. Possibly. So what is the necessity is that you have to spread your wings beyond the country. But there also you face a lot of problems. You have resource nationalism. I went to Indonesia last week, and they are the biggest suppliers of nickel. 411 mines, but they have said you can't export nickel ore. You have to process them. And they have cut down on production by 50% in this 411 mines. You cannot export copper concentrate out of Indonesia. You have to build a smelter there. And there are various restrictions in various countries, like we have in India also. Iron ore, for example, higher grade iron ore, you cannot export without a 30% duty. And this resource nationalism is prevailing all over the world. And there are certain things that, whether the supply constraints, for example, cobalt is basically available in DRC. And mining there is very, very difficult. So we have to overcome these international challenges to meet our requirements of minerals and metals. Technology is completely a different ballgame altogether. It's not only mining, but having successful technology. We have mines in Australia. We have been there for around 10 years. We are mining there as well. And we have seen lithium processing facilities by Chinese makers who are otherwise processing in China failed in Australia because of the quality of ore is different. So every time is a first time for everybody. It really doesn't matter how long you've been in that business. Can I have this slide, please? And all of you know that mining is not for the faint-hearted. It is a difficult business to be in. It is profitable, but it is very, very difficult business to be in. India, if you see, we have very low exploration. Just for statistics' sake, Australia spends around $5,000 per square kilometer of mineable area. Canada, around $5,300. Guess what's the number for India? Just make a wild guess, anybody. 100 is too high. It's $9. So 6% of India's area is OGL, what we call is the obviously geologically potential area, and I don't need to teach it to engineers. 2% of which has been explored, 2% of which has been mined. So we have a challenge in establishing resources. Approvals, around 13 to open a mine. We have opened deposit 4 in Belladilla around last week, and we know right from the district authorities to the central government how many approvals are required and how tough they are getting. In India, we have a special problem. Our resources are available, but they're broken up into such small segments that it makes large-scale mining not possible. So when I went to the biggest mine in Australia, which is run by Atlas, the strike length is 35 kilometers. And I'm one of the biggest miners. The biggest strike length that we have is 5 kilometers. So in our country, it is small, it's beautiful. So we have limited resource size. And India is not even ranked in the Fraser Institute. Now, there's a Fraser Institute which ranks geographies in terms of which is mining friendly. Western Australia, where we operate a gold mine, is always number 1 for the last 10 years. We were ranking somewhere around 101, 97, 98 for years together. Then 5 years back we said, we'll not participate. So we are not even ranked. So what happens is that we have our own challenges. And even if you wish to open a mine, worldwide the average is 16 years plus to open one mine. From exploration to construction. The construction only takes 2.5 years, 3 years. But the entire cycle takes 16.5 years. So if you are doing a lithium mine, which is likely to, the demand will not likely to be there by after 2045, because you'll have the recycling kicking in, as well as alternative solutions, possibly like hydrogen, etc. coming in. So what will happen is you have a 20-year window. You can't spend 16 years opening the mine, right? So you have to compress that in 6 years or 5 years so that you have 15 years to milk your mine and then close it and go home. And mining is not only difficult in India. People who keep on saying, "Yaar, yahan par gram sabha hai, wahan par falana hai." The most sort of highest ranked is Western Australia, where we operate. You go there and see what native title right means. You have to negotiate one-to-one with n number of different organizations, and they decide what percentage of your profit or sales would go to them. It's a negotiation, the government simply doesn't here. We are currently doing an exploration, which I think will have a mine in 3 to 5 years' time, the biggest magnetite mine we expect there to have, along with our partner Atlas. It's about 250 kilometers of strike length, and every kilometer, it's a foot-to-foot survey along with the indigenous people who have a storytelling rights. So they'll tell the stories, and then they take a 6 months break because they want to go back to their villages and tell stories to their grandchildren, so that the tradition continues. And then you have a male group and a female group because they have different stories to tell. And if they say that thing is what is a heritage to us, no God in earth and heaven can touch that. So it's not easy. So do not blame the Gram Sabhas here. There are tougher rules in more mining friendly countries. And the latest is, of course, ESG compliances. So when we were opening our mines, the ESG requirement that has been given to us was impossible to meet, physically impossible to meet. So we had to influence that to the Australian government to change the policy, which thankfully has been done. Next. I've got a minute, so let me hurry through the next. But we all know that the next generation is to be powered by key minerals like lithium, nickel, cobalt, and the rare earth minerals, of which we don't have mineable reserves, as well as the technology to process. Next. And as I said, that of the $12 billion US industry in exploration, more than 50% is on gold. Beat that. And we all know China's super dominance in this area. If we start today, maybe in 7 to 10 years, we will be equal to China because they are in this business for the last 30, 40 years. With the help of technology, with the help of digitization, we might run that same race in 8 to 10 years, what they did in the last 30 to 40 years. That's a possibility. But we need to start. And we need to start yesterday. Not today, not tomorrow. Just 2 more slides. I know my time is up. Just give me 2 more slides. Is that okay with you? Can I have 2 more slides? We can skip that. Let us not pontificate on more. Just as CMD of NMDC, I just wanted to assure the audience and to the country that we are on the job of making India self-reliant. We have a vision and we are spending money right now. The boots are on the ground and the money has been on the table to make our production double in the next 5 years. We have a strategic mineral diversification. We are diversifying beyond India. We are looking at properties very closely. We are almost taking up 10 minerals. We have just opened a new subsidiary for doing critical minerals. We are having international presence in Australia, Mozambique, and we have opened offices in Dubai. One will shortly open at Sydney, and we'll have much more properties by the end of the next year. And we are adding to our verification and pelletizing capacities. And we are the most digitally advanced miner today, and will be state-of-the-art miner tomorrow. The entire process, from planning a mine through SURPAC or Westin or mine shed, to automatic sampling, which will be the first time introduced in India in 3 months' time, the entire value chain has been digitized, including the fleet management system, which has been introduced in our mines. Next, please. And just for the record, we do a jolly good job. The so-called biggies, the Rios, the Vales, the BHP, we beat them on many, many techno-economical parameters. Your company does a much sustainable, much efficient, and a much better job than many of the biggest names in the world. And if you see the bottom, our sustainability indices, the latest one, we beat Rio, Arcelor, Vale, BHP, and our brother SAIL. So I can assure you as a chairman that we have our hands on the wheel and we are wide awake, fully aware and responsible, fully aware of the responsibilities that are on us to help this country achieve the goals of development of Viksit Bharat in 2047. My apologies for the extended time, and I wish to thank you for your attention, and especially the IIT alumni for having me here this evening. This is wonderful to speak to such a intellectual gathering. It's been a privilege. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shri Amitav Mukherjee. Thank you so much, sir. To felicitate Mr. Mukherjee, I request Ashok Kumarji to please join us on stage and do the honors. We have two more panel discussions to happen yet, and I request all our speakers to be a little brief as much as possible. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashokji, for being on stage. And quickly moving on to the next session, Bharat's Frontier Rise Building AI at Citizen Scale. And to enlighten us more about this topic, we have Sri Rajiv Kumar, MD, President at Microsoft India, India Development Center. Rajiv Kumar is the Managing Director, President of the Microsoft India Development Center, and Corporate Vice President of the Experiences and Devices India Group. Under Rajiv's leadership, IDC has become one of the Microsoft's largest development centers globally, also driving India's global AI leadership. Rajiv holds a bachelor's degree in computer science from IIT Roorkee and a master's degree from the University of Texas, Austin, and has more than 25 patents to his name. He was awarded the Distinguished Alumnus Award, DAA, for Excellence in Engineering Innovation by IIT Roorkee. Rajiv also has been taken up many challenges that aligns with Microsoft mission to empower every person and organization worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome on stage Sri Rajiv Kumarji, MD, President at Microsoft India Development Center. Hearty welcome to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I knew when I come to stage to stop talking. So thank you so much. It's just great to be here, I have to say. This is the first time I've had the fortune to be in the city when PanIIT was happening in Hyderabad, so I could not say no. So thank you for the PanIIT organizers for inviting me once again. And I'm so honored to be here to talk about this question that is on everybody's mind. How do we leverage AI for the success of Bharat? Because there are a lot of people, they think AI might take away jobs, it might be detrimental to IT, but I'll tell you I'm very, very excited and very positive about this technology. And I'll tell you, share my own learning, why I'm so bullish about India, and if this works, it will move forward. Hello? Can you change the battery in this, maybe? Somebody did it. Okay, when I click here, please just run it. So why am I bullish about India, actually? I came back to this country after working in US for about 15 years, early in this century, about 2002, 2003. India was in a unique place. We had just finished Y2K. The world has just gone through Y2K. People around the world thanked India to make sure there was no disaster that happened with Y2K. 2002, the question in the IT industry was, what next? As if Y2K was the only problem to be solved in software. There was so much to be done. And I, being in this country, has had joyous time to see IT go from few $1 billion of revenue in 2002. You know how much revenue it is today in India? It's $257 billion. That's $250 billion. Absolutely. Thanks to the IT leaders from Infosys and TCS and Cognizant. That was my first 10 years, how they built these organizations was just amazing to see. People like me had come to this country with the vision to build product. Lot of challenges because we could hire engineers, we could not hire product managers. I remember going to IIM Calcutta, trying to convince people to join Microsoft, and they would say, why would a software need an MBA? Because the concept of building software product was not existent. It requires engineering, it requires product thinking, it requires creative thinking, design, applied science, so many more aspects. I remember going to IIT Delhi and IIT Bombay and saying, why are you helping them learn design, how to design pencil and spoon? What about software? And I remember the director said, does anybody need it? And I said, of course we need it. And to their credit, within few years, almost most of the IIT had a design center. Today, Microsoft has one of the largest design organizations on the planet, about 500 to 700 world-class designers working in the buildings in Hyderabad. So that's what was happening in those 10 years. Now, what happened after that? The next boom was about startups. 2010, maybe 2, maybe 3 unicorns. Do you know how many unicorns we have today? 125 plus. That's because we build the muscle how to build product, not just do services. In fact, I'll take one real example. I hired Shashank Agarwal from my own college, IIT Roorkee, in 2012 or so. He came to Microsoft, went to Redmond to work, and then he left. And I said, why did you leave? He said, Redmond is too cold, bahut thand lagta hai. And then he came back to India because he just was missing India. And then right now he's built not a unicorn, a decacorn, Razorpay, to IIT Roorkee people. And that, I think, there is some amount of contribution from the ethos or that culture of building product, right? So that was the second 10 years. What I see the last 5 years is also amazing. With this success of IT, success of startups, the world has recognized there's a talent, there's a culture that can be leveraged for building all the GCCs. Almost every week, every month, I get a request, can we come talk to you about how to build my own GCC? What did you do for Microsoft? Well, Microsoft India Development Center is the second largest, almost 20,000 engineers. I know it's very small compared to TCS and Infosys, but product company don't need that many people. You know, all of Word is just 1,000 people. So 20,000 is a lot of people by the way for us, because we don't need volume, we need quality. Anyway, in fact, I'll give you another example. eBay, in the board of directors is one of my friend. So she called me saying, look, I'm telling my CTO to start a center in India. This is about 10 months back. I said, okay, fine, if you're asking, I'll talk to him. I talked to him about 6 months back. 2 or 3 months back, I was in Leela, Bangalore. There's 30 plus eBay people walking around. And then I called her and I found out now they have about like multiple 100 GCC center of eBay in India within a year. And last year itself, there were 1,700 new GCCs that got created in India. So given those successes, I feel the AI wave will also be unique. And actually, it will be bigger than any of these previous generations of IT technology. Now, AI, people talk about, will it take away jobs? It will create new jobs. The best way to learn is to look at the history. This slide captures the history of GDPs for the whole world, actually. For thousands of years, nothing much happened, 100, 900 years, because there was very few technologies got developed. The first big technology happened about 1600 or 1500. The printing press was the first general purpose technology, and that unlocked knowledge. You know what I mean? It was all localized to, you have to be there because the printing was not possible. Now you could print, localize, and send around the world. Little bit, but the big non-linear improvements started happening when we had general purpose technologies like steam engine, electricity, silicon, IT, cloud, mobile. You see, it became almost exponential curve in GDP. AI is the new electricity of this generation. Electricity is the more like GPT, right? Is a general purpose technology. That's not true, by the way. The Gen AI is different, but GPT can be expanded to general purpose technology. Now, electricity was also very general purpose. Why do we have this divide of global south and global north? You know why? Because of lack of diffusion. 144 years back, the world had the first AI electricity generator in the lower Manhattan. 144 years back. Today, we still have 700 million people who don't have electricity. That is lack of diffusion. The city, the small village I was born in Jharkhand, did not have electricity when I was born in 1968. It came 12 years later when I was 12-year-old. That lack of diffusion created the divide on inequality between the global south or developed market and the global north, the developed market and the global south. What history is telling us that if you want inequality to reduce, we have to make sure we diffuse AI. And that's why the question is, how do we diffuse AI? What does it take to ensure that AI is accessible to all? There are three things I think that's needed. Number one is infrastructure. We have to build infrastructure in the country or in the region, data center, cloud, chips, and most importantly that we don't talk about, one of the most constrained resource is electricity again. So the cost of electricity is going to change the history of that nation. If you have cheap electricity, reliable electricity, green energy, sustainable energy is going to be the lead, that country will be the leader. So that's number one. The second is skilling. You can bring technology, but if people don't know how to use that technology, is all wasted. So we have to not only teach just citizens, we have to teach the teachers, the students, the government employees, the university students, the employees that is there today in our organizations. We have to make sure they learn how to use AI. Last is secular access. And what I mean by secular access is not just we give them the technology to build a solution for them, but also it has to work in the language of their own of mother tongue, in their own local language, in their own local context, in their own history. We can't just take a Western LLM and bring it here and say, okay, just use it. Because the answers will not be suitable for the local. I know you gave me 20 minutes yesterday and 10 minutes today. I'm off time. If you want, I'll stop quickly, or we can just, I'll need about 7-8 minutes to finish it. I want to respect people's time. What's that? Is it okay to go over? 3 minutes, okay. 4 minutes, okay. So, I had prepared 20 minutes, but I got 10 minutes, which is fine. But I want to respect people's time. So, secular access is really about making, and then it doesn't mean that we have to build another LLM, by the way. The architecture could be you have LLM for reasoning engine, but you have SLM for front end, which does the language translation, who does the ensuring that the local context, local history is respected. So we can build an architecture that will work, and we don't have to invest tens of billions of dollars to build LLM. So the answer is not, let's go and re-innovate. The answer is, let's augment the innovation to meet the needs locally. Yeah? So those are the three pillars. Then I have few slides, like you all are leaders in organizations, in companies. I just wanted to frame what do you need to do, whether you're a government leader or a corporate leader. These are the 4 things that will change or that will be required to get to being a frontier organization. Number 1 is you have to enrich your own employee. You have to skill them. In Microsoft, in India, we have this model called learn, use and build. Because we are supposed to build AI, but we can't build AI if we can't use AI. We can't use AI if we can't learn AI. So we have that framework for enriching our own employees, the 20,000 engineers in India. The second is we have to reinvent customer engagement. Because what AI will not take is, AI can take coding, but they can't take having the empathy or the sympathy for your customer, understanding the domain knowledge, knowing what issues the customers have, and then using your creativity to build the right product. And then you can code it, but then you have to support it. So that has to change the way we build customer engagement. Then you have to reimagine business processes, because with AI you can reduce time, because AI can do things. The difference between the IT services and AI services is that AI can do, not only tell. See, the old products you could just interact and you have to do. But here you can tell the agent, go do this, go do my booking, and it will do your booking. On the flight, in the hotel, whatever it takes, right? So we have to reimagine business processes to reduce cost, cut time, things will go faster. And then if you did all these three things, then you can bend the innovation curve. You will bend the revenue. It will go exponential. You will succeed. And that's why I believe the AI will actually create more value everywhere in the world because we'll do these things. The question is not about just process and what we have to do, but culture eats strategy, culture eats execution. So culture is important. We have to start with the mindset change. Because especially my generation, we have a problem with AI because we think AI will take away my job. The new campus hires are not worried about that. They think AI is my friend. That mindset change has to happen. We have to accept AI as a buddy, as a co-pilot who will help you succeed. Once the mindset has changed, you have to now change the skill set, which I already talked about. But then that's not enough. You have to build new tool set. And tool set for a particular industry, for a particular company, for a particular role, for an organizational level, we will have to build a whole set of tool sets in the AI transformation journey. And then as you use AI, new data set will get created. And then the idea is take that new data set and train the AI again too. And then the whole thing gets better and better. And the pay path gets faster and cheaper and more productive. You know, that's the slide talks about. Why I feel, again, let me just ground all this, I think I said, to unique advantage of India. I see like 5 things that is unique. First is digital infrastructure. If there's one thing that really we should be proud of is the India stack, the DPI stack. The fact that when I came back to this country, that lady who's selling flowers in the corner did not have an identity. She was nobody. She did not take anything except cash. Today, she has an identity in Aadhaar. Now she says, I don't want cash, just do UPI. That is inclusion. And it works in her language. She doesn't need to go to class. See, that infrastructure is also helping startups. Because now the business model is easy. Because you know how to make money. Because they can, basically, UPI is a way to make sure that you get the payment. It's so easy. That one big problem is gone. So, and then we have, because of all these things, there's a lot of capital that's coming in this country actually. That's driving more and more startup. Then there's a market. We have 1.4 billion people. Just UPI, you know, UPI, number of transactions in this country is more than some sort total of all digital transactions of the developed countries in the world. China, US, UK, Germany, you name them all. And our number of transactions is better than them. That is scale. If you build it for India, it will work for the world. And then, of course, it's the progressive policy. I just love the government's policies. Whoever in the government, please take credit. And I'll give you one story, real story. I wanted to start, after building India Development Center in Hyderabad and Bangalore, I wanted to do in Noida. I went to talk to the CEO of Noida, Ritu Maheshwari. And I said, look, if you can give me a land, I'll start a dev center here. And she said, Rajiv, all Noidas, there's no land left in Noida. Why don't you go to Greater Noida? I'll give you cheap land, big land, whatever you need, I'll give you. I said, look, ma'am, I don't think any of my employees are going to go to Greater Noida. If you can't give, then I'll go back to Delhi or Gurgaon. She said, okay, why don't you come back, maybe come back in 8 to 10 weeks. Lo and behold, she called me in 7 weeks and said, come and talk, let's talk. You know what she said? I went and talked to her. I said, I talked to my leaders. They said, we'll create a new sector in Noida and give you the first land. That is amazing. That is the new India. And we do have the best land in Sector 145, right in front of the metro railway. If you drop into that metro station, you can walk into Microsoft pretty much. And you know what she said after 3 months? She said, now people come and say, Rajiv, when people come, they say, where is Microsoft? Give me a land next to it. So that's what happened in Gachibowli, by the way. I remember we buying the Gachibowli land and driving from Gachibowli Hills. 4 lane became 2 lane, 2 lane into 1 lane, and then 0 lane. And today that is the new downtown of Hyderabad. So I'm hoping the same happens in Noida. Anyway, progressive policy, India mission, AI mission, quantum mission. These are amazing progressive thoughts of some, what we thought bureaucratic red tape. No more. I just feel they are working harder and faster than me. And I feel like slow now compared to what they are able to do. And the last but not least is our talent, amazing talent. Of course, the youngest talent, just the engineers, computer science engineer, 21.9 million in this country, second to US. The number of, we have GitHub, the number of AI projects being uploaded on GitHub is number 2 in the country. And if you look at the rate, it will become number 1 by 2028. It will bypass US by 2030, just 4 years from now. Those are just amazing data in terms of what I feel will happen to this country. So how is Microsoft helping? Because that's something people talk about. We committed, thank you, $17.5 billion. You're telling me to go away? No, I got the message. Look, I'll just say 3 things we are doing with this money, because people say we are going to spend infrastructure again. We are building data centers. We are the largest data center that will come in Hyderabad. It was supposed to be the largest, but Minnesota just beat us. But anyway, it will be in the top 2 or 3 in the world. Skilling, we are committed to do 20 million skilling in next 4 years, 2 million teachers, 20 million citizens, and of course, secular access we'll talk about. Quickly, I'll talk about, we are working with a bunch of government and industries to help them diffuse. So in the interest of time and to respect time, I'm going to say thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. If I may request you to please stay back on stage for the felicitation. And to do the felicitation, I request Professor Vikas Singh ji to join us on stage and do the honors. Rajiv ji, we hope we could have given you more time because we could see that enthusiasm when you were speaking. And we loved your enthusiasm. What say, guys? I think it definitely needs another big round of applause.
Yes. Thank you.
कुछ लोगों को देखने के बाद हम में भी वो जोश आ जाता है and we start getting that vibe, that excitement. We feel them and that is what exactly, I'm sure from the presentation of Mr. Rajiv, we all felt the same. Without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. So thanking all our sponsors. Now I would like to call our 2 of our sponsors who are going to quickly take us through India to the world, the evolution of global IT. And now I invite Dr. Jairaj Garu and Mr. Ramesh Gangisetti, Director Global IT Services, to please join us on stage and take us through as quickly as possible about the session they would like to speak.
Yeah, I'll be doing the presentation.
Yes, sir. You can say, take that. Sir, Mr. Jairaj. See you, Mr. Ramesh. Yes, that's it. That's it. Okay. Please, sir. You want to come to the podium? అది కూడా చూపించడు కదా ఆ పాయింటర్.
It's on. Check. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ramesh Gangisetti. So I'm the director at Global IT Associates. So I want to energize myself by starting with a good thought. Social media is a very powerful platform, and we have to try to do as much good as possible with the platform and do good narratives and use it as a great good platform. Thank you. So we are a group of companies, and Global IT is a flagship company. We are going to also talk about a group of companies. So we are a Richmond, Texas-based company, formed in 2007. Currently, we are around 1,500 employees with a top line of $150 million and supporting 300 plus customers,
both commercial and government. So our core expertise is Workday, Illusion, Banner, and data engineering services. Currently, we operate in 14 countries, serving clients in 14 countries, and have physical offices in 6 countries. Our headquarters is Richmond, Texas, and we have an offshore in Gachibowli, Hyderabad. So we are a CMM level 3 company, and we will be soon CMM level 5. So as I said, our core expertise is Oracle, Workday, SAP. These are some of the certifications we have. And we also do a lot of work with government, with various states in US. These are some of our customers. So we have served, we are currently serving more than 300 plus customers, and we have touched many verticals like public sector, healthcare, and energy, commercial, retail, fashion, banking, and aviation. So we got a contract with Uber, both Uber India and Uber US. So we have quite a good number of employees working for Uber India and as well as Uber US. Again, this is about our core expertise and capabilities. So we do Workday, advisory services, and implementation services, full end-to-end. And Banner by Illusion, it's a college and university management software, which I'm going to talk a little bit in further slides. And data engineering, so we are a full services company offering various services on data engineering services. Our Workday offerings, advisory services, implementation, readiness, change management, and we do end-to-end implementations, including support and maintenance. So our core modules expertise is HR, finance, payroll, and advanced compensation. And these are some of the Workday engagements that we have done for our customers. These are just a few. So again, this is Banner by Illusion. It's a college and university management software. So we do managed services and full implementation services. And the modules we expertise is finance, HCM, student modules, and finance module. And some of the engagements we have done for these following clients. Data engineering services, so we have a great team, and we have been building this practice year on year. So we have a team of more than 200 engineers supporting our data engineering services. And some of the clients, the data engagements, some of our prestigious customers. So besides our core expertise, Workday and Illusion, Banner, data engineering services, we also offer our practice and capabilities, which is SAP, Salesforce, ServiceNow, MuleSoft, EM Signer, and GIS technologies. So again, in a nutshell, these are the services we offer: management consulting, implementation services, deliverable-based IT services, managed services, testing as a service, project and project management service, OCM, and user adoption support, IT staffing services as well. So we have built our company initially, this is a 2007 company we started. So 10 years, we worked hard and built the company organic way, and then, we started acquiring companies. So these are some of our prestigious companies we have acquired over the last 5 years. So Even Consulting is an Australia company we acquired last year. So they have done about 50 Workday Plus implementations. And Mipro is an Oracle partner, and we provide PeopleSoft and Oracle Cloud migrations and integration software. KTech products, what we do is we deliver digital transformation solutions and products built using robotic process automation, intelligent OCR, AI, and ML. Imaginext is a company. This is a leading provider of augmented and virtual reality applications and solutions for different industry verticals. And Resource Integrations is a staffing company. So we serve the entire state of Texas, a lot of municipalities and government agencies. So we have a company called Apple Portfolio. It's an NBFC. It's in business for the last 30 years. So I'm also one of the directors on this company. So what we do, we fund companies 100 million and then beyond 100 million as well. So our founders are here. Those who want to connect with us, please do connect. So our specialty is, we do no collateral loans, line of credits, and various business loans. So I'm here, and our partners are also here. So you please come and check with us what we offer in financial world. So again, thank you, PanIIT Alumni, for giving this opportunity and to be a sponsor, and we'll be sponsoring more events. Thank you.
That was really quick, sir. We appreciate that. Usually, I come onto the stage to tell people, okay, time is up, but we didn't have to tell you that. Really appreciate that, sir. Let me welcome on stage Mr. Priyank Gargji. I request him to felicitate Mr. Ramesh Gangishetty from Director Global IT Services. Mr. Priyank Garg. Thank you once again, Mr. Ramesh Gangishetty Garu. Thank you so much for being on stage. Thank you, Mr. Garg, for being on stage. And now let me invite our sponsors, Sri K. Kranti Kiran Reddy, MD, Janapriya Upscale, and Mr. K. Ravinder Reddy from Janapriya. They're going to give us a quick session on urban infrastructure, powering growth and livability. Let me welcome Mr. Ravinder Reddy and Kranti Kiran Reddy. We have with us, ladies and gentlemen, on stage, Sri K. Kranti Kiran Reddy, MD, Janapriya Upscale. So, you want the podium?
Good evening, everybody. I am Managing Director of Janapriya Upscale. Mr. Ravinder Reddy is my father. He started the company. We are a 40-year-old company. Before I get to the topic, I was told to speak about urban infrastructure, relevance of Telangana, and the growth of Telangana and Hyderabad. I have picked up a few lines from some great speakers who spoke before me here. One of it was Mr. Narayan Murthy, CMD Midani. He said that per capita income of our country is $3,800 and it has to improve. I'd say with $3,800, we are already fourth largest. State Deputy Secretary Christopher Lorden yesterday said from US that, we should make everything possible not to ensure that India will surpass America. Sir, if we make from $3,800, we go to $5,000, already US ka padi hui hai, aur bhi pad jayegi. And for the, I'm into construction, I build apartments. I've been told, foundation should be strong, then the apartments will, stay for 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, and so on. Sir, going forward, looks like the skies have to be clear for the buildings have to be existent. Everybody, war is going on. Everywhere war is going on. So I think thanks to our nation, ISRO, and everybody who have done a fantastic job in terms of keeping our skies clear, even in wartime situations. NMDC CMD said that, he went up to the gate of IIT. To get into IIT, there is a tuition here called Ramaya. I don't know how many of you know Ramaya. I got out of Ramaya itself. So, NMDC chairman at least went up to the gate. Getting on to subject, I'd like to sell Hyderabad today to you. I'd not like to sell our company to you. We have an outer ring road of 158 kilometers. Now we are building a regional ring road of 340 kilometers, which is outer of the outer ring road. We have the highest GCC companies working in the city. They have 30 Fortune 500 companies and there are like 500 global entrants. The phase 2A of the metro is of 76 kilometers with 54 stations. Again, the future city that our Chief Minister has recently announced. We're trying to make a net zero greenfield city. It is relevant to us and it's about 30,000 acres. This is more about the ring road, the regional ring road, the airport. You know, there is, one of the wider points here is London's M25 is only 188 kilometers. And we have a wider road than the M25 of London. So that's how global the city has become. It has unlocked areas like Narsingi, Tellapur, Kompally, etc. And the regional ring road will actually now unlock Shamshabad, Ibrahimpatnam, Shankarpalli, and so many other districts that surround Hyderabad. Again, the metro, phase 1 is already operational, phase 2 is 76 kilometers, phase 1 was 67 kilometers. The 2B that has been submitted is for 19,000 crores, is 86 kilometers, and it has got 3 transformative corridors. The total metro investment that is happening in Hyderabad is about 43,000 crores. Again, we are a GCC capital, knowledge engine. 17 new GCCs have come only in the year of 2024 and 25. Our office rents hover around 72 rupees, whereas Bangalore is about 95 rupees per square foot. We have like 20 or 30% savings with better infrastructure. The Bharat Future City, the 4th city, again, it's about 30,000 hectares. It's focused majorly. We've all talked about AI, but pharma is one of our leading sectors, and it's focused around medtech, pharma, AI, sports, and ecotourism. Again, Hyderabad is an industrial powerhouse for the pharma city. We produce 40,000 of the bulk drugs. We produce 50,000 of the global vaccination in 2024. Pharma city is like $9.7 billion investment. And the Genome Valley is about 2,000 acres in size. Let me tell you how many of our governments come and go. Nobody has actually stopped the growth of this city. They have ensured that the growth continues and perceives. That's the beauty of our city. On the previous slide, Microsoft, sir just said, Rajiv Kumarji, he is actually investing about $1.39 billion only in data center in the city. I'd like to say to him, if he's here, this is picked up by Cloud AI. If it is wrong, good luck to you. Your AI should be better. The pre-immunization of Hyderabad housing. There's a 450% growth in luxury homes. That is about 1.5 crores homes in Hyderabad. This growth is never seen before. I think I missed the slide. All right, I think I missed the slide here. 87% year-on-year growth is being observed by Hyderabad for 1 crore plus homes. And the recent land prices have reached 177 crores per acre. The housing challenge, having the land prices at 155 to 177 crores, is affordability. I'm glad to say we actually are most affordable in the city as a company. But the ticket sizes are hovering around 1.4 to 1.7 crores. This is because the double income category is purchasing more homes than the single income category. The next slide is about who we are. We are 40 years into this business. My father started the company and I have actually taken it to the next step. We built about 2.5 crore square foot till now, about 40,000 homes. These are our milestones over these 40 years. We built homes in 93 that were 88,000 rupees per home to about 1,50,000. to having launched projects in Houston in 2023. Our strengths, we only build in concrete walls and concrete slabs, so we buy German formwork mostly, and we use them. So since 2008, we've been using the same formwork. Our budget control mechanisms and our investment into processes into the company is something that we are very proud of. Again, structural technology, that's the picture of the formwork that you see there. All our projects are built using German technology. The latest thing that we are doing at Janapriya Upscale is low AQI homes, where we give you air conditioning with fresh air infusion so that pollution inside your house is reduced drastically. I like to actually point out why this is important. Hyderabad's outdoor AQI is now reached average of 105. Peaks are between 156 and 166. PM 2.5 micron means very thin particles are entering your home, which is 4 times above the WHO granted limits. Indoor air is actually 10 times much worse. Contained air spaces that trap pollutants. 90% of life expectancy, life spent is indoors. Most of the life that we spend, we sleep 8 hours, and with work from home, we actually started spending more time indoors. The health toll for this is 3.2 million deaths a year globally are happening to chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, lung cancer, and cardiac diseases. GCC professionals, NRIs, and everybody are now talking about how better quality home am I getting inside the house. Hence, Janapriya low AQI homes, we give you fresh air infusion and air conditioning, which reduces the filtration, which increases the filtration and doesn't allow pollutants in the house. I'll just run through our projects. I have like 5 seconds to go, so I'll not bore you more. This is how we build. This is a project in Madinaguda that we're doing in Hyderabad. This is 1800 apartment project which is delivered in Sainikpuri. This is a new project on Vijayawada Highway. We're building about 3 to 5 crore homes. Again, these are all low AQI homes with air conditioning. This is a project in Bachupalli area, again with central air conditioning facility. Thank you. Thank you very much for allotting us this time.
Thank you, Shri K. Kranti Kiran Reddy Garu. Thank you so much, Ravindra Reddy Garu. And now to felicitate our guests on stage, I request Mr. Amitav Ranjanji, Board Member, PanIIT Alumni, India, to please join us on stage and do the honors. Thank you once again, Mr. Kranti Kiran Reddy, and thank you, Ravindra Reddy Garu, for joining us. Thank you, Amitav Ranjanji, for joining us on stage. And now for another special session comes another sponsor of this event to speak about impact at the scale, youth, innovation, and nation building. Let me invite Sri Harish Kumar Sirapu, Vice President Nirman, to please join us on stage and enlighten us about this special topic.
Hello everyone, I was planning to say good afternoon, but I just realized it's already evening. Good evening everyone. All right, so today we celebrate the strength and leadership and contributions of women across the world. So happy International Women's Day to all the fabulous women here in this room. So I would like to first begin with thanking the PanIIT alumni team for inviting us, Nirman, and making us the social impact partner. in this cause. It's a really prestigious occasion. It's an honor to stand before this room full of IITians, of entrepreneurs, innovators, problem solvers, and who are shaping the future and shaping the world. So maybe I'll talk about Nirman. Nirman organization is a non-profit organization. And the story of Nirman started with very similar journey what I have just spoken about, IITians. With the help of few young alumni from BITS Pilani. This journey started way back 2005 with a simple mission as save 1 rupee a day or train 1 hour a day for the nation. So with that mission, we kind of started this entire initiative, and 20 years, we have come to a stage where we have now impacted over 5 million lives annually across the India and globally. So this began as a student movement. Maybe if I can, oh yeah, this is with me. Thanks. So far, we are at 10,000 dedicated volunteers, and in these past 20 years, something which started with just 5 individuals starting this non-profit organization, in 20 years, we have come to a stage of 700 plus full-time employees on the social impact, working on the social impact space. We have been working with over 200 plus corporates across India and globally to support the marginalized community with the help of their CSR and various other initiatives. So maybe if I can request you to play the Nirman video. I know I'm given 10 minutes, but I'll make sure I'll make the best use of this time. Audio. In the world of AI, the technology never stops to amaze us. Okay, maybe it looks like there is some technical challenge, but I'm fine. I'll try to cover with most of the videos that's getting played here, most of the content that is played here in this video. So, yeah. All right. Thanks. The audio didn't work, but that's fine. So just to kind of explain the video that you just saw, that's the overall impact that the Nirman organization as a whole has created over these past 20 years. And we work across 7 impact verticals, focusing on health, education, skilling, women empowerment, disaster relief, and supporting diversity and equity. So just to name few, our overall impact ecosystem that we are focusing, from an education space where we will be focusing on AI digital labs, supporting the marginalized community with skills, economic empowerment, rural development that I just mentioned. And during COVID, we as an organization were able to support over 2,000 ICU beds across Telangana and Karnataka. So this is very important in terms of highlighting the reason why we are the social impact partner at PanIIT, which is very important as individuals. While we work with corporate CSR, we work with corporates like we just spoke to, we heard Rajiv ji where he was talking about Microsoft. In fact, Microsoft is one of our very big donors supporting in the overall education piece, what he was also mentioning in upscaling. So it is very important for individuals as well to focus more from 3 parts that we can actually think of. The 3 pathways that of impact which can be kind of thought of, like supporting your Janma Bhumi, the place where you're born, Karma Bhumi, the place where you are employed and you're currently earning, and the Jnana Bhumi, the place where you got your education. So taking these cues, is the audio fixed? can we have the video? Pictures that you saw, the sportswomen, those stories are extremely special to us because with the help of corporate CSR, we were able to support this woman in their sports journey as well, where Trisha, who we all know, she played for under-19 Women's World Cup and the place where we actually won that World Cup. And then Chikita, one of the archer who has come from a rural background and have pursued her career in archery, and now she is in a way to kind of earn the medals for the country. Maybe if you can play the next video.
By the donor Santosh sir, they given the 15 computers to the school, and now the students are very educated and computer technical skills. They started from the scratch, zero, what is computer basics, and how to start, what is the internal parts of computer, and now they are able to do the coding like HTML and CSS. I am very thankful by the donor individual Santosh sir and Nirman organization. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So I would love to explain each of these stories in detail, but considering the time frame, I don't want to go in detail. But this is very important call for action, which I really want to highlight to each and every one of you. There is scope for each one of you to kind of support or make your impact, make your contribution towards the community. I'm not talking in terms of money, in terms of your experience, in terms of your time. So we have now made a social impact portal. So this is a portal for many of you to kind of explore the various social impact opportunities that are there, that we as an organization are able to execute, and which is there on ground, which you can refer to these programs and you can take up any initiative if you want. We will be very happy to guide you and explain you in detail. We have our stall which is set up, but CSR is not something which is limited only to corporates. You know, this is something that we while we see from an impact standpoint, there are various ways that we can actually work together. Either it can be through strategic introductions, community volunteering. This is absolutely crucial for us. And of course, as I said, your mentoring and expertise will really help us take the next level. At the end, I just want to say one thing. We only have one passion, the rise of great nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sri Harish Kumar Garu, to take us through various activities that you have been selflessly taking up and encouraging people in the community to take it up as well. Absolutely commendable, sir. And to honor Sri Harish Kumar Garu, I request Mr. Kamendra Kumar to join us on stage, please. Mr. Kamendra Kumar will be felicitating Sri Harish Kumar ji, Vice President, Nirman. Thank you, Mr. Harish, and thank you, Mr. Kumar, for joining us on stage. Thanks a lot. And now moving on to the next session quickly. And now allow me to invite for another quick session about mega projects in modern India, Sri Venkataramana Garu and Mr. V.L. N. Sharma from MSN Reality. Can we have Mr. Venkataramana and Mr. V.L. N. Sharma on stage, please?
Good evening, everyone. It's great honor to be part of this PanIIT Alumni India Summit today. We are talking about by the way, he's Venkataramana, my sales and marketing head from MSN Reality. I am Lakshminath Sharma. So today, the construction industry and realty sector are truly the backbone of Indian economy. This sector touches around 250 industries, and it contributes to around 15% of the GDP of India. And the potential is it can go up to $1 trillion economy by 2030. So this sector employs around 7 crore people directly or indirectly, in which 5 crore are construction labor or unskilled, and around 2 crores will be professional like civil engineers, architects, sales and marketing, and other professionals. So it is the next big industry after the agriculture. So, and most importantly, today many speakers talked about Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India and all. So the construction industry is actually true representation of Make in India, because all our structures are built in India, and by using most of the material and technologies made in India. Having said that, construction industry and real estate industry are rapidly evolving and also using AI in their operations. I will not take much of the time because of the time constraint. I would ask Mr. Venkataramana, our sales and marketing head, to show the mega structure which MSN Realty is doing in Hyderabad and how it is contributing. So the definition of real mega projects is explained through one of our flagship project called One by MSN. Thank you.
Yeah, AV please. In meanwhile, I'll call my colleague Mr. Himanshu to the stage. Good evening, all of you. I hope everyone liked the video. So, this, yeah, next slide. Go to the 1 by MSN presentation. One by MSN presentation. So already about the Hyderabad infrastructure, Mr. Krantik Kumar Reddy has given the insights. So straightforward, we'll go to our company, that is MSN Reality. I just quickly give the introduction about MSN Reality. MSN is Manne Satyanarayan Reddy. He is doctor, is a founder chairman of MSN Group, which is into pharma business, MSN Laboratories, where we operate more than 100 countries, and we have a strength of about 20,000 employees. We have 22 years of experience in pharma industry, and we are a $1.35 billion business we done last financial year. So Dr. MSN Reddy has the vision towards real estate, so he has acquired good land parcels in and around Hyderabad. So in the strategic locations, if you see in Neopolis itself, we had 3 land parcels, that is plot number 1, plot number 6 and 18. To give more insights about the projects and all, I'll call Mr. Himanshu Chaturvedi. He's our team member. Please.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. I'll take you through 1 by MSN, which is our flagship project. This project was designed keeping in mind with the growing need of ultra-luxury segment housing in Hyderabad, and it's being built on 7.7 acres. We are known for making very high-end land acquisitions over the past year. We've made 2 land acquisitions in Neopolis for an average of 137 crores per acre, and we did one recent land transaction in Raidurg for 177 crores per acre, which is one of the most expensive land transactions in South India. And to execute such a project, we have collaborated with one of the top names in the construction industry. Like our architects are Design Forum International, and we are collaborating with Shapurji Palonji to do the construction of this project. Design Tree International is the chief structural consultant for this project, and Cohen is going to do the entire landscaping, which you will be seeing in the further slides. RWDI has done wind analysis and given us the insights on how to design our towers, and CBRE will be doing our project management. This is 1. It's given the name because of certain significant elements, like this is plot number 1 of Neopolis, and Neopolis is a landmark in Hyderabad and South Indian real estate. Government is spending an average of 20 crores an acre on developing infrastructure around this land parcel. And I'm lucky enough to sell this 1 by MSN in Neopolis. It's a 7.7 acre plot, 655 high-end apartments in 5 towers, and all 3 towers at the back are connected by a beautiful sky bridge. It has only 4-bedroom apartments, and the starting size here is 5250 square feet. Then we go to 5510, 6465, and the biggest size here we have is 7460 square feet. East, west, and north facing lake view apartments with floor to ceiling windows and a ceiling height of staggering 12 feet. Very few projects, or I can count the number of projects in one of my hands who execute near to such heights. 180,000 square feet clubhouses is what we are giving you in this project. This is the lake that is clearly visible from our plot, and it is a picture that we took from our land parcel. It is one of the few plots which will be able to see sunrise and sunset in a single day, and has a clear view of 5,500 acre lake plus 25,000 acres worth of open space in front of it. And you would be asking, why would anyone choose to go ahead with MSN or 1 by MSN? Is it only because of the location that has given a staggering return of more than 2 times its original value? Or is it because the government is spending so much in its infrastructure development that you have 100 feet roads for every plot here? or it's the most preferred destination in India currently for real estate investments in terms of high-end housing. 3 plots that you see in blue are highlighted are plots acquired by MSN over a period of 3 years. For a new developer in the market, this is a landmark. And we are competing with very big names in the market like Salarpuria Satwa or My Home Group from Hyderabad, Raj Pushpa from Hyderabad, Prestige, which is a pan-India developer. And we are walking shoulder, in level of shoulders with these builders. Or why would someone choose MSN? Because of what we are providing. We are the first project in Hyderabad to give 7 clubhouses, an individual clubhouse for every tower, almost 14,000 square feet. And then this is our clubhouse, which is 68,000 square feet on the ground floor, followed by an additional sky park which connects 3 towers at the back. The nature of my plot makes it very easy to access the basements. Usually it's a hassle in other projects, but in our project, it's cakewalk. You have one entry on the upper end of the road and the other one on the lower side, so that it's a seamless entry for you in the basement. Spacious master bedrooms, which are biggest in the segment, 750 square feet master bedrooms with this kind of windows, almost 10 feet windows, which will give you maximum ventilation in your house. Complete Italian marble flooring to suit the kind of light that will enter your house through these windows. Complete lake-facing apartments. And for adding to the luxury, we are giving you centralized air conditioning as well in every room. Very few builders tend to do that, but then we have gone the extra mile to give and meet the demands of the ultra-luxury housing. The project has more than 100 plus amenities, and the ratio is significant. You don't have to wait for your turn at the badminton court, or you don't have to wait for, to enjoy the swimming pool, because we have 3 swimming pools in this project, 4 badminton courts, multiple theaters. Concierge service is a part of this project, which will help you meet the gap you have in your daily life. You have private lobby space for every flat. And it's not just homes that we are selling you a lifestyle within this entire community. This is the alfresco deck in my project. It is accompanied by a very beautiful pool where you can enjoy your evenings. Evenings in Neopolis are quite pleasant, one of the least polluted areas, and good exposure to the lake gives you a very calm vibe in the house. Every tower has a 30 feet ceiling height connected by an individual clubhouse for tower. How many projects go the extra mile to give you an extra clubhouse for every tower? We are doing that for the first time in Hyderabad. Apart from that, we are providing you multiple pickleball, paddleball, tennis courts, amphitheaters, basketball courts, badminton courts, mini clubhouses which cross more than 10 amenities, and every tower has its own schematic of amenities. You have squash courts within them, VR courts, you have VR golf simulators, aqua gyms. You will have multiple amenities, more than 20 amenities per tower here. Each tower is also accompanied by this clubhouse, which is 68,000 square feet, and if you look very closely, it looks like a super yacht. As my team always says, that we wanted the project to have a clubhouse inspired by an element of water, so we have designed it as a super yacht. And it's a 6-story clubhouse. It has all the kind of amenities that will help you live a healthier lifestyle and also spoil yourself on an irregular day. We have 4 banquet halls as well, a spa, multiple badminton courts of international standards. We have multiple gyms as well. This is the sky deck, and then apart from that, you have many more amenities accompanying this project. So, also one of the very few projects and one of the first projects to give you a sky deck on top. You have 3 towers connected by a sky bridge, which also adds up to almost 40,000 square feet worth of amenities. This is how the sky bridge looks like on a normal day. And to top it off, we have an infinite pool which is 55 feet above the road level, 55 floors above the road level. These are the amenities that I'll be having on the 56, on the top floor. It's called One Sky Park, and it has its own gym, Sky Cinema, Sky Library, So, in a nutshell, there are 9 sky amenities, 4 sports simulators, 4 party lounges, 3 swimming pools in this own 7.7 acre plot. That's more than what an average builder in this high-end community provides. And the towers, the units are also very limited in your floor. You have only 2 units per floor, or you have only 3 units per floor to provide maximum privacy, maximum ventilation, and it gives you an edge above the other projects that you're looking at. This is the overall layout of my project. They're very strategically placed. Every tower here has a good view of the lake. We do not have any obstruction or any possibility of high-rise constructions in front of us. So you're going to have peaceful evenings and mornings as well. The project has 7,400 square feet towers at the front. If you look closely, the name of every tower is starting with a vowel, A-E-I-O-U, or Aeon, Ika, Isa, Odin, Uno. They also translate to the word one in global languages. So we made sure that every tower here is one of a kind. This is the clubhouse, how it look at night, and you have the towers looking majestic, and it's going to be a very significant addition to the skyline of Neopolis. And the superstructure also is something that's quite unique. This is the floor plan for my 5,200 and 5,500 square feet apartment. Every flat here has an equivalent of 2 lifts for it. So there are 3 flats per floor, privately placed, and only 6 lifts for them, so that you don't have to wait in the morning. These are the floor plans. So because of time limitations, I will take a fast forward to the floor plans, but if you are interested in inquiring more about us, we are just seated outside. Please feel free to reach out to us, and we'll be more than happy to explain it to you. Thank you so much for your time, and please enjoy your evening.
I hope Himanshu has given the more insights about the project. To get more details, we have a stall outside. Please walk in. And during the interactions outside, during the lunchtime and breaks, I got a request that is there any discount applicable for the IITians? Yes, for IITians alumni members, we'll give a special discount for them. And we built a beautiful 30,000 SFT experience center. Sir, if I announce now, there will not be any excitement. So we built a 30,000 square feet experience center in the site with a model flat. So you can come and really feel the product. Okay? So I request all of you to please pay a visit and experience our hospitality also. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramana. Can we have Mr. V.L.N. Sharma ji on stage, please? And Shri Venkat Ramana Garu, can we also have you on stage? And to felicitate them, I request Mr. Sami Reddy ji to please join us on stage. Sir, will I also be getting some discount?
Sure.
For that, I think I have to host another 20 or 30 PanIIT shows. Only then probably I'll be able to down pay your first initial payment. Panel discussion. Healthcare. Thank you once again, Mr. V.L.N. Sharma from MSN Reality. Thank you, Mr. Venkat Ramana. And thank you, Mr. Sami Reddy Garu, for being on stage. And now as we quickly move on, we have 2 more panel discussions left. And these are really, really very intense and the need of the hour. Yes, I'm talking about healthcare and life sciences innovating for Bharat. And to moderate the panel discussion, we have with us Professor Vikas Singh ji. Professor Vikas Singh is a renowned economist and author who brings a deep analytical lens to the healthcare sector. His work explores the intersection of economic policy, social impact, healthcare accessibility. He is a thought leader dedicated to understanding how Bharat can scale healthcare innovation effectively. With the mind of an economist and the heart of a storyteller, he decodes the complex data behind India's health revolution. Let's welcome on stage Professor Vikas Singh Ji. A hearty welcome to you, sir, on stage. Joining Professor Vikas Singh Ji, we have another panelist, CEO Dr. Sabeen Kapasi. Dr. Sabeen Kapasi, CEO of Ropan Health, is a global healthcare strategist specializing in medical technology and public health systems. She has a proven track record of bridging the gap between innovative medical solutions, large-scale clinical delivery, and her work focuses on making healthcare smarter and more accessible. A global health visionary, she is the strategist ensuring that the latest medical breakthrough reach every corner of the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Sabeen Kapasi. Hearty welcome to you, Dr. Sabeen. Joining us is another panelist, Dr. Chinnababu Sunkavalli, Clinical Director, Oncology, Yashoda Hospitals, High-Tech City. Dr. Chinnababu Sunkavalli serves as the Clinical Director of Oncology at Yashoda Hospitals, a leading robotic surgical oncologist. He is at the forefront of cancer treatment technology in India. His dedication to clinical excellence has saved thousands of lives and advanced surgical techniques nationwide. A pioneer in the operating room, he is the surgeon with the robotic touch, transforming cancer care in Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Chinnababu Sunkavalli. Hearty welcome to you, sir, on stage. Joining our panelist next is Dr. Rajesh Bollam, Executive Director, Renova Century Hospitals. Let's welcome Dr. Rajesh Bollam, Executive Director, Renova Century Hospitals. Hearty welcome to you, sir. We also have with us joining today CEO Dr. Subramaniam Yadavalli. As the CEO of Apollo Internationals at the Apollo Hospitals, Dr. Subramaniam leads the global expansion of India's premier healthcare brand. He is an expert in healthcare management, ensuring that the world-class standards are maintained all across international borders. He is the global ambassador of an Indian medical excellence, proving that made in India healthcare is a world-class standard. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Subramaniam Yadavalli on stage, please. Hearty welcome to you, sir. We also have with us joining Sri Sivitosh Kumar Ji. Sri Sivitosh Kumar is the founder of SugarFit, a revolutionary health tech startup focused on reversing type 2 diabetes through data and lifestyle. His work sits at the intersection of the technology, biology, empowering people to take control of their metabolic health. A digital health pioneer, he is on a mission to use technology to heal the nation, one data point at a time. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sri Sivitosh Kumar, founder SugarFit. A hearty welcome to you, sir, on stage. And now to moderate the event, I request Professor Vikas Singh Ji to take over the proceedings.
Good evening to all of you. Thank you so much. So I think the biggest challenge in India, and let me start with a story and a research that we did about 3 years ago. And I always am very fond of telling this story, that if Dr. Subramaniam and I, both of us start at the same age, in the same job, in the same position, in the same city. At the age of 25, we both of us joined Apollo Hospital. I'm unhealthy and he's very, very healthy. Any guesses about when we retired, both of us at the age of 65, what kind of wealth will Mr. Subramaniam have and what kind of wealth will I have? More than me? That's not the answer. Obviously more than, but how many times more? So our research says that it's going to be about 4.5 to 5 times more. And this is not an odd figure. We say that because if a person is healthy, person can take more risk. Person can work harder. Person can work smarter. Even in the organization, he or she will be given bigger responsibilities. I always say that health is not a personal issue anymore in India. Health is not only a social issue, it's an economic issue. So let's talk about health. The biggest paradox in India is that we have the best doctors. We have medical firms which sell medicines to 200 countries. Unfortunately, even today, 80% of Indians do not have access to good doctors, to good hospitals, and to good healthcare. So let's talk about this. I'm joined here by a galaxy of panelists. Some of them are from the hospital area, some of them are from the startup. I think it's a team which can talk about the entire spectrum of the healthcare system. So this is how we're going to go around this. We're going to start with a question to each of the panelists. Kindly be as brief as possible. Followed that by, so this question answer session will move to a conversation. And after the conversation, there'll be a rapid fire. And then I would request the audience to also ask some questions. We will try to finish this whole thing in about 45 minutes time. So please help me. Thank you so much. So let me start. I've written down some questions. So let me start with Rajesh.
Yes, sir.
What responsibility do large hospital systems have in strengthening the broader healthcare ecosystem beyond urban centers?
Yeah, it's an important question, sir, to ask, because in India, at least if you see in Telangana, around 70% of the healthcare is taken care by private sector. But the problem is majority of these private sectors are concentrated only in metro. If I especially talk about the oncology, my field, and medical oncology to per se, there is not even a single center which caters to leukemias like bone marrow transplant outside Hyderabad. So what we need to see is whenever we start delivering a healthcare system, it is not, though as you rightly said, we have got a lot of healthcare, but it is unevenly distributed. So 80% of the healthcare is situated in metros, but whereas the people who require those healthcare like tier 2, tier 3 cities are majority in tier 2, tier 3. So basically, with the hub and spoke kind of model where you have a big tertiary center in the metro and connecting smaller centers, then the care can be delivered.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the answer. Shiva, can we start with you? Shiva works in the diabetes. He has a startup which works in the area of diabetes. Shiva, my question to you is, can technology generally change the lifestyle disease outcomes at scale? At scale?
Yeah, I think that's 100% possible. But let me talk about diabetes first, right? And all of us know India has become like a diabetes capital of the world, maybe just after China. Last report said close to 100 million people who are type 2 diabetic, another 120, 130 who are pre-diabetic. That means they are going. Yeah, perfect. So close to 200, 230 million people who are diabetic, and these are, mind you, these are just the numbers that have been tracked. India, like sir was saying, there are almost 70% people living in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. They might not have even got tested. Real numbers will be anywhere close to 350 to 400 million, which is almost 30-35% of the population. And the reason why that is increasing today is Okay, sorry. The kind of lifestyle that all of us have, right? Because diabetes sadly does not kill you on day one. It's not like fever where you feel something, you have to take medicine today, otherwise kal kaam pe nahi ja payenge, and then you are forced to take medicine, you are forced to do something. Diabetes kills you for sure. Almost 1 million people lose their lives to diabetes or the related complication every year, but that happens after 15, 20, 25, 30 years. And that is one reason why people do not really focus on that. Now coming to solution, it's not like we are inventing solutions. Solution exists today. You have a doctor, you have a nutritionist, you have a fitness trainer, you have a psychologist. But the question is, do you have time to go to all of them? Do you have time to kind of create a personalized solution that works only for you? Nothing against doctors, but when you go to them, they'll hardly have 5 minutes or 10 minutes to do one-on-one consult. They can write medicines. They will not have time to tell you that you don't eat rice, you don't eat roti, or whether rice is working or maida is not working, or what is good, what is bad. They'll tell you just do 10,000 steps every day. They can't tell you what are the right exercises for you. They can't help you on your motivation, because you go to a doctor, you are scared, you follow something for 7 days. After that, you again come back to zero. You start eating the same sweet, you start sleeping same at 1 o'clock in the night, and you come back to normal. So you need a solution which has to be digital, which kind of keeps you accountable, and that is where these technologies comes into play. While AI has become a buzzword, the real thing what you need is something which will hammer you every single day saying this is what you will have to do, and this is very personalized for your body, not a generic random plan saying stop eating rice or stop eating roti, because that might be staple to many of us. But a right plan which is based on your body, which is based on your metabolism, and something which comes through all these devices like CGM, devices like connected glucometers, devices like the new rings which are there in the market. All of them will keep you accountable, and if you keep following these simple things, diabetes is not even a disease, and doctors can correct me if I'm wrong, it's a lifestyle condition. And anything which is lifestyle condition, apart from the other 5% which might be genetic, can be easily reversed. But the problem why we are not able to reverse is because we want one pill. One day, one night I take a pill, tomorrow morning I'm diabetes free. Because if you have to work on your lifestyle, you'll have to give it all. Not 1 day, 1 month, maybe 1 year also. So once we are ready for that with the right technology, I think we will be able to reverse, and that is what we have been able to do at SugarFit. We have more than 110, 120,000 users today, almost 92-93% rate of success, because people work with us and we use technology to kind of help them reverse and manage diabetes in a much, much better way. So short answer is yes, that's 100% possible.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Sabin, let's move to you. Healthcare startups are promising disruptions. Can you hear me? Healthcare startups. I just want to know from you, where can you really see the impact? Do you see the impact in diagnostic, prevention, or the care deliveries?
Thank you so much for that question. I think healthcare startups or startups across are genuinely disrupting a lot of systems that we have gotten used to in entrenchment. But I think that in the healthcare space, there are 3 areas where we are trying to build, and startups are creating a very interesting framework to do so. One is, we all know that before any railway was built, before any rail coach was built, the railway lines were built. So one is, there is the whole integration of startups and creating tech in the government framework and in the public health framework to build the right security solutions, to build the right EHR solutions, to build the right interoperability and integration solutions. That's one framework. Second is innovation in the field of therapy in biotech. So for example, today we are very close to cracking with solutions like Zar Health and solutions like, for that matter, TMed, where we are actually we might just in this decade solve for cancer, or we might just in this decade be able to get artificial blood. So this is fundamentally groundbreaking biotech research that's happening in the world through startups, which is changing the way we might be as humans in the next 2 decades. And the third thing is diagnostic frameworks and insurance and other areas where there is innovation happening. So there is a lot of technological understanding that's happening in making stuff low touch, cheaper, more accessible, and having financial models which are now making it feasible also. So I think these are the three very clear criteria where startups are creating a huge use case in creating fundamentally mind-boggling solutions which will change the way we know healthcare in the next 5 years.
So are you beginning to see some impact in some areas? Where do you
A lot. I think in all of it. As I said that we are very close to cracking artificial blood. Today, blood economy, blood banks in the next 10 years, if we are able to do so, will become unnecessary. Similarly, if the biomarker industry is growing so fast, especially now with AlphaFold becoming a mainstream solution. So we are able to discover new protein folding and new biomarkers very, very quickly. And that is disrupting both the therapy and the diagnostic industry. And it's just so fascinating to see, right? That we are going to, we have been quite excited about the AI revolution, and it is exciting, but the revolution that's actually silent and happening so quickly is biotech and is healthcare.
Thank you so much. Dr. Subramaniam, let's begin with you. India has a world-class doctors and hospitals, yet access remains uneven. From a global perspective, what structural changes does India healthcare most urgently needs to scale both domestically and internationally?
Thank you, Mr. Vikas. And I thank the organizers to invite us to speak to all of you. First, let me start. I can see few women here, so happy Women's Day, but I think a lot of women must be celebrating it outside this hall. so, yeah.
So one of the only problems in IITs, which are amazing organizations, is, come on, Women's Day and very few women.
Yeah, but see, I belong to an organization. I must tell you this before I start answering Mr. Vikas, that I belong to an organization where women are the majority and they impact the world, you know, and we are very minority in that, you know. But we see them every day, how they touch everybody's life and, how they make, our lives more easier. So my congratulations, my respects to the entire women community. Coming to Mr. Vikas' question, unlike all of you, I know only health, nothing else. Because I started my career 40 years ago only in healthcare, and I still am in healthcare. That time it was the need when, we started that, India requires some super specialty private hospitals to treat, the cardiac sciences or oncology, whatever it is. Today, when we come to, after 40 years, what is very, very important from a technology point and from a AI point is how do we make healthcare accessible to places where the human intervention is not available, or we have less doctors in that places, or we have less nurses. Doctors and nurses are the scarcity. So across the world, in fact, Mr. Vikas asked me not only for India, when I travel in Africa, when I travel in Indonesia, when I travel elsewhere, this is the same problem. So the technology is definitely a bridge which can, AI and technology, which is a bridge which can actually solve the problems of accessible healthcare where such facilities are not available, whether it is remote monitoring of patients, continuity of patient care, or telemedicine, or immediate access to diagnostics through AI, or immediate access of when you do an X-ray, we know immediately whether they have a TB or not, because this is a very prevalent thing. When we travel across the globe, this is something which we want. So the technology today is definitely helping healthcare accessible to various remote areas. But it's very important
that organizations, government, and every one of us need to understand that healthcare is a universal right. It is not something which is restricted to only a city. We should be able to help across the globe that, how do we make the technology, how do we make use of this technology to bring healthcare accessible to everyone. So I think, that's the journey we should be taking, and that is what it is happening at this point of time. I'm very, very happy when I travel across, we will be able to do that. Not only just Apollo, but across, I think the technologies like you, the people from IITs are very, very helpful to do this, build this sort of models to help human beings. We are healthcare, so we will use your innovations to make sure it is accessible to everyone. So it's something like, we work together to make sure it is accessible.
Thank you, Dr. Subramaniam. Dr. Babu, you work in the area of cancer. People keep telling me that medical health is cost of medical health is going up. Cost of healthcare is going up. That's something people quote, that inflation is the highest in healthcare. Particularly, I'm not only talking about cancer treatment, but the cost is going up. What can we really do to ensure that people are able to get access to the best treatment for cancer? So in the morning, Mr. Banwal was talking about if we can identify this disease early, the cost can be as low as 3 to 4 times lower. Just wanted to have your perspective on that.
Thank you, Professor Vikas, for asking this question, and I thank the organizers and Sudhakar Garu for this privilege to be here in this elite gathering. I think cost is always something that we need to really discuss in the Indian context all the more, because when I started robotic surgery way back in 2012, Subramanian Garu is here at Apollo. People thought that the robotic system is a luxury and it is a marketing gimmick by corporate hospitals. It doesn't really, make any value to the patient. But in the last 10, 12 years, we've seen now robotic surgery overall it's cost effective. If you look at the the time that you are saving for the patient in terms of morbidity and also the early recovery and how can they resume their work back. So coming back to your point of how can we really reduce the cost overall for the healthcare in general, if you see, I think we need to shift the gears towards prevention and early detection. That is very, very important, because in cancer space, at least, I know 70% of the cases that I treat today are in late stages. That could be because of lack of awareness and lack of access for screening. So focus on prevention, shifting the gear towards early diagnosis, I think that is the crux of the whole thing to reduce the cost. So the cost can be as less as 10 times if you detect the disease early. Just to give a small example, stage 1 breast cancer, if it's very early detected with simple mammography, simple surgery could be only one modality of treatment is enough. If the same is in stage 3 or stage 4, you need multimodality treatment. Surgery, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, radiotherapy. So all modalities will come into the picture. The cost prohibitively increases. By and large, in spite of all this still, compared to the West, with the best of the best care here, we are at least 10 times less expensive than the healthcare that happens abroad. So in that sense, Bharat has evolved, and definitely an affordable, even for the best of the best care is given at a very low cost here. But again, coming back to the masses and rural, because I have a rural connect, and for the last 20 years, every Friday has been my day of going back to a district hospital and serving there. I know the pain points of the last mile. But technology can be a bridge for there, wherein we can actually train and bring advanced cancer care even in the reach of a common man.
That's a great question, and I think you really pointed this out about technology. So my question to nobody in particular, is India's healthcare future hospital-centric or digital? Anybody would like to respond to that? Is India's healthcare future hospital-centric or digital-centric?
May I? So I think one thing is that what is the real goal of any healthcare system? And I think, I'm sure a lot of us will disagree a little bit on that that's not the goal right away, but the goal of the healthcare system is to disappear. And when I say that, what I mean is to disappear.
Discipline.
To disappear.
Disappear, okay.
The reason why healthcare system needs to disappear is that the goal of the healthcare system is to keep people healthy and make them healthy. If they stay healthy, then there is no need of the healthcare system. So ideally, the goal of the healthcare system is to keep people outside hospitals, healthcare centers, less and less diagnostic needs and so on. So prevention, when we say prevention, what are we trying to prevent? At least to begin with, we are trying to prevent hospitalization. I'm sorry, I know all of you own hospitals, you guys are not going away anytime soon. But the point is that the goal is that, right? It's the North Star. So we start with that, we start with reducing hospitalization, we start with preventing hospitalization, and then less and less we focus more and more on moving people towards health and reducing them towards, or rather reducing disease prevalence, right? So what SugarFit is trying to do here, or a lot of other digital technologies, is also a move in the right direction. But what we have to do now is solve all the three problems of access, affordability, because we are not making healthcare for just 10 crore people in the country, or 100 million people, or rather 1 billion people in the world. We are making healthcare for everyone, and COVID was a very big example of that. That if we are all not healthy, then all of us are at risk. So we need to make sure that healthcare is very, very affordable also, especially prevention of crisis care. And the last thing is also accuracy. We need to make sure that healthcare is very accurate. So it is a phygital outcome that we are looking at. We are not looking at digital first only because we need care also. As healthcare practitioners, we know that human need human connect. And if you are in a crisis solution, or a crisis situation rather, you need to talk to a human. Even when you're missing a flight, you want to talk to a human, let alone you are in health crisis. So it's not a human less solution, it's a phygital solution with a back end of great digital architecture, but a front end of human-based care.
That's given, I think you're right. But my question was that, where is the future moving? Is it moving towards more hospitals? Is that going to solve the problem, or is it digital healthcare, some digital system that can really bring both access and affordability? Shiva, you want to go there?
Sorry, less number of mics are available.
You've taken most of your time last time.
No, yeah, I'll take very limited time. I think, hospitals are not going to die. I work in a startup which is all digital, but hospitals are going to remain. But at least for things which are all lifestyle related, right? For everything, you don't need to run to a doctor because doctor has very limited amount of time. No matter what you do and how rich you are, whichever doctor you go to will give you 10 minutes. So both of them will have to coexist. Maybe for all lifestyle conditions where a doctor can be the first point of contact, post-care can be done by all the digital solutions. For that requires, say, a nutritionist, a fitness trainer, a psychologist, or maybe doctor coming and just talking to you for 2 minutes, figuring out everything is okay, not okay, and then kind of letting you go from that side. So that start can be a hospital, but after that the care can be given by digital solutions. But both of them will have to coexist how Dr. Kapshi was saying, right, that we'll have to work towards a solution. Like I said, 150 million, 140 million people who are pre-diabetic. Why do you want them to become diabetic and then go to a doctor and then take metformin and then take DPP-4, then take insulin and then maybe GLP-1, all of that, right? Why don't you work at that point of time? Because it's very easy to reverse. I'm just talking about diabetes, but very similar is the case with, say, PCOS, PCOD, hypertension, all lifestyle conditions. The moment you track them early, the moment you detect them early, that is the right time when you should work on that reverse so that you don't have to go to hospital. And that reversal at that point of time can be done through all the digital solutions which are available in the market, with all these AI and and smart wearables also which are available today.
Okay, thanks, Shiva. So let me just talk to Dr. Subramaniam. I know we heard Shiva's view about this. Do hospital systems see digital health as a partner, or do you see this as a disruptor?
Can you just repeat?
Do you see digital support system as a partner, or do you see it as a disruptor?
No, it's always a partner. Because, I have seen that healthcare, at least in healthcare, definitely, they go side by side. They're complementing each other. It is not a competitor or anything. It is a complementing each other. Like Dr. Chinnababu is a great surgeon because I've been working. technology like robotics helped him to serve more patients, more efficiently, more outcomes. But if Dr. Chinnababu himself is not there, then that technology won't work. Or only the technology, Dr. Chinnababu may not be able to do that. So it is always a complementary. Digital thing is a complementary thing. You need doctors, you need nurses. Fortunately, she mentioned something which when I'm actually about to retire, so she said that, these people should disappear. Anyway, I'm going to retire, so there's no problem for me. But healthcare is something which is going to be there. It is a complementary digital thing. It should help healthcare system to serve more people more efficiently, and ultimately longevity is something, and the quality of life. These are the things which are complementary to each other. It's not disruption. It is something which is very important. Both need to work together.
So let me ask you a tough question, Subramaniam Garu. How can we really make healthcare both affordable and also money for the providers? Can we have that balance? Because people generally feel that, and I'm talking about the corporate sector, they make a lot more money than people can pay, whereas the government doesn't really have the resources to provide healthcare to everybody. What is the balance? How can we make sure that people are able to get the healthcare that they need, but equally it incentivizes people to come and set up hospitals, provide healthcare services?
See, I'll give it to you. When we talk that how healthcare can be affordable, so technology will definitely help. I'm seeing that, if you set up an ICU in a major corporate hospital vis-a-vis setting up an ICU and monitoring that remotely in a remote area is definitely, it is possible and we can do it. But what is very important is the insurance penetration. India should get into that mode. People should be more responsible. It is not important whether, if they undergo a major surgery, but hospital charged, some lakhs of rupees, because consumable cost, there are some consumables we have to import, some technology we have to import. But the answer is, the way you insure your vehicle, you should insure your body also. Your body is most costliest thing today. It is $6 trillion million. If you take each cell and, put some value to this, it will cost $6 trillion. Don't you think we are responsible to take insurance and, make sure and, we do some checkups so that, affordability, accessibility, all these things comes if you prevent, first of all. Take one health checkup every year and understand that what's your body is saying, listen to it, and do some whatever required to be done so you don't have to go to the hospital. Instead of that, we just spend money on our vehicle, but we don't think about our body. So the best solution for it is have preventive medicine, preventive medical systems, have your checkups done very regularly, make sure you prevent your diseases so that it is not expensive. Have your insurance, please. And government is doing a lot of work in this field. If you really look at Ayushman Bharat or each state government which they do their own work, it is now today, it is not like what we have seen 30 years ago. It is changing now. But we also need to change. We need to educate people. Corporates need to educate people saying that, yes, this is an important step. Prevention is very important. Insurance is very important. Then it becomes accessible.
I think you really brought the point well, that prevention is actually and ultimately the best solution. But I don't see...
May I add to that for something, just a line? It is something called value-based care, right? Value-based care is when a system takes a long view. A hospital, a diagnostic company, or a pharma company takes a long view of a patient as a customer instead of taking them, because when you take a long view, you are talking about someone who is healthy. not necessarily someone who is sick. And think of the lifetime value. And in the startup culture now, we know the LTV of a customer is what we look at. So think of what they are going to do to the system in the long run instead of the lack of trust that we have sort of built in the last decade or so, because we were looking more from an incidental outcome perspective. So that is one of the approaches where preventive and the financial gain to a hospital or a provider can actually merge together, which the starting example of it is Kaiser Permanente. And now what Narayana Health is trying to build on the similar lines. And I'm sure these are just flag bearers of this, but there are so many other systems that are going to follow through on this.
Professor Vikas, can I add a small thought? Yeah, I think your question on affordability and sustainability, I can share a small example of what we have done in Nizamabad. Right? So usually people don't put up a cancer centers in tier 2, tier 3 places because it's very expensive. The radiotherapy machines are costly. But again, there are a number of places where patient capital is already there. The government schemes are supporting today, including the Arogyasri or the Ayushman Bharat. And we have put up a radiotherapy center for 5 districts of North Telangana, making it operationally break-even from day one. So there are a number of such places wherein there is sustainability also. It is not that investors need to shy away from, putting their money there that they may not recover. So only thing is you need to be careful about your OPEX and CAPEX and then make it sustainable. It is possible.
It's possible. Okay. The next question. India has created the UPI to transform digital payments. What would the UPI moment be for the healthcare sector?
So one thing I would like to summarize all the questions in one go. Any innovation, may it be UPI or anything which you want to bring, and it has to be sustainable. It should have crossed 5 A's. It should be available first. It should be accessible. It should be affordable. It should be accurate, and it should be adaptable. So anything or any change which you wish to bring to healthcare, if it has to be adapted by many, then it has to serve all the fives. For example, one question, as you rightly, one question you asked is how to cut down on the cost. Now we are Indian pharma is moving more and more into producing generic molecules for the competitors. Previously, the cost of immunotherapy used to be 4 lakhs. Now with the Indian companies coming, it has come down to around 1 lakh. For example, a CAR T-cell therapy for a blood cancers used to be 1.5 crores. With the IIT Bombay and Tata Memorial Mumbai collaboration, they have come up with Indian indigenous CAR-T, which is coming at a cost of 25 lakhs. So definitely, even at that 25 lakhs also, it is profitable and sustainable. So anything or any innovation which you wanted to bring it to healthcare, and it should be like a UPI for a payment, it has to pass through 5 A's. Thank you.
Shiva, your view?
No, I also feel the same what he was echoing, that if anything has to come to that stage first, I think availability and accessibility has to be very, very important. But at the same time, with all these AI coming, we also see a lot of models or a lot of products which are there in the market which just throws random data. So that also will have to really work on accuracy. Because see, you cannot replace a doctor. In the end, you'll have to support a doctor. You'll have to make sure that, like he gave an example about the surgery, right? He was able to do X number. With robotics, he's able to do Y number, which is much more than what he was doing before. I think all these technologies will have to help these healthcare practitioners to make their ratios, user to doctor ratios, much better. So it has to be accessible, affordable, and very accurate at the same time.
Okay. Are we doing okay with time?
No, I think the next panel is waiting.
Yeah, so let's start the rapid fire. Just try to answer in one sentence, preferably one word, if not in one sentence. Let's start with you, Sabin. First question, one technology that will most transform healthcare in the next decade. Is it AI, genomics, or digital platform?
Genomics.
Okay, thanks. Your view, Doc?
The future of healthcare?
Yeah.
Prevention.
No, okay.
I think future of health will be
It's a genomics. It's a genomics.
Okay.
It's genomics.
Yeah.
I think it should be a combination of three, because you need to have that information available for everyone. So for that you need digital, and you need to know how to interpret. So I think it should be a combination of all the three. That we cannot differentiate either a digital or AI or genomics, because you need AI to interpret the genomics in a better manner, because majority of the times the VUS, variant of unknown significance, with the availability of AI can be a pathogenic, and this combination has to be dissipated to many. So it's a combination of all three.
Okay, so I'll switch to that one.
Yeah.
It was a long answer again.
Yeah, let me ask you, Doctor. What is India's biggest healthcare bottleneck? Is it doctors, infrastructure, or policy? All three. Okay.
All three.
All three are the big. But amongst the three. All three.
Yeah, so all three.
So, okay, if I can ask you to explain what can we do about doctors?
I think, doctors' capacity building is most important. So training has to be done in a very, sustainable manner. Today, what's happening is just to increase the number of, doctors who are specialized. For example, when I did super specialty in oncology, we had only 10 seats. But now today we have about 300. But that is also not sufficient for this great nation. So to do that, we need to look at the right place, the right kind of a training is important, not just increasing the number of seats. That won't solve the problem. Otherwise, you're releasing into the market uncooked, unbaked doctors, which is not good or healthy for the nation.
Shiva, this question to you. If India had to prioritize one today.
But let's keep it the last question. I think a lot of people are waiting now.
Sorry?
A lot of people are waiting for for the next panel to start.
Okay.
Yeah. So
if India had to prioritize one, prevention or hospital treatment today, which one would you choose?
No, 200% prevention. Nothing else can beat that. Today, yesterday, whenever. Even after 100 years, it has to be prevention. Like we said, hospitals has to exist, but if you can prevent something before happening, why not?
See, the disease burden is increasing. We can't help that. That's a gene now. Okay. So prevention is the most important
100%.
thing. I think if I have power to do this, that I will do upstream of healthcare into making hospitals into prevention. Actually, that's the route we should be looking at.
Anyway, healthcare was never supposed to make best hospitals or best doctors. It's supposed to make people healthy, right? I mean, that's the answer, right? And prevention is that, but preventing diseases altogether and promoting health.
Sabina already lives in a utopian world already.
That's the idea, right? You have to have a North Star, no?
Okay,
Easier said than
we'll
done.
take questions from the audience. Okay, we have to... just one more comment and then we'll wind up. Anybody like to say something?
No, I think mostly we have covered. We are all going with prevention now.
Okay. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. To felicitate our guests on stage, may I invite Om Prakash Reddy Garu on stage. Mr. Om Prakash Reddy will felicitate Professor Vikas Singh and Dr. Sabeen Kapasi. May I invite Neeraj Kumar, Mr. Neeraj Kumar on stage to felicitate Dr. Chinnababu Sunkavalli and Dr. Rajesh Bollam. May I request Sai Teja Dugempudi to please join us on stage to felicitate Dr. Subramanyam and Sri Sivtosh Kumar. Once again, thanking Professor Vikas Singh and all the panelists who have joined us for this special session. I request Om Prakash Reddy, Mr. Neeraj Kumar and Mr. Sai Teja to join for a picture on stage. As we quickly move on to the last panel discussion of the evening, and we also have, of course, a special session by Dr. Gundla Nagaraj Garu. But before that, we have the last panel discussion of the day. Thank you one and all for being on stage, and you'll have to excuse us for not giving the kind of time that you actually need to discuss this subject. Thank you for appreciating the time. Thank you so much. And now let's quickly move on to the next session, and that is the panel discussion on startup and scale, building the next growth engine. And for that, moderator, I would request Dr. C. Jairaj Kumar, CEO, Wright Medical Devices, to please join us on stage and moderate the panel discussion for the evening. Dr. C. Jairaj Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, a bridge builder between science and commerce, he knows exactly what it takes to turn a laboratory breakthrough into a household name. Dr. C. Jairaj Kumar. Hearty welcome to you, sir, on stage. Also like to welcome Sri Rajat Sethi, co-founder, Q-Beats. Sri Rajat Sethi, a master of strategy. He is the thinker helping the next generation of founders navigate the complex road to scale. So let me welcome on stage Sri Rajat Sethi. May I also invite our next panelist, Managing Director, Brihaspati, Sri Rajshekhar Papolu Garu. Sri Rajshekhar Garu. Mr. Rajshekhar. Representing the team is Mr. Vikrant Singh, if he is available. Yeah. Let me welcome Mr. Vikrant Singh on stage. Vikrant Sagar. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. G. Vikrant Sagar Reddy, GP Spiral Crux Biotech, Sri Chakra Polyplat India. May I also request Sri Venkatarami Reddy, Director, BAC Infratech Private Limited, to join us on stage. Sri Venkatarami Reddy. Let me also invite Sri Ravi Bulusu, Founder, CEO, Imovale. Sri Ravi Bulusu. Can we have Mr. Vikrant Singh from the team of Sri Rajshekhar Papolu? Mr. Vikrant Singh? All right, he'll join us a little later. Okay. So can we start, sir? And if Jairaj sir is okay with... Sir, Ravi Bulusu. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sri Ravi Bulusu, founder and CEO, Imovale. A hearty welcome to you, sir. And now I request Dr. C. Jairaj Kumar to take over the proceedings.
Good evening, and thank you for having me here for this panel discussion on the startups and scale and building the next growth engine. I thank Sami Reddy Garu and Sudhakar Garu for giving us an opportunity to be interacting with all of you this evening. See, basically, the critical issue here is India has the third largest ecosystem in the globe, in the world. And scaling up the companies to minicons, to sunicons, to unicorns is something which is very, very essential. And today we have in India, if you look at the stats, we have close to 200,000 startups as of early 2026. We have about 200,000 startups. In this 200,000 startups, we have about 125 of them have become unicorns. And in the next, by 2030, we're expecting about 218 unicorns to be there. And the objective of this is they also create a lot of jobs. And it is expected that so far, Indian startups have contributed to close to around 17 lakh jobs. And when we talk about scaling up and things like that, entrepreneurs, when they start their company, they face a lot of roadblocks. Now, I would like to start this panel discussion. Is this scaling up of a company, is it sector agnostic? Say, for instance, we have seen a lot of IT companies growing up very big. And especially when we see, when we have just listened to a couple of our people here, in the earlier discussions, we have heard that people have said, defense and aerospace has overtaken in Hyderabad the pharma thing. So first thing I would like to say is, the higher regulatory compliance in medical devices, is this a roadblock and how do you address it? So I would leave this discussion to take opinion from maybe Rajat to see what his perspectives on sector agnostic roadblocks as a scale-up roadblock for this startups.
Perfect. I'll use this, I think. Thank you, and good evening to all the members sitting here in this discussion. So this is a fascinating question because, is it sector agnostic to scale? The short answer is yes. Capital is sector agnostic as long as it is in the sunrise sectors. Demand and the order which comes in is a direct function of how well your economy is doing and how much of ecosystem building has happened in the sunrise sectors. If these broad things are able to build an order book across multiple sectors, you will see these next generation of startups grow and become those sunicons and unicorns. But there is a reality check. Right now, India is going through a big transformation in my view. This old school around IT creating this $300 billion huge agency is currently coming under huge attack from AI-led investment capital, which believe that this entire labor arbitrage game plan that India has for 2-3 decades really aced it. That needs to be broken. So funds like Anderson Horowitz and all are pumping billions of dollars to finish off our KPO, BPO kind of setup. They're also going to threaten our GCC setups and all the things where we have generated this massive capital and massive foreign exchanges. Now India needs to reinvent and reposition itself around the next wave of big sectors which are going to open up enormous opportunities. One of those big sectors are interestingly all falling into the deep tech domain, be it space tech, be it quantum technology, be it aerospace and defense. But when you start comparing this with where the rest of the world is, why should India be those capital where the startups in these new age domain have the right to succeed? You need to have the right to succeed. Are you competing on the capital because labor arbitrage is no longer important in this deep tech ecosystem? What is important is, can you generate products, create products which are competitive and are innovative at the same time, vis-a-vis China on one side and US on the other side? Bhavesh, one of the bureaucrats was making a presentation here on the ASPI tracker, right? ASPI is a tracker on critical technologies. India lags on all critical technologies systemically. Now my problem is that if we have to create those hyperscalers in India, where do we have those leverage positions or points on in order to be winners 3, 4, 5 years down the line? I think that is a serious challenge. Capital is coming, but very small capital. Compared to the IT sector, and all the way till 2020, the kind of capital that was chasing Indian business models was huge. There was SoftBank coming in, there was Tiger Global, all of these big players were putting capital into India. Are they putting similar amount of capital into the next generation of sunrise sectors? The answer is no. Worldwide, what has happened is, there is this inward-looking attitude around technology companies. Everybody wants to make their deep tech stack powerful and globally competitive. Therefore, not just technology, access on the supply chains has become much more narrower, very, very hard to get access to. Also, ability to access serious capital, a solid capital where millions can flow into these ventures and scale them up is also missing. So India is in for a very tough journey over the next 3, 4, 5 years, and we really will have to battle it out, go with those frugal engineering tricks, pull out rabbits out of the hat and try and develop certain things which are truly innovative in nature and dominate some of these sunrise sectors. And I'll leave you with the last example. It's the space sector. In the next 3, 4 years, space alone will be $1 trillion sector. China and US are launching 3,000 satellites annually. We are launching 3, 4, 5 satellites. So we are 3 orders below how the other countries, the leading ones, are trying to completely gobble up these spaces. How aggressively are we positioning ourselves? Some startups are attempting to do it, but where is the business model for it? Will we be able to generate sufficient returns for the investors? It is still, the jury is out on that, I would say. And the jury will have to come to some conclusion very quickly to sustain this momentum that we have got ever since last year when Piyush Goyalji made that fascinating sort of example, and I'll pause here, when he said that why is that the billionaire sons and daughters are making ice creams and chips of fancy quality? Why are they not investing money into serious next generation sunrise sectors? I think that took us as a challenge. We all took it as a challenge and we started stepping in. But a lot needs to be seen over the next 2, 3 years. Order book has to be there. If there are no orders, we cannot survive. B, there has to be capital. Without capital, we cannot survive. Right now, even our deep tech talent base is very, very thin. A lot of people from the US, all IITians from the US, working in the deep tech ecosystems will have to come down to fill in the void that is there in the talent pipeline also.
So the other important thing that we need to also assess, especially when it comes up to the deep tech and IT tech, majority of the IT solutions, when you go for a scale up, when you go for your valuation, when you want to scale up, your intellectual property, if you have in an IT, adds a lot of value to your company. So you want to scale up and there's a protection and things like that. So if you don't have a proper intellectual property backup for any IT solution that you have developed, especially when there is no hardware involved, so what are the scalability issues to IT companies when they can't patent a software, right? So what is your perspective, Mr. Ravi, on the intellectual property roadblocks in scale up of especially IT related companies and things like that?
Audible? Yeah. Hey. So to get started, I think happy Women's Day for the handful of women out here. I thought I'll get started with that. Good to see you folks. I'm hoping it will be 50% of women occupied over a period of time. It's a fundamental aspect of our building block that we need to think about. But let me come back to this question about intellectual property. Honestly speaking, I have had these own debates in myself on the value of intellectual property that truly add value to an organization's growth. In my past life, I was the director of architecture at NVIDIA. Before that, Intel. Then I worked with Steve Jobs and others in designing the iPods. At every single time when we were building these IP barriers, it was more as a defense mechanism to make sure that I don't have too many predators trying to take over what I'm doing. Okay, but for the bigger guys, when there are bigger organizations that were trying to take it up, they actually used it against our organization when we were startups, because preying on your IP, there are it's a double-edged sword. Having an IP is also revealing to the rest of the world on what you're doing. Your ability to protect their IP is as only dependent on as much capital that you have to defend it. Somebody can actually pray over your IP and then you will spend the rest of your money just trying to defend it and lose it all out. Having said that, I'm not trying to trivialize the importance of having an IP. Like you said, sir, today India has a lot of IP definition tied to the hardware and manifestability of your IP to be able to patent it. Right? Even if you have to go to patents and all that. Software is not technically defined as an IP. That itself starts off as a major roadblock for us to be able to hold on to our IP closely. Having said that, I strongly believe that in this generation of AI, the definition of the IP that we have been used to so far is going to change drastically. Everything that we have built, I hold about 6 patents to myself today, but I know how these patents are being generated in a factory mode. So the definition and the barriers to IPs have to be super strong before somebody says, okay, I need to be able to patent this, hold this, which can help me attain the defensibility of my company that I can get to. Because the code, the rate at which the code can be generated is now trivialized. The IP levels come down to more fundamental nature. Your fundamental sciences have to be patented, not just the applied sciences are not what are going to be helping you hold on to your IP. What we need to do is focus on fundamental sciences. From our Indian organizational perspective, we still need to be a little more lenient or open in our definition of what can be patented, what cannot be. In US, you can patent a lot of things that you cannot even do it in India right now, the way they are defined. We in a governance level, from a governance perspective, we need to be a little more open-minded in figuring out what is a patentable or a protectable intellectual property that is not the case today. So over a period of time, I think the definition of what is protectable, it might not actively be as manifestable as it is being expected today by the government agencies, right? We will have to start holding those much more carefully. I mean, today I am not sure if you can build LLMs, fundamental LLM algorithms, and you can actually patent them. Okay, protecting them through IP is much harder right now here than anywhere else. So you need to actually move towards fundamental sciences and figure out how to enable your policies to enable protectability of this IP. So that surely is a roadblock for us. If we are thinking about true innovation, that we need to get past if we have to maintain and protect our property that is being developed, designed, developed, thought through within India and try to grow it in India.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Ravi. And I have another very interesting thing that I would like to just discuss. Say for instance, we have a lot of startups, they are first generation entrepreneurs. They come from, employee family backgrounds, and they wanted to do something. So there is something called as startup financial inclusion. So they don't have collaterals, they don't have anything. So just wanted to discuss with Vikrant about what is his views. Do you think government wanted to start a bad bank which can take up all the NPAs, etc., and there is a bad bank which absorbs all the bad debts, etc. Don't you think, we have SMEs, SME segments, and if you go to any bank, there is a SME segment. Do you think, for scalability of startups, so if in addition to SME, even the word called startup is also introduced into all these financial institutions, do you think it's going to help the growth engine of startups in getting accessible to capital and making startups financially inclusive? Because especially for first generation people who ever want to scale up, these are roadblock. So just want to know what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, good evening everyone. First let me tell you how deeply humbled I am to share the stage with the luminaries present here. So now coming... Oh, okay. So now coming to the question about financial inclusion for first generation entrepreneurs. I honestly don't think I'm the right person to answer this because I'm here to represent my father, Shekhar Reddy, and I'm a third generation entrepreneur. But yeah, with some tidbits of information that I can give you. So one of the speaker mentioned that Anderson Horowitz is funding a lot of money today that's disrupting the Indian economy. And I think this deep expertise by participating in the Silicon Valley, for example, Mark Anderson himself was the founder of the first web browser called Netscape. And the people who funded Netscape were entrepreneurs coming out of Intel and Fairchild Semiconductor. So there is that ecosystem already present in the Silicon Valley, and that's very hard for a nation like ours to compete with. So one model we could potentially look at is what China has done, where institutionally it has taken a very strong position in incubating very early ideas. So in the early 2000s itself, they were very big on solar, on battery tech. And yeah, now coming to the question whether the government should play an active role in hand-holding these startups, I think they do, but they should also not be an overreach. Government has done a good job in the 2010s for cleaning up these NPAs because we know once there is capital associated with bureaucracy, if they can give away the capital at their will, I'm not sure how much market-based allocation that would be. And these early stage ideas, they mainly take up equity capital, which is given by private people who are willing to take that risk. So what government can do is give money to a fund of funds, which in turn allocates this capital to early stage ideas. And I hope that also prevents the overreach from the government, and this can also exclude favoritism, for example, and yeah, that's my answer.
So when we look at the startup scalability, especially for technologies which have manufacturing capabilities or which needs to manufacture a hardware like, medical devices or one of these devices, we were just talking, one of the speakers were talking about, missile manufacturing, carbon cases and things like that. So, the partnership of contract manufacturing, when we scale, when especially medical or healthcare, medical devices, people want to scale up, they generally tend to partner with a contract manufacturing company. So there is always a fear or suspicion that, his intellectual property will be, will be having a risk if he shares with a private entity. So we have a lot of IITs, and we also met one of the directors who is also starting a division for the medical devices or something like that. So don't you think, there should be a shared facility for the, for manufacturing of the first things with collaboration with some things like IITs. So what happens is that, we have a lot of TSIC hardware.
Excuse me, sir. Apologies that I'm interrupting you. We are also joined by Mr. Vikrant Singh from Brihaspati Group. Let me welcome Vikrant Singh ji. Sorry for the interruption, sir. Please continue.
Yeah. So the association of hardware parks, which are kind of supervised by technological competencies of the best engineers, especially from IITs. We don't need to come up with industrial parks. If we come up with startup parks, and we have incubators, incubators are just a room or something where people can't scale up and things like that. If we have state-of-the-art minds, like from IITs, we have government, if they can dedicate some kind of parks where these IITs have a shared manufacturing facility and, have some kind of an intellectual property protection and things like that. I think some kind of a synergistic model. Do you think, Rajat, will it have an impact of the scalability of things? And, we also have, we can also have, missiles or something, wherever the DRDO related inventions and innovations, whichever are there, this kind of synergistic facilities, do you think will accelerate and will lead to further scalability and things like that?
No, I think this is a great question. But let me ask you a question because I work in defense. Prominent stakeholders in defense are DRDO and DPSUs, right? The PSUs who are working in defense sectors. Ask any defense entrepreneur, a startup guy, who is the biggest thief of IP? It is the government labs. DRDO people, there are of course exceptions, and I don't want to paint everybody, but there are consortiums of startups who are working through IDEX route. The moment they work with the DRDO, the first contract that the DRDO gives to a startup is that, okay, all the rights of your intellectual property are taken away. There are marching orders, quote unquote. There's something called a marching order, which they put into the contract that all your intellectual property can be used for national cause or national interest and will be given away to the DPSUs to mass manufacture. That is coded into the first contract when you are actually doing hardcore research. Why would a startup try to work even with the DRDOs? DRDOs has again, I'm not trying to generalize, but let me tell you, they and BEL, Bharat Electronics, these are the people, and even the top people in the Indian defense establishment have been informed that these people have zero respect for intellectual property coming out of Indian startups. Now, if the Rakshak becomes a Bhakshak, then what is left? The government, who has to incentivize and try and create a cultivating environment where startups can freely come in and exchange and use these DPSU facilities to productize the innovation. If that in itself becomes the thieves, then what is left? So this is a matter of fact. Now what we need to do, you said some kind of a park is going to contain the intellectual property and the intellectual property will stay. My answer is that this culture in India about not respecting intellectual property and openly stealing intellectual property remains the hallmark of how we operate. What essentially is Jugaad? Because you don't want to pay for properly researched products which are coming out and then pay for that. We are so cost obsessed that anybody who can bypass the hardcore research which requires blood, sweat and capital, you want to completely bypass and straight away productize things one way or the other. You can get intellectual property, say, get it from Israel or from China, just do screwdriver technology and release a product and beat the startups who are doing the hard job of creating the intellectual property in this country. So I think culturally it has to change. Only then these meta structures of creating a startup park can protect IPs around contract manufacturing and all of that. By the way, I can also add that there are so many startups who are struggling with productization of their innovation. They require the help from, especially in manufacturing, from established manufacturing players to come out and help in product design, product manufacturing, help them with 3D printing, large-scale 3D printing, and also large-scale CNC machines. But right now that transactional relationship exists. I mean, we are working in the quantum space and we are making these quantum sensors for defense. We are trying to find players in India who can protect and respect my intellectual property and alongside that productize it. I don't think I have ever gone to a government to seek protection. They will not provide me. That is not even their priority. So culturally, when we evolve, governments are essentially the reflection of society at large. So I would leave it there, but I believe why startup parks can be very helpful is for the following reasons. Governments and state governments still go and provide lands and other support on a case-by-case ad hoc basis. So if there is a sky route, possibly they can get a big land somewhere near the airport and can do their experiments and all of that. But there'll be another company which is struggling. There is no consistent startup policy so far that we will give you land, we will give you access, we'll give you better single window clearances, and single window should not be just a theoretical concept, it should be in practice. All of these enabling things, enabling environments, which America and US and China provides beautifully well. Our governments can bare minimum do this. And if they are able to at least create an enabling environment, you will see translation of fundamental research at much larger pace happening in this country. So startup parks and zones, startup zones can be a very exciting idea, and I believe Telangana government should think about it on this idea at a scalable level.
If I may add to that, truly I feel the pain of Rajat. Honestly, I mean, the passion with which it's coming out, I can feel that, we are both startup entrepreneurs. We have both been going through things that I can associate with this pain more than anybody else, probably. But all said and done, no question, I'm not even questioning anything that is being said. All said and done though, I think if there is one thing that we need to work on, if I were to generalize your question, it is all about industry-academia collaboration. If we have to find a sustainable path going forward, if we have to find a symbiotic path going forward, it has to have this. Today we are kind of decoupled. On Mobile, we work with IIT Madras, Mint Collaborative. It's trying to find its footing, it's trying to get going and all this, which is essentially laying the root, at a grassroots level, trying to get that industry academic collaboration going, because otherwise we are fully decoupled. We are not able to leverage, we at an industry are not able to leverage what we could otherwise have done with the best of what IIT can offer. There is no two ways that the best of what US is seeing is all coming out of IITs. If only we could leverage that intelligence here and have that growth. I mean, nothing against the likes of Swiggy's and Zomato's, but I think if we can go much more solid and technologically robust in building our fundamental platforms. No two ways that I would love to be able to work with the likes of IITs and find out how I can design the next best heuristic algorithm that people have not thought about so far. Having said that, we have a lot of governance related hurdles that we need to go past. We need to be able to protect, we need to be able to build that trust between that academia and industry to say, whatever I'm sharing with the other guy is not getting lost or not getting stolen or lost to the other guy, but we are having a mutually collaborative relationship that we both are able to get the best out of. Again, beyond everything else that Rajat has said, I just wanted to add this part of it, and that's it. Thank you.
So, basic thing, one interesting thing, when we see any successful entrepreneur in this place or in any place that we have interacted, do you think, scalability of a startup is far more easier if they're in a developed country like United States than in India? Do you think, what do you say, Vikrant? What do you say? There's a Vikrant square here. So, what do you think in terms of scalability? Do you think same startup, if it is in India versus if it's in a developed country, so the startup in a developed country is at a far more advantageous position? Do you think that really works? Just wanted to know your insights.
Yeah, I think there is a remarkable difference running a startup here versus a developed country. Like, for example, we don't even spend 1% of our GDP on R&D, and countries like China spend 4%. And not just now, in 2000s, when their GDP per capita was at par with us, they still spend 3%. So, I don't know if our political economy allows for spending more on GDP when they're going to election every 5 years. But yeah, that's a balance, I think. If by investing in that 4 to 5%, it's only the top 1% who are already privileged would end up taking more of that pie. But I guess, some boats have to rise first before everyone does. And so the Indian economy does have its peculiarities, like one of the panelists here has also mentioned about the intellectual property grievances that he had with the defense sector. Our IP laws are primarily targeted to the pharma industries, and we have it such that our patents expire early so that the generic drug makers can take advantage of that and flood the international markets before their companies have the ability to manufacture these generics, right? And that really helped us because apart from IT, pharma is another sector where we are actually global leaders. But now that we want to find new drug therapies, this really disincentivizes private companies to invest in R&D because they don't have that protection of their intellectual property for a long time. So that gestation period hurts. So at this moment, I think we need to shift more towards higher quality, more R&D, than having these mass market products, which were really the need of the hour in the 1970s. But today, I think as a country, we have moved forward and looking at the aspirations of the youth. It's not a politically hard thing to do to invest in R&D, and I think we really have to push the government for that.
So on this part, like, yes, if we do something outside, like not in India, but there is a lot of scope which is being, they're giving chance to the young people or any startup they are giving a chance. But yes, I think India is already in the path where they are supporting it. But the points which were there, like, the government is already have their panels in a way that, whatever you try, they will acquire you and get it done from their side, what I feel. Right? So whatever you come with an innovation, they will be like, you do have to have a connection inside the government. You really need to know them. If you don't have that, then you will take at least next 5 years more to reach there. Anyone who has the privilege inside the, the departmental things, obviously they get the major benefits that we have seen. You can cover it over grants or any kind of fundings. They say, they announce that, we are giving this much, that much. But technically, it's not getting released to the right audience or the right people, or someone have seen that this organization is already doing. Some or the other third party will try to acquire them and then get the grants. That's what we have seen. And it is very practical over here. This is what I feel. But yes, the people who are trying, there are many people who are trying the right path only, rather than getting into this kind of penetration that, they trust their product and they know their process. So I think we are in still that same. So as Brahaspati is also still doing it, we deal with PSUs a lot. So we do face all these challenges where have been some projects, we have gone very close, but someone has a good connect, they get the project with the capabilities we have over a year. Suddenly a 2 years company come and take it. So that's, I agree with you completely. Like, yeah, please.
So I'll just add one more point to that, but I echo with everything that has been said. I'll forget government, for instance. Pick a very, very big conglomerate in India. I cannot name because it is not Chatham House, it is going live, so I cannot name that group. That group has a turnover of 1.7 lakh crore rupees annually. This group is there. Now this group has declared on their own the amount of R&D spend that they do in a year. It is 44 crores. And I can tell you in a guaranteed manner that even this 44 crores is some kind of a chartered accountant jugglery to present some number there. Now, if a 1.7 lakh crore entity, this is the amount of R&D spend. If this is your revenue and your R&D spend essentially so small, which means you're only doing trading. You are not at all investing in R&D at all. But the problem that happens is, again, forget government on one side. If the big players in this country, they do not spend in research, then what will happen to PhDs? They will have to leave the country. Good PhDs from IIT who are doing PhDs in the US, they have no good jobs here in this country, so they will not come back to India. If the big players do not spend in R&D, then the downstream impact on MSMEs. MSMEs also have no interest in doing R&D. Then the whole culture becomes so of this vicious cycle. And if you have to solve this vicious cycle, the best way is identify the 30 big family houses. Prime Minister or somebody at the very, very top has to go and personally speak to them that you need to do 10% spending onto real R&D, not a chartered accountant level jugglery. Only then you will see that the pass-on benefits and building that ecosystem will happen. Because then proper IIT professors will see much more interest with with these big players. They'll be spending more in R&D, more and more people will get jobs. And the right sort of ecosystem will be developed. And only then this title of this track is how do startups scale. They will only scale when the orders will come. And orders will come not necessarily from the government, but also from the private sector. And I believe this is how I have foreseen over these last several years of working in this space. Thank you.
Just to add to what the panelists has said, to put this in example, the companies which are the most valuable on the US stock market, if you look at NVIDIA, Meta, Microsoft, these are all built by first-generation entrepreneurs who didn't come from family business houses. And today, they are worth more than $1 trillion market cap each, right? And you look at the Indian stock market, like just post-liberalization and today, the big name players that are there in the representing the market cap, how dynamic is that? And what incentive does it give to the youth to actually take these risks if they know that, on the leaderboard, they're not going to show up?
I have one interesting thought. When Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister, he created a board called as Technology Development Board. This Technology Development Board used to receive funds from all the imports. If anybody imports, they need to pay an import duty. That import duty was, some part of it or full of it, I don't know, was given to Technology Development Board to fund. So Department of Science, this Technology Development Board was coming under Department of Science and Technology. So, and we have another entity, government entity called CGT MSME. If a bank lends up to 5 crores or 10 crores to an organization, if the organization goes bankrupt, it's CGT MSME which covers it. So for startup scalability, do you think such kind of an insurance cover from TDB or some CGT MSME coverage if it comes to a startup? Because the purpose of creating TDB was to share the risk of the entrepreneurs by the government. So if a risk cover is being given to angel investors or venture capitalists, whoever are recognized, and the funds have come from recognized networks like IAN, Indian Angel Network, or any of those, and if we have an insurance mechanism, do you think it will motivate more number of investments into startups? Thereby startups who have a product, they can scale up and move fast. What's your thought process on it, Vikrant?
So, on the fund size, the last thing which you said.
So maybe a 5-10 crore, that's the coverage that the central government gives for banks. If a bank, if they get bankrupt, they get a coverage from the central government.
I think the numbers are, they say, but majorly, many people don't get that opportunity. That's what we have been.
They cover the banks, which have funded companies,
but
SMEs.
Majority of the banks doesn't give, if we need the funds, when we talk about, and most of the banks, there are multiple things that, you do collaterals and also, it doesn't turn up through on your question.
I'm trying to say,
Yeah.
if an angel investor is covered,
okay.
if if he invests in a startup, if he loses his money, he gets an insurance cover. So does it motivate more amount of investments into startups? Thereby they can scale up.
Then it will be. I think on that I would agree. If any angel investors are getting that support from the banking, that, we will be covering this much of the amount. Because again, a new industry will born in this to just...
So I would like your thoughts on this, Rajat.
No. Government. Can governments be, be choosing who the winner is? Only and only the invisible hands of the market can choose winners or losers. The moment government steps in, there will be people who will have access. They will take away all the major advantages of such things. Government.
And that's what I was whispering to Rajat just a little while ago, that no. This early stages of many investors trying to get their first round of returns from their pay for these EMIs and whatever. I guess the time is up, but never mind, I didn't want to close. I was just going to say this is more about, I think startup sessions should be called pain and anguish sessions more than any of the panel sessions. I think we end up doing that.
So I think, so I think our time is up, and great to have you, Ravi, Rajat, and Vikrant Square. So with this, I think we will wind up our panel discussion, and it's a great pleasure to have all of you here. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being on stage. It was wonderful listening to each one of you. I request all of you to please stay back on stage as we have a felicitation program. And firstly, I would request Mr. Praveen, board member of the PanIIT Alumni India, to please come and felicitate Dr. C. Jairaj Kumar and Sri Rajat Sethi. May I also request Mr. Priyank Garg to please come out to the dais and felicitate Vikrant Singh and Dr. G. Vikrant Sagar Reddy. Mr. Vikrant Singh and Dr. G. Vikrant Sagar Reddy. And now may I also invite on stage Mr. Srikant Tanikella to felicitate Sri Ravi Bulusu. May I invite Mr. Priyank Garg and Mr. Srikant Tanikella to join us on stage for a group picture. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we end this evening, the last speaker of the session, the last speaker of the day, a special session by Dr. Gundala Nagaraju Garu, President WAIG Foundation, Mumbai, and CEO, Astravion AI, Hyderabad. Dr. Gundala Nagaraj Garu is the President of the WAIG Foundation, CEO of Astravion AI. He is the leader in artificial intelligence social impact, focusing on how AI can be a force for good in the foundation of Bharat. An AI visionary with a soul, he is ensuring that the smartest technologies are used to help people who need it most. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to welcome Dr. Gundala Nagaraj Garu on stage.
Good evening to everyone, and thanks to PanIIT India for giving this opportunity. And it is a special section. It's a special section. When you say I'm an AI governance officer, I talk more about AI governance. Most of the people talked about how AI can be helping the businesses. But what we are trying to do is, during the helping the businesses, we want to see that how it is protecting from the compliance, risk management, and all penalties like. So, next slide, please. You can go to next slide. Next slide, please. Here itself? Okay, thank you. Okay. This is brief about my profile, actually. You look at here, I'm CEO of Astravion Next Gen Catalyst Private Limited, where I'm doing here startup companies. We have 35 startups. It's a platform where we are launching on that, and it is in different sector. Basically, one experience is not mentioned is my 30 years of marriage experience. That's what I want to quote everywhere, because where I'm good in artificial intelligence, management system. People thought about that, but I'm very good in wife intelligence management system. That is because of my 30 years experience. I'll give the today's example. Like, what happened today, before coming here, 6:45 told a few of my colleagues, you should be here by 6:45. I wake up around 5:30, I prepared everything. Before coming, I said, my wife, Happy Women's Day. She looked at me with question mark. Because I am a wife intelligence management expert, right? What I did immediately, I thought like a ChatGPT. Different options. Can I say Women's Boss Day, happy, or Happy Boss Day, or Happy Boss Day with 50,000 approval for shopping? I choose the third one. When I say Happy Bossy Day with 50,000 approved, and she said thank you. Now you understand why I'm good in wife intelligence management system? And in addition to that, I have done more than 18 audits last 6 months actually, especially like each one is like very unique for me. Because I worked for BFSI basically, but I am auditing food industry, I'm auditing the pharma, I'm auditing retail. The beauty part is now I'm questioning, no need to answer actually, that is the beauty part. Okay, so now I'll talk more about AI governance across multiple industry sectors, how we do. I'll give one real example how I did for my clients actually. Even client is also aware of AI governance. They are asking my solution is compliance with AI governance or not. I'll show you one example. And lessons from responsible AI failure cases, that is second thing, and global AI governance frameworks and standards. Then I am implementing ISO 42001 as a technical expert because the TSUD, I'm working as a principal consultant for TSUD, where they have 4,000 customers across the globe. And I am the only technical expert for them. So every week I'm traveling actually, 2 or 3 days to audit any client or on-site client or online or offline. So where I can share all my thoughts over here. So why importance of AI governance? Okay, next slide please. Okay. So this is what I'm trying to say. With governance, you can see that all are self-explanatory. I'm thankful to Mr. Sunil. That throughout, it has taken almost 6 hours to do that. Generally, my sections at IIIT or wherever IEEE conferences, they give 1 hour section for me. I know it is a very time constraint. You can see that risk predictable. If it is not there, explosive. Then innovation sustainable. Then stop and start. Reputation trusted. And reputation here question. Regulatory proactive. There's a reactive. That one very important. Financially, I can control by using AI governance. Without governance, it is volatile. So these are the most of my clients asking credit score, risk score. This is one of the example I'm giving the context with governance, without governance, right? So similarly, I'm going to show another one, healthcare diagnostic support. Same thing. The business countries using AI without governance, with governance. Okay, this is my favorite area where I worked more than 26 years with Zurich Financials as well as Visa as a global delivery head. Where I am most of the time, I thought I'm a practice head. Instead of that, I am training my own resources because during my tenure, last 5 years, I trained more than 45,000 students and 4,000 employees. Okay. So this is our approach. Whenever I go to the client, this is one of the auto insurance business use cases. They're very schematic. Last 5, you can see that 1, 2, 3, 5 use cases. Nowadays, when you go to the client, clients are not interested in your product. They said, Raju, I have this problem. Can you solve this? So if you provide solution for that, why I have chosen these 5 use cases? 80-20 formula everyone knows, right? There are more than 20 to 25 business use cases. But if you solve these 5, that covers 80% of their financial issues, right? So this is general our approach. Whenever I want to adapt, I will give 75% weightage to the domain expertise, 20% AI technologies, and 5% AI governance. And this 5% AI governance is dictating whether your business use case is success or failure. Okay, this is what responsible AI is not optional. It is essential and sustainable to it. This is everyone is following. So this is one use case. Recently, I have given to my client actually. Client is asking these 8 questions actually. So why models are restricted? This is no-touch claims. This is very simple. No-touch claims is whenever the customer is uploading their claims. When you submit, within a minute, they will get a SMS saying that your claim is approved and your money will be deposited into next business day, okay? And client is asking these are A can suggest, not finalize. They are given the thumb rules. And one of the recommendations they restricted is any claim is under 2,000, you can approve. That should be our candidate. And we have taken more than 5 million records. 5 million records. What we have seen is less than 1,000 is 10%, and 1,000 to 2,000 claim amount is another 10%, and 2,000 to 5,000 is around 25 to 30%. So this is what data speaks actually. Based on that, initially we considered for the phase 1, 2,000 only, approximately 20,000. Right, you can see the last one example. Age ranges 30 to 35, female, black, African, red car. Beating of accident claiming is 90%. But as per AI governance, I cannot talk about gender bias, I cannot talk about the color, I cannot talk about country belongs to, African or whoever it is. So we need to see what I need to do is, I need to substitute these variables which is close to other parameters, which is not influencing the AI governance. So that's what we did and provided a solution. So this is, these are all my photographs, IIT Kharagpur, whatever you see that, right? So these are the governments we are talking about, these 10 principles. And I want to show next 2 slides, without following that particular principle, how it is going to impact. If you don't, like in ethics, I have given the business case, you can see that. That is fraud happened and JP Morgan Chase by deceiving that. So what is the consequences, right? If you don't follow the transparency, accountability, reliability, compliance, these are I have given the real-time case studies, right? And similarly, risk management, privacy, security, fairness, human control, stakeholder trust. So these are all self-explanatory. If anyone need the presentation, I will share with you people. No need to take the photograph. So this is I want to compare, everyone knows this one, right? This one of a pointer, when I'm auditing, especially Zomato at Delhi, this is what I told you. Whenever you are using the third-party tool, make sure that what are the algorithms running behind that. Even though it is our proprietary, it doesn't matter. You should know that is what I need, a transparency and accountability. So they use it, you can see that what are the issues observed and what are relevant AI principles. If they follow ISO or EU AI Act control, they should have avoided this. Right? I have given a very schematic picture for simple understanding this. So what are the global adoption, use cases? This is I'm trying to predict here our Indian AI governance. Recently it was published on 5th November 2025. Minister of Electronics and Information System. You can see that. It works on 7 principles and 6 pillars, okay? So these are frameworks, you can see that. So this is what I am going to do what is ISO, this address everything, this is the framework, this is finally we control and all these things, okay? So, thank you very much.
Exactly on time, sir.
Okay, thank you.
After I'm waiting for the next my turn.
May I invite Mr. Arun Madanji, MD, Astrovion, to please come on to the dais and felicitate Dr. Gundala Nagaraj Garu. Thank you, Nagaraju sir, for taking us through so quick. With this, we conclude today's PanIIT Alumni India Hyderabad Summit 2026 and to render the vote of thanks. Now, I request Professor Murli Ayanki, President, ICORG and Senior Advisor, UC Berkeley, to please render his vote of thanks.
Good evening. Everyone will be, before I dive into formal vote of thanks or formal gratitude, let me make a small confession to make as an alumni
as an engineer, as a technologist of prestigious institutions, I did what many of us do. I asked a state-of-the-art LLM. I asked a state-of-the-art LLM to write the vote of thanks. So I just told what happened today. I gave all the right parameters, including the IIT pride, IIT confidence, nostalgia, etc., and the very prominent recent 80 countries signed New Delhi Declaration. These are the factors on how impact it has made. We all know that LLM doesn't know the facts as we, the human beings, do, but it understands the patterns, it understands the predictions, etc. So the AI generated a brilliant speech, but we don't have time. It added a very peculiar line at the end, and it wrote, and finally, a special thank you to me for providing the poor quality, not a very great quality, it said, training data that made its existence possible. That is the made me to laugh at that particular point. What is the training data here I have given? Initially, all in the organizing committee, including our chief architect from Hyderabad, Sudhakar, working out the schedules, etc., they happen to be the, what you call as in good faith, the data, and all the training data to AI has become a source code in a significant manner. So it is my distinct honor to begin the vote of thanks by acknowledging the original processors of innovation, our own team, our own group that they have made. I would like to personally thank each one, Abhilash Kondai, Deepak Arora, Anjana Mata, Jagadish, Madhusudan Chakravarti, Deepthi Dukeshwar, Neeraj Kumar, our manager Padmini Pati, Fani Arega, Praveen Kumar, Rajiv Singh, Sai Teja, Swadeep, Om Prakash Reddy, Kshitij Tiwari, and Harish Events, Deepthi, and wonder of the day, our moderator, Silpa Chakravarti. Rajesh and Jagannath Prava, Srikant Tanikella, Ramanaidu, YV Satish Kumar, Sami Reddy, who never slept, because I used to get all the messages in the midnight. And I'm not going to thank Sudhakar. We'll see later. And ultimately, we had, on the curtain raiser day, our chairman Prabhakar was mentioning all of the Hyderabad team. He was working as a Bhagirathas to bring the Ganges from the heaven. But I will add one more word, that he stood like Mahashiva to receive all the water coming from the heaven to the ground. He absorbed all the shocks and the Shiva Juta, what you call as Shiva Jata Jotam, when it fell down, he's acted as a Shiva Jata Jotam to absorb the content. So it's supported amply by our General Secretary, Ashok Kumar, and Prabhat Kumar and Ashok Kumar, and other team from PanIIT headquarters office. We are grateful to you, all the people, for making what is today, what happened, etc. And the chief architect is from Hyderabad, I will call Sudhakar. He is the chief architect, and grateful to what happened, etc. A heartfelt thank you to our alumni as we reflect on PanIIT, the alumni summit. We call it as, I see many pearls of wisdom from the summit, and taken away by each one along with a pearl necklace to home. That is ultimately. So taking forward these issues, the pearls of wisdom, worth noting here, the edition meets what you call as some of the pearls of wisdom essentially lied between what transformation moderated by Amitabh Bachchan and decolonization is one of the prominent issues talked today, mentioned what the Prime Minister is talking, of 200 years of colonization, which clouded the, he was telling it is, I only say it's clouded our culture. But the cloud has moved into what you call as, now we limit the clouds only for storage and computing, and all the clouds have been worth removing by our own commitment, by our belief in Sanatana Dharma, through our holy colors, which we celebrated recently as being done. So we understand that space is, based on the deliberations, we understand that space is the fourth dimension. We had Navy, Army, and the Air Force. But space happens to be the fourth dimension as the message has gone. So this is what I submitted by the track 2 people. There is an ardent display of the desirability to excel, and which is expressed, and desirability to serve the country, and desirability to create jobs, and also the commitment, the feasibility to investigate the scope, and also the viability is established. Desirability, feasibility, viability are the 3 parameters. I compare with Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti. These are the 3 things which we narrate from our ancient traditional knowledge. So these are the things which many of our alumni understood and under this particular category. The IIT directors talked about smart grid technology, which reminds me of what you call as Chidagni Kunda Sambhuta, the eminence of lot of light that is coming down, and Devakarya Samhuta, that is, Devakarya means people. That is what exactly the smart grid component is going to address. But what is mentioned by our other Sunil Kumar, from IAS Health Secretary, Health Authority CEO, is federated architecture, one of the prime solutions, and the track 3-4 solutions are enormously identified to meet the needs of the, what you call as Atmanirbhar and also Viksit Bharat 2047 issues. And the last mention by Nagaraj, which without AI, without governing by AI, what could be achieved, he has narrated. So I will only add here what has been narrated with PanIIT, what has not been narrated by PanIIT, that I'll replace that AI tradition, what he has mentioned. And one of the most highlight points of today is the chief guest, who is talking about the Atmanirbhar. India's science and technology talent has global demand. That's what he was telling. And knowledge is a double-edged sword. Let us utilize it for a positive development. That means without discrimination, there is no vinajnanam. That is what Rigveda said, and that is what amply stated by our honorable chief guest. And also the Atmanirbhar is highlighted. This is for our, what you call as engineering and technology institutions, this alumni meet. The tone has rightly stressed the innovation, technical synergy, and system architecture of success. As we go for compiling a button on today's formal proceeding, I feel what you call as profound sense of pride as well as gratitude. In technical terms, PanIIT alumni as an institution is a hardware. PanIIT is a hardware, I consider, but the alumni are the software that makes the event more functional, impactful, and real world. And as our chairman says yesterday, it is a daughter's marriage. PanIIT is conducting daughter's marriage, and this is a great event to be celebrating here. Today we have seen a beautiful synchronization of the both. To our alumni, you are just technologists, not just entrepreneurs, not just administrators. You are the problem solvers, all the alumni, in tackling India's unique challenges. Make India is not a slogan. Make in India is not a slogan, but it's a reality that needs to be implemented by the alumni in a much more effective way. That means Make in India is not something we are committing and moving from drawing boards to the digital twins. The entire technology has moved from drawing boards to digital twin. That is the order of the technology. So we have made almost 13 sessions and 5 technical sessions addressing various issues, including the startup issues, and technology push and technology pull differences have been highlighted. It is the great day. Yandaro Mahanubhavalu, Andariki Vandanamulu. Sabhi Mahanubhavanko, Sadar Pranam. That is what exactly is the issue. And democratic diffusion of AI is what exactly has been stated by the New Delhi Declaration. And we are automatically implementing the democratic diffusion of AI through our alumni get-together. Thank you very much for everything and wonderful thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now I request Chairman Prabhat Kumar ji to please join us on stage for the concluding remarks.
Thank you so much. And the official function is already over, and I really admire the patience of people in this room today. So I just wanted to share one or two things that all of us have worked together very hard to put up this event, and everybody who has been there has been thanked properly. But now I just want to share only one thing. If you see the movie Jurassic Park, the hero of the movie is not the characters there, but the T-Rex, the dinosaur itself. So similarly, I would like to say, whatever we have done, the hero of the entire function is not us, not the characters, but the IIT itself. That is the name. And we are all working for that cause only. We want to deepen the brand IIT only. We want to deepen the contributions of IIT and IITians to the nation building, for which the IITs were originally created. If you see in 1951 in Kharagpur, on the walls of IIT Kharagpur, it is written, in service of the nation. So that nation building concept, that runs in the blood of all IIT and IITians. And that is the purpose for which we are all here. And I am very, very happy to see that our PanIIT movement is getting a lot of traction. We had an event in Jaipur. We had an event in Chennai in January. Today we had a grand event here. And let me just say that next stop will be Bangalore. And we already have people here from the Bangalore team. Where is Neeraj and Swadeep? Yes, they are here. Yes, Neeraj is here. So now the mantle is resting on your shoulders to have a great show in Bangalore also in the month of May. And the show will go on. We already planned an event to happen in Delhi. It will be a very, very mega scale event, maybe in the month of July. The dates are being finalized in consultation with the honorable guests. So similarly, even the PanIIT event is happening in US also in the month of April. That is happening in Los Angeles and Long Beach. Then we already have proposals to have event in Indore. We have proposals to have event in Lucknow. We have proposals to have event in Patna, Guwahati, Ranchi, everywhere. So the purpose behind is that what the fragmented kind of leadership that was there earlier, now our effort is to put them into one platform and integrate it and work together for the right cause of nation building for which the IITs were established. So thank you on that note, and now I will request all the people who contributed for this event to come on stage. Let's starting with Sudhakar Gande ji, Shami Reddy ji, Ashok Kumar ji, Praveen, Padmini, and here is Dr. Anjana Mata, Sai, and Neeraj, Tanikela. Please, all of you, please come together. And others, Abhi aao, Amitabh ji, aiye. Abhi, Nagaraj ji, please come, please come. Please come, all of you, please come. Neeraj, please, everybody. Sarath, come. Lot of volunteers. Are aap to aiye, please. Na. So, Raj Brother, please come, please come. All the EC and GB members who are present here, they're all requested to come here. Priyank, come. Deepak, come. दीपक, अरे वहाँ छुपे बैठे, इधर आइए प्लीज, जो है, ठीक है ना? स्टेज नहीं टूटेगा. Student volunteers, please come forward. Please come forward. You have worked really very hard, जो है ना? Because any event of this magnitude, अरे विकास जी किधर खड़े? आप आइए इधर, सब लोग आइए बिल्कुल, जो है. So any event of this magnitude is not possible without the active contribution of everyone, जो है. So please आइए. Raj, please come. Please come. Let me. Dipti, where are you? Please come. Arey, Shilpa, please come. Sir, please join me. Are we all accommodated? Just a second. नीरज आप फ्रंट में आइए, आपका काम फ्रंट में रहेगा. We will take with everybody. Yeah. Excuse me. All the volunteers, please. Yeah. All students. Excuse me. Space. अरे इनका कुछ सभी लोग ऐसे खड़े हैं. And one more thing, 3 cheers for Team India today, and 3 cheers for Team IIT as well. अरे उठी इनका करा उठी. Audio. Just a second. I will announce. Pale photo. Just a second. Sir, just a second. I will announce. Just a second. Bhaiya, center.
ना कोई वेनिक्रन ना वेनिक्रन
आप थोड़ा सा या सर रेडी सर ఒక్క స్టెప్ మీరు వస్తారా మేడం కొద్దిగా రైట్ రెడీ యా దట్స్ పర్ఫెక్ట్ భయ్యా थोड़ा पीछे आओ यस रेडी सर एवरीबॉडी
ना वेनिकी
आपका टैग सीधा कर लीजिए प्लीज टैग्स प्लीज
వెనికి రావాలి
అన్న ఒక్కసారి ఎల్ఈడి కొద్దిగా ఇంకొద్దిగా డల్ చేయండి వైట్ ఎల్ఈడి జస్ట్ అ సెకండ్ I want to take a perfect picture, just a second. Yeah. Okay. Just a second. Can I look in the camera? This is the center camera. Please, everybody here. Okay, just a second. Can you smile, everybody, please? Okay. Yeah, nobody's smiling, I think. Just a second. Okay, one more. Okay, can I have a big cheer for IIT? Hip hop! Can I have a big cheer for IIT? Hip hop! Next hours, Bangalore tak jana hai. Hip hop! Thank you very much. Good night. Good night, sir. I say, man,